Hello, this is Cory and July, and we have a lot to learn from the past. We have a lot to learn from our ancestors, from the people who built the world, and that includes most of all of us, actually, a lot of people who are not in the history books. However, we do have a lot of people who spoke out, who became leaders, and created movements, created philosophy, and created different ways of thinking that is worth noting, especially if they have messages that started to circulate online. And so we're going to take a look at a lot of the messages and see how maybe they connect and see maybe what we can learn from this for not only ourselves, our health, and our mentality, but for changing the world. And that's really important that we learn from the past in order to do so, so that we can move forward without making mistakes. And what we have here is, I'm going to try to connect all the dots for you. We have many different people, everybody from Greek physicians to Greek philosophers, Latin. You have people from the Renaissance period, you have people from the Enlightenment eras, whatever you want to call it. You have even some people in religion. We're going to go over a lot of different types of examples, and there's always something to learn from everybody. Regardless of perhaps what they've done, sometimes it's good to look at the messages, what they had to say, because we can still learn from whatever, regardless. And so let's go through this and see what we can make of this. So the first one is, quote, "The state of nature has a law of nature to govern it, which obliges every one, and reason, which is that law, teaches all mankind who will but consult it, that being all equal and independent, no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, or possessions." By John Locke. Okay, now he mentions reason as a big component there, because reasoning and understanding is one of the key ways to actually attaining knowledge and understanding it. So we need to reason with people if we want to show them perhaps an idea that hasn't been shown before. Kind of like what I'm doing here is reasoning about what this quote actually means, right? There's a reason why he said it. There's a reason why these people existed. There's a reason why these people had positions of power, for example, right? Now, this guy in particular doesn't have too much positions in power, but he was during the same time period or so as George Washington and I believe the other so-called founding fathers of 1776. So we're specifically talking here, this quote, about the state of nature and that it's ran by natural laws. You know, we have a lot to learn here, so that's why there's so many quotes here, and that's why I didn't necessarily organize them in one particular fashion. So just know that I'm still going to try to connect all the dots, and I'm sure you can make a lot of connections between these many multiple different quotes, but it would take me a lot of time to organize these and put them together. So we're kind of just going to go right through them and see what we can learn from each one in their individual speculation. Okay, so this one says, quote, "Healing doesn't mean that damage never existed. It means that damage no longer controls your life." So that means, yeah, there will always be wrong, there will always be evil in the world, but that doesn't mean that you can't heal, right? In fact, sometimes that helps us seek the balance, sometimes that helps us learn, right? So, healing is actually having damage control. Control over yourself instead of having the damage control you in your life, essentially debunking slavery. And this quote was said by Akshay Dubey. Here's some other text here that we have, because it's not just all quotes. It is mostly quotes to understand more of the past. But look at this article here. It says, "The brain patterns of human consciousness. Scientists discover signatures showing the mind is, quote, aware in a major breakthrough." And then it says in the description, "Humans have learned to travel through space, eradicate diseases, and understand nature at the breathtaking tiny level of fundamental particles." And so a lot of what I'm talking about is understanding nature, right? Not just what's around us, not just what we do, but how things manifest. And that way we can understand what's happening. And if we see that natural medicine is an answer, and we see that natural law is an answer to leading us in the right direction, a directional guide, a motivation, a path, a direction to go toward, then why aren't we following that direction? And if we're going the opposite direction, is it worth noting, and how do we reverse that condition? So having human consciousness, we have this great ability called willpower, and the ability to be aware of our actions, and then through being aware, we can then decide, what do we choose to do with the knowledge that we have? What do we choose to do with the awareness, right? If I see something in plain sight, am I going to identify it? Am I going to recognize it? Am I going to understand it? And do I really need to understand it? Well, do we need to understand the condition we're in, if it's getting worse, if it's really bad, or if people don't see what's going on? That's the point here. Here we have another quote by John Locke, and it says, quote, "The natural liberty of man is to be free from any superior power on earth, and not to be under the authority of man, but only to have the law of nature for his rule." Now, of course, this is one of his beliefs, right? But we see this in practice as we do study natural law. We see how government is inherently immoral because they're ruling over others, because they are committing forms of theft, which most of all violations upon property is. And so therefore you have to question the existence and why is it necessary, which is why we're going to go even deeper into this. And, it's worth stating that there's a great simplicity in nature, regardless of where you stand on this matter and this topic, because there's always something to learn, and we see how beautiful and how simple the world is when we get rid of all this conjecture and all this boundaries in our head that we've created. So you see here a quote by Aristotle, quote, "Nature does nothing uselessly," because everything in nature has a reason. So yes, we are to reason with others, but also understand that everything does have a reason. Nothing is just like coming out of nowhere. Everything is the way it is because there's a harmony, there's a balance, there's an integration. Hence integrative medicine. Of course, we're going to tie in some medicine components in here too, but that's because health is everything, right? And we're going to get into what that means as well, because it's important that you're happy, right? So then wouldn't that be mental health? So this is important to know, that you are useful because you are part of the process. The next quote here we have, "If one way be better than another, that you may be sure is nature's way." That is also by Aristotle. Okay, so we have all these paths. We have man's law, we have natural law, right? And natural law has been with us all this time. It is universal, it is eternal, something we can all abide to because it's always here all the time. And we're not taught this in school. It's often referred to as occult knowledge because they don't want you knowing it. But why is that? Because it would take down the power differential. It would take down the power structure. So, if one way being better than another, then yeah, that is nature's way because nature has everything intended. Nature's the truth, may you call it, right? So let's move on and see more about this. You may disagree with me, and that is perfectly fine. So let's keep learning. The next quote is, quote, "To be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you something else is the greatest accomplishment." So yes, trying to find yourself. And how do you do that? And you notice there's a picture of nature in the background. Ralph Waldo Emerson had a great theme of nature within his writings. In fact, I believe he even had a writing called Nature, in talking about the relationship between us and the world around us and with others. So to be yourself can be difficult, especially when other things are trying to imitate your behavior, such as technology, right? And so when you have all these other people telling you what to think and all these different belief systems, I'm not trying to push anything onto you, but I'm here to just try to help you think about what is going on. How do you be yourself? How do we think clearly when there's all this going around? Is nature the answer there? And you'll notice, yeah, like nature is a common theme, but why is that? It's because, well, instead of saying God, or instead of saying the universe or the world, notice how everybody can agree upon this one simple premises that, yes, we have this world around us, and it can be universally abiding with this simple word that has multiple meanings, all of which help us understand more about ourselves. So, for example, you see this in the quote here. It says, "Lose yourself in nature and find peace," by Ralph Waldo Emerson. So instead of losing yourself in technology or something that may not serve you, right, something that might not be actually productive or healing you actively, lose yourself in something that is not going to harm you, in fact, only heal you. And maybe then, yes, you can find peace, but can we really? Let's keep looking, moving on. We have the quote here by Ralph Waldo Emerson, "Nature hates calculators," and the reason probably why that is you see a movement called scientism growing. I won't even call it a movement, it's an ideology, right? Everything is a belief system. So we have calculators. Well, if you're extreme left brain, if you're very scientism, then yeah, you're probably going to want to calculate everything. You probably don't want to go by the way of God because you believe everything must be proven by science. And I'm not saying that science shouldn't be used here, but always calculating everything when we have this truth around us, when we have the beauty of simplicity around us, how do we go about this? Let's keep looking. You see, this is one of my favorite quotes. It says, "Controversy is only dreaded by the advocates of error." Okay, because those who make mistakes on their daily lives will dread, actually, controversy of people saying, well, what is going on here? Why is it that this is going on, right? Questioning the status quo, questioning why are things not going right? Because that's how we fix it, right, is by identifying the problem, and then from there we could diagnose the disease, therefore, before treating it. And this is a quote by Benjamin Rush, a medical doctor himself. Another quote from Benjamin Rush, quote, "We have not only multiplied diseases, but we have made them more fatal." How much more is this to speak of the modern world? I don't know what is. I mean, you see diseases like cancer, right? You see diseases that some speculate were never around before, or manifestations from older diseases due to what we've been doing in our bad practices. You see a lot of old home remedies going down the drain, or the media's attacking them, saying it's quack medicine. So why is that? Because back in the day, you see George Washington would order many, many onions to heal his troops, for example. Now, maybe there was some bad science, right, like using heavy metals to actually treat diseases, when in reality it did not help. But we do know there's also really beneficial metals, and we learn through time. We learn from nature. The problem is when we try to be nature, perhaps, because now we're then multiplying diseases. We're making new ones due to the more responsibilities we put on ourselves. So, let me know, why do you think that is, if this is an important quote to you? See, from Benjamin Rush, he even said this in an essay in 1786. He said, quote, "Freedom can exist only in the society of knowledge. Without learning, men are incapable of knowing their rights. And where learning is confined to a few people, liberty can be neither equal nor universal." So this tells us a lot about our world, because if we're not learning from this innate, inherent, knowledge that is in this world, so-called natural law, for example, right? And we're not learning, which is through a way of knowledge, through a way of awareness, being conscious, okay, then how will we know what we are to do in this life? How do we know our purpose? How do we know ourselves? This can be hard, and then you want to make laws without knowing these simple premises first, like all these simple ideas first, when it's been talked about for over 300, 400 years. You got to question, why is it that history repeats itself? Is it because people are not learning from the past? And then how do we keep such learning about? How do we keep this afloat? Right? Because what they're saying now, if you look at these quotes and a lot of the other quotes, I mean, you question, like, why is it that these people forewarned us before everything happened? So liberty can be neither equal nor universal when learning is confined to a few people. You have to question, is there knowledge that is being kept away from us? Is there a reason why the word occult stands in existence as for hidden knowledge? Quote, "The American war is over, but this is far from being the case with the American Revolution." by Benjamin Rush. And this is also a very good quote because it tells us that, well, this is not the first revolution. In fact, it is just a stepping stone in history toward what really is, living in abidance to what we are to do, right? It's been this long journey of finding, well, what do we do? What is the right government? Everyone wants to say, this is the right way to live. This is the right way to live. Why is it that people have to decide what is the best way to live? What if we learn about what is actually intended? What is actually here? Let's keep investigating. It says, quote, "It would seem from this fact that man is naturally a wild animal, and that when taken from the woods, he is never happy in his natural state till he returns to them again." This is by Benjamin Rush, again, a medical doctor from the 1700s, basically saying that we are part of nature. And that, if we are taken from nature, we may have consequences. And natural law is all about consequences. It is also essentially known as the law of cause and effect, the law of attraction, the karma or moral law, or the golden rule. And all these are very similar to one another, because what you give off, you receive back. Okay, so going through it, natural law can be, quote, "effect invariably follows cause," or, quote, "for every action there exists an equal and opposing reaction." Quote, "the energy you emit is the energy you attract." Quote, "energy flows where attention goes." Quote, "as you think, feel, and act, so you shall be." Quote, "you reap what you sow." Quote, "do unto others as you would have done to yourself." And therefore, because I mentioned natural law already, I think it's important to understand more of what I mean. So these are slides by Mark Passio, who is somebody who teaches others on natural law. I suggest you check out his full lectures on this if you really want to know more in depth about how this works, right? Because natural law can teach us a lot, especially if it's the innate intelligence of the world. So let's put this into simple if-then logic, as it says in his slide, okay? And his lectures, you can look it up on his website, whatonearthishappening.com, or you can go to our website, of course, and see where it is as well. It says, if a particular man-made law is in harmony with natural law, then it follows logically that it is redundant, since it is stating a truth that is inherent, pre-existing, and self-evident. Therefore, it is both irrelevant and unnecessary, right? And then if a particular man-made law is in opposition to natural law, then it follows logically that it is both false, which is incorrect, and immoral, which is harmful, or in other words, wrong. Therefore, it cannot be legitimately binding upon anyone, right? So what this is basically saying is that if man's law is basically truth, well, truth is already present. So what is it doing except is telling us what's already innately true? So why do we need a paper telling us that? For example, look at the Constitution, right? Freedom of speech. You already have freedom of speech. Okay? And then if it's not something that is based in truth, well, then it's just an opinion. And then as you can see from this photo, we have natural law compared to man's law. Natural law is based upon principles and truth. It's inherent to creation. It's harmonized with due to knowledge and understanding, as we previously mentioned. It is universal, therefore it exists and applies anywhere in the universe, regardless of location. It is eternal and immutable, exists and applies for as long as the universe exists, and it cannot be changed. Whereas man's law is basically everything much of the opposite. It's based upon dogmatic beliefs, constructs of the mind. It is compiled with due to fear of punishment. It differs with location based upon the whim of the legislators, which is moral relativism. And it changes with time based upon the whim of legislators, which is moral relativism. So it's something that is basically assured to not work over time. It is something that maybe will only work in certain scenarios or by majority rule, is still not all the people, and it's not based in truth. So what is the worth actually to it if it especially does more harm over time than good? And is the role here to reduce harm as the primary objective? I'd say it is, right? We're not trying to control the planet. We're not trying to take control of everything. We're just trying to control ourselves as intended. We're trying to just live our lives away from the government, which has committed more crimes than anyone, because we know for a fact that governments of the past have killed millions of people. So, I mean, this is just fact. And if you disagree with that, I'd like to know why, because natural law is something that's inherent and not man-made. It's something that isn't, only temporary. It is always existent. And then based on what we talked about with knowledge, on just some of the few quotes that we had, it says on Mark Passio's slide, since human beings as a species do not already have the things they say they want, it follows logically that the knowledge of the requirements to obtaining the things they say they want either must be absent, or if present, that knowledge must be willfully ignored. Right, by ignorance, right, because they're ignoring what is in plain sight. So, right off the bat, would you say that most of the truth is hidden, or is it just being willfully ignored? Are we being distracted from it and we refuse to see what is in plain sight? So then it says, as long as this knowledge continues to remain unknown or ignored, the manifestation of the desired conditions will be impossible. Because again, we cannot make a proper diagnosis of the disease, okay? Because it requires that we identify and know what is happening. And we know the requirements to obtaining what we want. So there's requirements to healing the body. There's requirements to losing weight. There's requirements to achieving what we want. And if we choose not to use them, then yes, we are ignoring them. But if they're not there to begin with, then okay, they're absent. Now, an important part of knowledge, you would assume, would probably be the brain then, right? The worldview schism, as is said by Mark Passio's slides. Now, again, I'm just doing a brief overview of some of the things that he said. And you have on the left side as the left brain, and you have on the right side determinism as the right brain. And we obviously need a balance of both of all things, to create a balance in this world, a balance and a harmony and integration, as I previously mentioned. That is going to be the truth. So while you have extremes on both ends of the spectrum, the truth always lies somewhere between. So when we have a positive expression toward natural law, toward the natural rhythms of this universe, that is love, that is being conscious, that is having knowledge, which is acceptance of the truth. Okay, that is having sovereignty, which is ruling over yourself as intended. That is having freedom because it's meant to be there. And we make our order out of this this harmonization because we are harmonizing ourselves with truth. Okay, we're not harmonizing ourselves with this dogmatic religion of government. We're harmonizing with what is basically innate, what is eternal, what is right for human existence. Therefore, anything that would be a negative expression would be the opposite. It would be fear, which is why they live off of it and base a lot of the media on fear. It would be ignorance, which is, people not accepting truth. Okay, and then there's confusion, there's control, right? Obviously, the media creates a lot of confusion. A lot of social media creates a lot of confusion. There's control when you have divide and conquer, everybody against each other. There's more reach for control, and then there's chaos because of that. There's a lot of deaths that happen, again, from government. There's a lot of, distortions when it comes to distraction, when it comes to saying you have to do this, you have to do that. Is that really order, or is it chaos because it's not based in truth? And what is truth is something that we have to question, because truth has evil. We know that, right? But what is actually manifesting in the world? Is it a mostly positive expression or a mostly negative expression? Where is most people's mentality? Because that's what's going to set us up for our future generations, for what is right and for what is wrong, right? Don't we want to live in a world that is right, that is beautiful, that is full of love? Well then, yes, we should probably harmonize ourselves with the natural law. The next quote we have here is, quote, "If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be." So that would basically be a lie. That would be something that never really existed all this time. So if you want to be ignorant and free in a state of ignorant civilization, they cannot exist together, right? Because you can't be free without being harmonized with the natural law, without understanding that, yes, there are requirements to your freedom. There are requirements to attaining your knowledge, as we talked about before. So it expects what never was and never will be, if they expect ignorance to be amongst a free society. This is a quote by Thomas Jefferson, saying that ignorance is not good, saying that we must be free, which requires the lack thereof of ignorance. Then that brings me to the next point, which you see a lot of people of the Renaissance or the Enlightenment era, right, is that deism is this belief that nature and God are one and the same thing. And if you study nature, you're getting insights about God. This is a quote by Bruce H. Lipton. Don't know who that is, but you know what? Speaks a lot about our world. Is why not understand the world around you if you want to understand your creator? Right? Why not understand the natural laws if it abides to a lot of these different religions, as we have seen? So it's not that you have to fall into this ism or this ism, right? And a lot of people argue that the founding fathers were deists because of their beliefs. Okay, so it's not that I'm asking you to believe in any god or believe in this or believe in that, but understand the world you live in. Understand that there are ways that the world operates, and do we wish to understand those ways if we want to optimize our living here on Earth? We even have this example in the study, as you see here. It says, quote, "In understanding the nature of health, new perspectives for medicine and public health, improved well-being at lower cost." I mean, talk about how much we can do when we understand the truth of the world around us that is simply innate. And it says, "Current dilemmas of healthcare systems call for a new look at the nature of health." What is the nature of health? Not just what is health and what is health care when there's no care in health care, when it's all just about money. You have to look at this. What is the nature of health? Well, health actually means in its Latin terminology, whole. Are we looking at the whole picture of health? Holistic health. Are we looking at that? And that's important to understand, because again, health, if it is everything, then it makes sense, because health is whole. And so the nature of whole, the nature of becoming whole, becoming one with the world. You even see that there were shows like Back to Nature show with Alex Jones coming soon, The Power of Returning to Man's Beginnings. Right? Just understand that there's a reason why a lot of people are starting to, and they've always had this attachment to the natural world about them. If they want to go on vacation, they go close to the beach, they go to the forest, they go to the mountains, they go to the most serene place. If they are somebody who works in an office space, they know their body has this attachment, and it helps them escape, it helps them open up to the world that is around them. So nature is not only healing, but it also has the laws in it which do make it healing. Even looking at, quote, "the nature of evil," and it says the people perish for the lack of knowledge. Okay, is that the reason why? I mean, look at the word evil. It's actually just live backwards. And as you know, in Satanism perhaps, is that everything is inversed, everything is reversed. And as we talked about with natural law, everything of man's law is basically reversed natural law, something that is taken and malformed into their own version, something that I consider denatured. And again, like I said, we have many examples, and people, just everyday people, eyewitness accounts can tell you this. People of the olden age, people from every single background can tell you that nature, the answer to beating depression and obesity, as you see here. I mean, isn't this crazy? Like, wow, do we really need science to prove such a thing? And the answer to that is no. But do we need science to prove the truth of the world then? The answer to that is also no. Maybe it can help to some extent. Of course it will, right? Like everything does help each other out to some extent. But what extremes do we take it? Do we take it to where science must dictate everything that we see and believe? we have to have the harmony of the left brain with the right brain, for all exists within nature. And so if we want to understand the nature of something, and we want to understand nature to begin with, and be with nature, and have nature running in our bodies as intended through, natural medicine, then yeah, maybe we are going to see depression and obesity going down, because what we have now in this very denatured reality is depression and obesity soaring. Here's another one, better yet, from the United Nations Development Program. It says, the answer is in nature. Our planet has an artfully designed solution to the global water crisis, and they're saying that's trees. Look, now, I don't know about that, but I mean, just look again at the systems that work together. There are so many systems. This Earth has been through much, much more than humans has ever. It's risen to extremely hot temperatures, extremely cold, supposedly, right? And so you just have to understand, like, are we trying to be God by taking control of everything, or are we actually learning from the world? Are we listening, or are we talking all the time? Are we being the fool who's always talking and never listening? Are we not pointing at ourselves, and we're always pointing elsewhere? So what are we doing there? Because if you answer those questions, it can teach us a lot about the world within itself. Here's a quote by Einstein, quote, look deep into nature, you will understand everything better. Okay, so Albert Einstein, a scientist himself, look deep into nature, you understand everything better. Because again, like, if we're going to look at the nature of something, then we're innately already understanding something, right? And if nature has all these natural laws and the natural medicine, you have to question, well, what can then make everything better? Is this really the answer to the world that we live in? This is why I'm proposing what I'm proposing. And again, take this as you wish. There is much to learn from the world around us. Then we have, nature answers only when she is questioned, Jacob Henley said. And yeah, that just tells us that it sparks an idea, it sparks an awareness, it sparks a question that seeks an answer, right? Perhaps the phrase, nature is the answer, is not just an answer, but also a question, because it makes people question, well, why is it the answer? Is it important that we do question? Because in a way, questioning is thinking. And so therefore, we're creating ideas, we're creating, as we are to do. We're being creative, which helps our health. And so it sparks with you saying, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to watch this video, I'm going to listen to it, and I'm going to see, well, why is this more of the answer? Why is this something we should pay attention to? Again, that's a question that is allowing you to seek what is the answer. And in fact, do you even need to seek it? Rather, you just need to see to begin with. Because if it's all around us, it's a simple matter of understanding. And time and time again, we see many people in the past coming to the same conclusion. For example, you even have this person, quote, in the process of understanding the nature answers all our questions. So there you go. We question the nature and we get this understanding. We get way more than what we asked for, as we see in other quotes. And it's the answer to everything that we've been questioning all along. And so, would we need this in a world full of, constant answers being thrown at us, but yet it doesn't seem to be fulfilling us? So yet we have Google at our fingertips, we have all these search engines at our fingertips, but yet we still don't feel content, we don't feel fulfilled. You have to question, well, why is that? Perhaps it is the process of understanding nature, which is all around us, not through some search engine. The search engine is not going to help us. Where do you think that leads? That leads to left brain scientism. So understanding nature is having this idea, like, yes, it can come from multiple sources. It can come from understanding everything, understanding the all. See, it says nature understands all our questions. That's everything. Okay, and this is a quote by Werner Heisenberg. Then we have a quote, says, quote, nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished, by Lao Tzu. Okay, and that, I believe, is one of the authors of the Tao, a writing we will get into in a moment. And it's basically saying that nature will still get everything done. It is patient, it is present, okay, and still everything gets accomplished. We're going to explore more of these ideas as we move on. Quote, in every walk with nature, one receives far more than he seeks, by John Muir. Okay, so this is one of those quotes I mentioned before that, well, you go in asking a question, you're going to receive a lot of answers in response. Or maybe if you're asking for too much, perhaps you need to be more present. Perhaps you need to take on some of the next quotes that we're going to go over, because why is it that nature has this ability to do this to us? Why is it, a lot of physicians want to say, well, it does have a healing ability, but I don't know why. It's greater than them. This is this greater cause, this is greater truth, and it's important to know that, yeah, we probably shouldn't be the God to say, okay, well, this is what's happening exactly, and we know exactly what's happening all the time, because we don't. We don't. And when we walk with nature, we have this sense of mystery, we have this sense of child in us, we have our ancestors running through us. We have the fresh air, the fresh oxygen that helps us think. We have the fresh probiotics from the soil, even. You have a whole bunch going in that perhaps you don't realize, but we are receiving a lot when we are with nature. And perhaps, looking at that through the lens of natural law or natural medicine, yeah, we can learn a lot through natural medicine. We can learn a lot through natural law. Why cause and effect? Why do things happen? Of course, that is the process of learning within itself. And then looking at natural medicine, well, wouldn't you like to know how to treat a wound? Wouldn't you like to know how to do something naturally without having to spend thousands of dollars on drugs, which actually have side effects most of the time? So, people are waking up to different degrees of this, but ultimately I see a clear as day answer. Here then you have the quote, "To explain all nature is too difficult a task for any one man or even for any one age." And this is important to note because I don't know anything. I don't know everything. I don't know anything. And I'm willfully admitting that because nobody can truly, say that for themselves unless perhaps they are themselves a god. But you just see the vast amount, and you see the mountains in the distance of this picture, see the vast amount of knowledge that we are able to attain, and how many people exist on this planet, but how your experiences shape your perception, and your perception shapes your experiences, and that's what you project off to the world. So there's a lot to take in. And are we taking in, or are we just throwing out? Are we just throwing out a bunch of nonsense that isn't rooted in nature? Are we listening to nature before we speak out? We have a deep understanding of why we're here, what we are to do, and what is right before we start telling other people what their rights are and what it isn't, right? It only makes sense, to know what is right, which is why a lot of people are losing their rights, is because they don't know what is right. So this is a quote by Isaac Newton, another scientist, I believe, right? Unbelievable stuff. Quote, "He who asks questions cannot avoid the answers." This is said by a proverb. So if you're asking a question, of the universe, you're asking a question of the nature as to why things are, you cannot avoid the answers because the answers are always present. So it's very ironic situation. People will look their whole lives for this or seek out some major out of ordinary thing, but meanwhile we have a lot of what we can learn from simply from what is here. And I encourage you take these quotes the way you wish. I mean, there's a lot we can learn, and of course, quotes are popular because of how they are interpreted, how they are connected with others, and other things. So please, share your thoughts, and I'd love to hear from what you have to say. We're all a part of this. So, quote, "If you truly love nature, you will find beauty everywhere." I love this one in particular. It's by Vincent van Gogh. And I think it's truly remarkable because when you really open your eyes to everything that's going on, you see the peace that is in the harmony of nature, and how, yeah, maybe we'll consider, some chaos happening within the trees as something that is dangerous, but it's still beautiful because nature has this whole system hardwired, like a computer, a very, very intelligent computer, to do what it's got to do. And when you see, people in their natural state and living as they want and creating as they intend, you do see beauty. You see beauty everywhere. You just have to open your eyes to it. You have to be open to the perception, open to the idea, right? That is what this is all about as well. Quote, the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it, by Robert Swan. Okay, so the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. So the greatest threat, okay, not this earthquake, not some asteroid, is that somebody else will save it. Because, again, how many millions of deaths are you looking at in comparison? You want to lock down the whole world due to a virus, but meanwhile there's constant oppression and control, by governments of the world that cause way more deaths than ever, and it's called democide, in case you want to look it up. But the greatest threat to the planet, that someone else will save it, yeah, it's because they're being God. They're doing the exact opposite thing of what it is to love God or love nature, which is just to embrace and be present and not to actually want to rule over others. Do you ever see a good person at heart wanting to rule over their fellow man? Well, we're going to answer that question as well. Going back to the idea of the law of attraction, which is natural law, this picture here says it as well. Life is an echo. What you send out comes back. Another way to look at it. And, looking at the nature of a man, a human, is something that can also teach us a lot. And of course, interpret these quotes as you wish. This one says, "Man is a fugitive from nature," by Jose Ortega y Gasset. And I don't know this person again, like I said, but, is man a fugitive from nature because it's always trying to seek dominion, seek conquering over other people, over nature to begin with, instead of living within? Or, what is it saying here when it says from? Because that's the key word here. Man is a fugitive from nature. Why is it? Are we innately a criminal to nature, or is it that we're always trying to escape what is just present, and we just need to live with what we have and be able to optimize our livings within that space instead of trying to rule over, to control, and have more dominion? Why? What is it that you want to interpret from this? This is also a good quote to keep in mind as we move forward. And in the light of censorship that is happening among independent creators who are more in touch with their nature and the nature of truth, this is a very speaking quote. It says, quote, "If people are doubting how far you can go so far that you can't hear them anymore." And this is also representing, going out in nature, just escaping from technology. Perhaps you're a creator on the internet, you feel like, okay, I need to get my voice out there because I'm promoting the truth. And let's face it, the internet is a great tool to do that in the modern century, especially to the belief of many that, yes, it will help expand your audience and get the word out there, but is it actually promoting action? And also, how far can you go with that alone when you can go far from these people that are constantly yelling and complaining from you, and you can go somewhere peaceful that works with you and never really had a threat against you, and that is just nature itself. Nature's here to help you, it's here to heal you. So go so far that you can't hear these dissenting voices that keep you from finding your nature, from being in nature as you are intended to do. So, that this is just a good quote for if you want to have that perspective, and it's by Michelle Ruiz. So are you doubting yourself, and are you finding a way to escape the negativity in your life? Do you have positive energies in your life? Is that by way of abiding to natural law expressions? Quote, "The nature of a man is certainly more important than what a man can have," said by Arthur Schopenhauer. Expand that a bit. It says, so the nature of a man is certainly more important than what a man can have, right? And that is very interesting because the nature of who we are, what are we supposed to do among this world that we live in? It's actually more important than what we can have, all this material possession, everything that we get caught up in with the physical world, what is it that we are meant to do, is on more of a spiritual level, more of a intended level that I guess people can't comprehend in a very physically dependent world, in a very physically exhaustive world, perhaps. So this is just something to keep in mind. Quote, "All science has one aim, namely, to find a theory of nature," said by Ralph Waldo Emerson. So we're always trying to be nature, right? Well, why is that? It's because we're trying to always figure it out. That's why we want to replace the ideologies of nature with something that is very imitative, something that has a great effect on people's mentality for that reason, and that is science. That is understanding that we can reach a left-brain dogmatic imbalance by embracing science rather than nature, because people will fall for it. This is a scale that they've leaned on so hard that it took everybody with them. Since birth, you have this in your mind that instead of looking around you and seeing what's simply present, you must look toward the textbooks, you must look toward the teachers, the professors, the scientists who win all the Nobel Prizes. And that is scientism then, right? And it's funny to me because if you look at the roots of science, then yes, it's questioning, it's being creative, it's thinking outside the box. But yet, you have the question, are we actually doing that? So, meanwhile, yeah, science has this irony to it, but it all comes down to understanding nature. So therefore, is that what we're ultimately meant to do anyways? Is just understand nature instead of reading all these textbooks? Let's get down to the root cause, right? Go right to nature, perhaps. And going with that, this is a quote, nature is not a place to visit. It is home. It is something that's always here. So it's not just something we just skip upon and say, okay, well, it's not something that's important. It's something that's always here, something that is always going to live with us, and like I said, inside of us. And this is a quote by Gary Snyder. Quote, however much you knock at nature's door, she will never answer you in comprehensible words, said by Ivan Turgenev. And this is basically saying that the truth can be hard to describe to others. The truth can be hard to put into words, but we feel it. We know when we are in it. We have these gut feelings. We have something called the heart. We don't always have to be stuck in the left brain or just brain center of the world. We have this whole body that's supposed to work in alignment with every other part of the body, all these organs to work with one another, like the trees work with the oceans and the oceans work with the sky, and everything is meant to work together. You have to question, is there a balance within your life? Because no matter how much you may ask of nature, she will not answer. If you want to refer to it as a she will not answer in necessarily comprehensible words. But that's why you have things like poetry, which is so famous, is because it can put together a lot of ideas and knowledge that comes from nature into something that we are more likely to understand. But this is just another reason. It's like, why would you be knocking on nature's door anyways to begin with? It's because you want to understand more of something about yourself, something about the world around you. And then if we were to look at the accounts of what is the nature of this, what is the nature of that, you have a quote here. It says, by its very nature, history is always a one-sided account, said by Dan Brown. Now, why is that? Is that because there's always a victor of the war and they get to write the textbooks? Perhaps that has something much to do with it, right? And so, by its very nature, history is always a one-sided account. Is there division then when it comes to opposing ideas? Is those ideas getting out to the public because of that? Are those ideas even allowed to be in circulation because of the victors of the war? You have to question how much in history has been lost that we can learn from, because we see all these quotes of the past being from history. Quote, not all those who wonder are lost. So wander, not necessarily just wonder, but all those who wander. So wander off into nature, going off somewhere unknown, somewhere of mystery. They perhaps don't always know where they're going. If they're in the right direction, perhaps doesn't mean that they're lost just because they don't know the exact right direction to go down. And this is a quote by J.R.R. Tolkien, who wrote The Lord of the Rings, for example, right? They went on this journey to one direction, and of course they had a direction, but they didn't know exactly where they would lead. They didn't know that there would be enemies along the way or which exact enemies they'd be facing, but they still went that way anyways because they knew it was destiny. They knew it was right to do. They knew they had to do it. Quote, when we tug at a single thing in nature, we find it attached to the rest of the world, by John Muir. And this is also a very symbolic quote of the connection that we all have to our universe. We are part of this harmony, and that, yeah, if we tug at it, we'll find that it's connected, but how do we tug at it? Are we tugging at it with force? Are we saying it must go this way? Or, that may cause the tree to fall down. That might cause the branch to fall off. We have to consider the trees, the boundaries, the branches that all exist within the same tree. Then that brings us to our next one. Quote, "The best way to predict the future is to create it," by Peter Drucker. And that is exactly the point, is we are born to create. We have this great ability as human beings, as willpower, to create whatever we want. It is up to us what we choose to do with our free will. And our willpower and our consciousness and our life that we're given. And it's amazing all we built so far, from technology to buildings sky high. And do we really want to keep that? Do we want to manifest in a world full of that? How much is too much? And what are our limitations is then the question. But I also look around, are people creating? Are you creative? Do you consider yourself a creative individual? Something that's really big to me in health. Quote, "There is something infinitely healing in the repeated refrains of nature, the assuredness that dawn comes after night and spring after winter. And this is representative of the cycle." And this was a quote by Rachel Carson of Silent Spring, who exposed much of the food industry, I believe, back in the 20s, if I'm correct. She was a scientist, studied the environment, exposed to a chemical called DDT. Anyways, this is a very accurate quote when it talks about how everything is not just connected, but how everything has this harmony to it, which has polarities. You have the sun in the morning, and you have the moon at night. This is a healing process. The moon actually helps grow foods. Farmers have studied the moon patterns. It actually moves the waves. It has some symbolics to hair growth even. The sun is obviously a source of all of life, but everything plays a big role in life. It's not just one thing. Quote, "One of the first conditions of happiness is that of the link between man and nature shall not be broken," by Leo Tolstoy. And that right there just says that we are basically attached to nature. We live in nature. We have this sense of wanting to be in nature. It's, again, our vacation spot. It is where we go to get fresh air, for example, another common saying. So it's something that we can't grow apart from. Quote, "Nature cannot be surprised in undress. Beauty breaks in everywhere," by Ralph Waldo Emerson. Exactly. When especially you see the world and all the beauty that exists everywhere, as we mentioned before, it is important to notice that if you really have an open mind to it, you really sit down present and you see the environment the way it is, as it is, without humans taking control of it, that is, uh, then you see it's a beautiful place. Now, let's say humans do take control, but they work with nature. What else would you get? You would probably get beauty as well, because now we're working with our nature, our intended nature, ourselves, and the nature of the environment. So yes, there is beauty everywhere, but do we see it? Do we create it? Do we help it manifest into action? Quote, "The health of the eye seems to demand the horizon. We are never tired so long as we can see far enough." And this is a quote by Ralph Waldo Emerson again. This is very telling as well, where people generally have this inner desire to seek the truth or know more about something. However, they are being blocked by other things. They are being distracted from what they truly want. We see this in health time again, as there's technology that takes up most of our lives, and we don't always have that time to do the introspection work, which really does require work and effort, to just be present, especially in a day and age where everything is going very fast paced. So, we are never tired, so as long as we can see far enough, this is very telling as to our perception and our awareness. You can think about all of these quotes that we're going over, and I encourage you to, because there's a lot we can learn. quote, all the effects of nature are only the mathematical consequences of a small number of immutable laws, by Pierre Simon Laplace. See, it's not just Mark Passio, it's not just John Locke and all these other folks. There's been people who have been studying the laws of nature for quite some time, and it's surprising to me how we don't teach it in school, but these are a small number of laws that can be abided to and create peace on earth simply by what is, and could actually teach us a lot about what is for that of truth if we want to seek truth. Now, this is more of a quote regarding nature and, again, the relationship with us as human beings, as we are perceiving a lot of these quotes just as is. Quote, nature, chaos was the law of nature. Order was the dream of man. That was said by Henry Adams. Okay, so chaos, the law of nature. You know, people want to say anarchy is chaos when it really just means no rulers. It doesn't mean no rules, it just means no rulers. And so isn't that interesting how we have many resources to use within nature, right? You have the good, you have the bad, and we kind of just have to discern from that and understand it, shall we want to be successful as human beings. So exactly, that's what it is. We are given a world that isn't perfect and not meant to be perfect. And what we do as human beings is try to create order out of the chaos. Now, that could be in some regards good, and in some other regards bad. You know, if we're working with nature, then we will embrace the chaos, and we will just put ourselves perhaps in order. We'll see more of how do we create order within the chaos without creating, let's say, you know, a global government or governments ruling over individuals, as we know if it's immoral and not abiding to natural law. So, you know, if chaos is one of those innate things that we see within nature, you know, among life, you know, you have evil in life, then how do we discern as human beings who are able to perceive and have willpower and have consciousness? You know, is it all a matter of what goes through us because we are the ones perceiving the information and taking it into action? And very much often it is. So let's move on. Quote, there will be an answer. Let it be. By Paul McCartney. Okay, now this is really big as well because it's talking about being present. And I mentioned that briefly before, but we will talk more about this because perhaps the truth should just let it rest on its own. But we do take action to those truths, for we do take actions from turning evil into something way more evil. And one such example is money. You know, you had forms of currency in the past, but now we're creating paper money, we're creating cryptocurrency, and the dependents have only grown into this era where we feel like it really actually runs everything. We feel like it's actually the biggest religion. And so this is a quote, I believe from Buddha Daily, I'm not sure where it comes from, but it says, money is the worst discovery of human life, but it is the most trusted material to test human nature. See, something could be either really bad and you could be down in the deeps for it, or you can use it as a test trial. You can use it as something to say, I can emerge stronger than this. I can learn from this, regardless of what it is, because it still exists within this reality. I can learn from this and become a stronger human being myself. Quote, the world is emblematic. Parts of speech are metaphors because the whole of nature is a metaphor of the human mind. By Ralph Waldo Emerson, again, who speaks much of nature. And I suggest you check out his writings for more on this. But metaphors, right? Comparing, making analogies, you know, a lot of different ironies we see within nature. It's amazing how we perceive it in such ways, and it's very reflective from what we create onto the world, and how everything is a matter of correspondence, you know, as above so below, and a lot of those principles that have been seen and tested through time. Quote, man masters nature not by force but by understanding. That is why science has succeeded where magic failed, because it has looked for no spell to cast on nature. And so this is saying, you know, going by what we trust, what we know, and we get that knowledge through a level of understanding, through a level of reasoning, and this learning from the world that we are here. not necessarily using force, telling people what to think, what to say. It's about understanding everything, right? For, let's say you were to invent something new. Perhaps it's something new that is based on something else, and you probably want to understand that something else before you create something new because it's based upon it. Otherwise, if you don't know what was based upon it, then it might be hard to start over. It might be hard to understand how you got there in the first place to where you can build off of that. In other words, it's you forgetting the roots to disease, you forgetting the roots to how this came about, so therefore you naturally disintegrate yourself and fall to the floor, just like any tree would without its roots. So this is a quote, by the way, by Jacob Bronowski. Quote, "Until a man duplicates a blade of grass, nature can laugh at his so-called scientific knowledge." This is said by Thomas Edison himself because of, again, our growing scientism, our thinking that, yes, science must prove everything, right? But nature proves to be always very powerful in the fact that we try to control everything. We try to control our grass, for example, as you see in this example of a quote. But we can't control it all. And as much as we want to, and as much as we like it, we do have to learn to live with it to an extent. Quote, "The nature of creativity is to make space for things to happen." And that is really big to what I'm trying to do here, with this video, is by providing a space of open knowledge, right? Where we have an open mind to what's to come. We have an open mind to what I'm presenting. We have an open mind to the ideas of the world, the open mind to nature itself, the very world that we live in. So the nature of creativity, to make space for things to happen, then that would probably include getting rid of the boundaries that are in our way, that are preventing us from opening up our mind, from opening up to possibilities, to seeking outside the box, right? And this was a quote by Ian McGilchrist. Quote, "If you live the questions, life will move you into the answers," right? Are you questioning the world around you? Are you questioning what you're living? This is really big because only then you can seek the answer. It starts with the question, right? Again, going to the roots to an answer is first asking a question, first having the thought before you have the invention. You need to progress before you have a result. What is a result anyways? It's just another, form of a progression that we can look at it as a way to always move forward. And this is a quote by Deepak Chopra. And, looking at this, it's, as you see in the picture, it's a road that moves on because we're asking questions. What is coming next? Are we ready for the next hill? Or what is this answer? What does it mean? There's always more questions to ask when we really open our mind to that creativity that we're creating for questions. Quote, "Nature tells every secret once," by Ralph Waldo Emerson. So the fact that we do hear the call from nature, we do hear the truth, we do live the truth, it's always around us. Every secret that there is to know is always shown to us one way or another, and it's just maybe perhaps a matter of comprehension and understanding and knowledge, as we've been talking about. Quote, "All art, all education can be merely a supplement to nature," by Aristotle. Now, isn't that big? The fact that everything that we're creating is basically just a supplement to nature. Maybe not necessarily complementary, right? Maybe it could be, but it's definitely a supplement to nature because we felt like it needed to exist. We felt the urge to create something that wasn't created in the exact form before. And this is the beauty, that is, of the human mind, is the ability to think and then create from those thoughts. And then going about opening up the mind, you have this quote here by Albert Einstein. Quote, "Our task must be to free ourselves by widening our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature and its beauty." If that doesn't say what all this is, then I don't know what does, because that's what this is about. It's not about one government, it's not about one nation, it's about all human beings. It's not about one belief either. It's about, one rooted eternal, universal message as a mission that is just here. We're here to express ourselves as human beings. We're here to just live our lives. Living creatures. Are we to be living? To begin with. You can be full of life, but you may not be consuming foods full of life. You could be full of life, but are you living your life? And the whole of nature, well, are we replacing nature? Are we seeking to be nature? And could we say that we're even free when our belief systems are often dependent on other forces? And then you wonder why perhaps people don't always have compassion. And the word passion is in it for a reason. You're going to likely create something if you have passion in you. You have that underlying motivation, the roots to everything. So perhaps go back to your roots, and then you can find perhaps yourself and your creativity and the knowledge that is there for you to see. Quote, open-minded people don't care to be right. They care to understand. There's never a right or wrong answer. Everything is about understanding, and that's exactly what this is about. It's not about being right. It's not about pushing one ideology or belief system onto you. It's about understanding where I come from, my perspective, but also the perspective of nature, which I'm not trying to speak for. I'm trying to understand just like you, and I want to be able to understand. I want other people to help me understand it more. And we could all help each other do that, then the world would probably be a better place, don't you think? Then we have here the quote, nature holds all the answers. Go outside and ask some questions. Open your heart and listen to the response. Again, how many quotes do you need to sum up this amazing phenomena that is just always happening and always there for us to understand, right? So we have these answers present. We just have to ask questions, and then based on these questions we can understand what this knowledge is here. What are we to do? Are we to love one another? Are we to listen to begin with? Are we to even use our consciousness to understand this? And I would say yes. And just that very ability to do so perhaps is being denatured in the world such as ours that seeks to imitate that ability through technology or seeks to replace it through other human beings. And that undermines our potential that we all have as human beings. And so this is a quote by Amethyst Wildfire. Quote, nature and truth are one and immutable and inseparable as beauty and love. Okay, and to say that there's a relationship between those, very well possible, as we do see, and that we will prove time and time again. This is a quote by Anna Brownell Jameson. Quote, read nature. Nature is a friend to truth. Nature is Christian, preaches to mankind, and bids dead matter aid us in our creed. By Edward Young. Okay, now, yeah, nature is of all religions because every religion, guess what, exists within nature. So if we're reading nature, perhaps, we're getting this fuller picture of what religion really is by its very nature. and looking at truth, well, we know that, natural law is in regards to the innate truth, the innate immutable, like whatever you want to call it. It's unbelievable, and it's here for us. It's what runs this world. So is it preaching to us? Is it giving us signals time and time again because of our failures? Trial and error. Do we listen to the mistakes that we make? Because the world can work with us if we choose to work with it. Quote, I am entering into the truth, into nature, by Paul Gauguin. So clearly I'm not the only one who thinks this way. And again, many people can abide to this. The fact that, we're entering this world, we're entering a place of serenity, we're entering a greater understanding, then yes, we are entering the truth. Quote, then truth is in nature, and I shall prove it, by Paul Cézanne. And again, there's always a whole bunch of things within this reality that we live in, and people want to prove this, they want to prove that. But what could we say that we can prove, that we can all prove, that we can all agree upon, is then the question. And nature as a concept, as an idea, as an understanding, I'd say, is the truth and has the truth. Now perhaps you want to call it the representation, but look at this quote: be truthful, nature only sides with truth. Because again, if you are in alignment with truth, you are in alignment with the natural laws. And this is a quote by Adolf Loos. Quote, nature's book always contains the truth. We must only learn to read it. By Sepp Holzer. Yes, the level of understanding that it takes to read, right? Because you must understand each word before you can read. You must understand what those words perhaps mean, and then being able to bring all those words together. It's like connecting the dots. It's like, getting the branches to the same tree. This is what it is to understand the truth, is that, yeah, we're many different people, but we're all on one same planet. We're all many different people, but we all have many things in common. So this is a beautiful thing to see. And literally, by see, that it means reading, that means observing, that means listening, means all our senses, as we were born to do, is at use. And so, quote, nature has planted in our minds an insatiable longing to see the truth. By Marcus Tullius Cicero. And this is representing the constant drive for wanting truth, not just truth in our personal lives or for our health or for our job or for whatever it may be, for destiny, you may want to call it, but the truth as a whole. We have this connection to nature, so it only makes sense that we have this drive for truth as well. Quote, the purpose of argument is to change the nature of truth. By Frank Herbert. Yes, we will get into many arguments and many controversies and people picking sides, but in reality, it's just changing the nature of how we perceive the truth. And how we perceive the truth is not the truth, but it helps us understand what the truth is, and therefore could distort the picture for many people of what the truth actually is, what the natural laws actually are, when in reality they speak much for themselves, and people speak much for themselves through their actions and through what they reflect and through what they preach to others, through what they project to others. And so this is very representative in reflection as well. But helping people see the truth is going to cause some arguments, some augmentations perhaps instead of arguments, some, changes in the nature of how we perceive things, just so people can better grasp and understand it, shall they want to use the help of other human beings to do so. We want to call our education system one that does so. Meanwhile, we don't teach natural laws. Meanwhile, we don't promote natural medicine. Meanwhile, we don't promote individual creativity in the seeking of knowledge and using ancient philosophy, wisdom, as we see here. So, quote, nature utters her voice in lessons of heavenly wisdom and eternal truth. By Ellen G. White. So heavenly wisdom, we see that natural law is the spiritual laws of the cosmos, and that they're eternal. No matter what time it is, they all apply. The grand teacher is nature itself. That is the grand teacher. So instead of going to somebody who perhaps perceives one way of it, go to the direct source of the truth, which is in nature, if that is the best physician, as we know by Hippocrates, another person who could be quoted on a lot of this. Quote, I believe fervently in the nature, in truth and imagination. I believe in the blood, in life, words and motivations. By Gail Garcia Bernal. So she believes fervently in the truth, in nature, in imagination. All these things go side by side. And the fact that there's blood in life, and there's words, and there's motivations, all these things to keep into account. And you have to question, what are we using most, especially as a way of learning, even in our education system, for example. Our education system that is, based on the Rockefellers' picture, perhaps may you say, is something that doesn't always inspire all these different things and all these different ways to see the world, perhaps. And of course, I'm presenting one way through nature, but nature contains all these many different ways, and that's the point here, is to get an understanding of where do we start looking, which direction do we start going? Because once we go in the right direction, once we start asking the questions, the answers start coming toward us. Quote, "A life in harmony with nature, the love of truth and virtue will purge the eyes to understanding her text," by Ralph Waldo Emerson. So a life in harmony with nature, the love of truth and virtue will purge the eyes to understanding her text. So again, take this how you wish, but you see how the truth is very hard to explain with words, and how it's a matter of understanding, the nature as to why something works if we want to optimize our future. So, is it like reading a book? Is it like opening up a whole new dimension? But it's a book that, are we writing because we're the ones perceiving it? Who's writing this book? Is this book, if it's eternal, are there limitations to the pages, or is it this infinite, force that we have to deal with? Let's look into this more. So we have many emotions that often run our world. One such example is fear. And it's a natural reaction. Quote, "Fear is a natural reaction to moving closer to the truth," by Pema Chodron. Okay? And this is saying that to face your fears, you're having bravery, you're having courage to stand up for what you believe in. Because the truth is controversial, right? You ever hear the expression, kick in the face of reality, and reality is hard to face, and people don't want to face the truth, and all these different types of quotes as well. And so it's fear that often keeps people from doing what they want to do, especially even in their health or in their life, in their career, whatever it may be. To understand that's often the very thing you need to get over yourself. Shall you want to move yourself toward truth? And again, when you are an example of truth, then it reflects to the rest of the world. Quote, "But speak the truth, and all nature and all spirits help you with unexpected furtherance. Speak the truth, and all things alive or brute are vouchers, and the very roots of the grass on the ground there do seem to stir and move to bear you witness," by Ralph Waldo Emerson. And you see the depths he goes into when talking about nature, is that everything works in this harmony, and it's something that takes a level of understanding even to understand the text about nature, let alone nature itself in the reality of its motions. You start to see how everything comes into place when you understand the world around you, when you start to be conscious and see the motions at work, because you are conscious and you have this ability to see and you're using it. So let's move on. Based on the idea of the physician and the teacher, well, nature, cheaper than therapy. Quote, "We often forget that we are nature. Nature is not something separate from us. So when we say that we have lost our connection to nature, we have lost our connection to ourselves," by Andy Goldsworthy. And this is what I've been saying about the reflection, the transcendence, be the change that you want to be in the world. As Gandhi said, this is exactly what it is. It's like, what are we doing to our world? Is it good or bad for the world? It's about what we're doing to ourselves and how we are perceiving the world. It's all going through us, and then we make those actions, based upon what's going on. So it's really, all looking at ourselves. If we're willing to, instead of pointing elsewhere, start pointing at ourselves, then yes, the world could change in a very positive favor, especially if we're working with nature, because we are looking at ourselves and we are questioning what is the truth, and the truth is in nature, the truth is in ourselves. Quote, "Within nature lies the cure for humanity." Quote, "The human spirit needs places where nature has not been rearranged by the hand of man." Okay, and this is, quote, I don't know who it's from, but again, this is something very symbolic, because we do have this attachment to nature, so you can only, question how much are we connected to where we want to just abandon the world around us if it's so crowded full of people and people are always getting in our way and always making judgments about us. And a lot of that, you may say, is human nature, especially manifested over time or with other influences. But how do we even think better? How do we think more clearly? How do we clear our mind to begin with? How do we live more at peace with ourselves? Perhaps it's going not just far away from the crowd of dissent and controversy, but somewhere that hasn't been touched by the hand of man, because, well, there is beauty to see everywhere in what nature has provided, not necessarily what man has created. Okay, I mean, this stuff lasts, and you can see bird poop on the ground and it won't even make a difference because everything's still beautiful in nature. And sure, there may be storms and stuff like that, but everything comes back into place as long as man doesn't mess with the ecosystem and in negative ways in particular. So the human spirit, we're attached spiritually, right? Like the spiritual laws that run this universe. Again, and take this how you wish. Quote, there are only two mistakes one can make along the road to truth: not going all the way and not starting. I believe that's a quote by Aristotle. However, this picture here does not have a source, but you can see that there's always a constant motion in nature. There's always a constant change. Human beings want to stick on to what is just there, but even though they're not present, and they find themselves drifting off, going with the wind, and the wind just takes them by surprise, and they end up in the tornado. Instead of standing up, maybe getting some pre-warnings of the tornado because of the winds coming their way and the messages that are coming their way. But it's not just that, right? It's like you're presented with these opportunities. Do you take them? And how far do you take them? If you have a belief system, you have an idea that is so true. Like, for example, if you are to promote natural law, or the fact that nature is moreover the answer to this world, to whether it comes to disease or whatever, then are you going to go all the way? Are you going to be the one to talk to your neighbors, talk to your family, talk to your friends about your beliefs because you believe in them? Are you going to understand where I'm coming from with this? Are you going to understand where all these many past philosophers have gone with this? How far are you willing to go to understand this? Does it mean a lot to you, to the future generations? Do you want to save lives? Do you want to live in a better world because it's harmonized with the world? Well, then we might have to ask, maybe we want to start, and then maybe want to continue, because as long as we are progressing, we are still progressing. It doesn't matter how fast or slow, but don't be afraid to go all the way, because we're going to need every individual on this earth if we really want a big change. Quote, if you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything, by Mark Twain. And perhaps the same could be said for understanding. Once you have this great ability called common sense, which a lot of people say is missing in today's society, you get this a lot from understanding natural law and the rhythms of the world, the patterns that arise, however you may want to put it, the common knowledge that is out there, the common sense, right? That's what it is. So you don't have to just tell the truth. You understand the truth. That is the truth, is having this ability to understand and reason with others, and seek out morality and live as you are intended. You don't have to remember anything when you know what is true, and you're able to base everything off of the truth, because you have the underlying fundamentals. You have the roots to which any tree can then grow. You have the seeds to which multiple plants can grow. And that's often what we're doing here, is planting the seeds of knowledge, planting the seeds of, human wisdom. What's going to arise from this is ultimately up to you, not up to me. It is up to all of us, together. So, quote, hope is nature's veil for hiding truth's nakedness, by Alfred Nobel. Do you have hope for what is to come? Do you have direction for what's to come? Do you see the truth of what is to come? And hiding truth's nakedness, is truth very out there? And are we using hope as a way to escape it, or a way to promote it? What are we hoping for? Where do we put our beliefs in? That's what questions matter. Now, this is really telling to how people perceive the truth, how people perceive nature then, right? Because many of us are going to, again, have this knowledge pass through us. And what do we choose to do with it? What do we choose to promote from that? So this quote says, "The plastic virtues, purity, unity, and truth keep nature in subjection." Okay, by Guillaume Apollinaire. And again, I don't know this person, but this is a very good quote because it's talking about how people may use nature, the objective reality that we live in, to create their subjective, their opinion-based, their personal-based values. Again, are they projecting? Are they going based off of the objective underlying natural laws of the universe? Or are they making these plastic virtues, like saying they're going to unify everybody and that they are living the truth and that they are promoting the truth, when in reality, nature itself is the truth and it's just being kept in subjection, so that way people may never see nature's objection, which has this amazing innate universal blueprint that I'm sharing with you today, and as Mark Passio has shown, and as many other historians have shown time and time again. For, if we are to look at the relationship between nature and truth, this quote also puts it into perspective. Quote, "It is in the nature of truth not to be at fault," by Natur4l. Okay, because the world doesn't do things by mistake. Everything is designed in a way so that everything happens and manifests a certain way. This is why natural law is also considered cause and effect. Quote, "Nature is an outcry, unpolished truth, the art a euphemism, tamed wilderness," by Dejan Stojanovic. And this is representing the natural anarchy that just lives within nature, how nothing is perfect. However, it is an art, and it is a wild-like animal, for example. And perhaps sometimes we try to tame it, we try to take it into control, but in reality it has much of itself under control, and so therefore we're facing control mechanisms that are already built into the world, and we are acting as if we can try to then control those mechanisms or override them, and we have dangers that come with that as an expense. Quote, "The true lover of knowledge naturally strives for truth, and is not content with common opinion, but soars with undimmed and unwearied passion till he grasps the essential nature of things," by Plato. Okay, who's also tends to be very close to Aristotle. He's another Greek philosopher, may you say, who had many great quotes on this, and we'll go through more, but he's saying that to seek the truth, it isn't, again, subjective. It is an objective truth that lives within the entire universe. And once we start grasping onto the essential nature of things, we start getting a passion, and we start to love even more knowledge. It's like, starting to eat the right foods and feeling better, we start to just want more of that. We just strive for truth because we live the truth. We saw the truth. It lives within us. We embrace it because we want to just go full ahead into truth. And, again, how far will you go if you truly believe in it? Do you want to go the full extra mile? And I'm talking to people too in the health field. You want to find the truth in the body, the truth of how the body works so you can heal disease. Well, this society as a whole, the culture, the belief system, which clearly dictates much of the actions as it is and much overrides nutrition and all these other factors, that is going to be influenced, especially in a world where nature is not of consideration. Quote, "Seek not greatness, but seek truth, and you will find both," said by Horace Mann. Okay, so you don't have to be this great figure of truth or greatness or whatever, because if you do seek the truth, and as long as you do seek the truth, you will find greatness. You will find good coming to you. You will find your body healing, for example, right? It's just a matter of, do we understand truth to the extent that it does? Do we understand truth to the extent of common sense, or to cause and effect of what has manifested over time? Because it could be harder to see that truth, being that there's all these other distractions and boundaries in the way. So perhaps if we eliminate the boundaries, the truth will become more clear as day to see, and then we, yes, can be called great, shall we say. And really, what does it mean to be great? What does it mean to be happy, right? Perhaps, what does it mean to be successful? And that would be to be happy, right? And so here's a quote. He is rich who is content with the least, for contentment is the wealth of nature, by Socrates. And again, I'm sorry if I'm not saying the names right here, but the people here have, for many years, their statements gone underseen, undervalued, underlooked, when in reality they had much to grasp, much to learn from, right? So instead of this paper fiat currency that is fake, we have real wealth, which is contentment and being happy with what you have. And does being content include being present, include having patience? Well, let's look upon this. Hopefully you're starting to connect a lot of the ideas that are presented here, because there's always so much to learn from, right? So it says, quote, "The truth is, the science of nature has been already too long made only a work of the brain and the fancy. It is now high time that it should return to the plainness and soundness of observations on material and obvious things," said by Robert Hooke, right? The growing need for common sense, the growing need for simplicity in a world of built complexity and having to do this and having to do that. Meanwhile, you get to choose who you want to be. No, when you're limited to money, or when you're limited to belief systems, you can't say you have freedom if just because it's written on a piece of paper. We have freedom innately in nature, and we simply have boundaries in place that limit our freedoms, when in reality it doesn't have to be there, and it's just a pigment of the mind, right? So what is going on here? We have this great science of nature itself. That's the greatest science, perhaps, of them all. And our brain makes so much of it. Our heart, perhaps, is more connected to it. All works together, all works in harmony. But this quote is saying that it's high time that we should return to nature, getting back down to the roots, getting back down to earth, getting back down to who we are, right? When you say someone down to earth, it's because they're a nice person, they're somebody who generally is respectful. Well, much like common sense, it is plain, it is sound, and they're just making simple observations. They're being as they meant to be. They have more direction within their life, right? So, and again, if you have trouble with this as an individual such as yourself, that's perfectly fine. We are all here to help each other, and that's exactly what this is to promote. We have observations on material things, and material things are obviously controlling our life nowadays, more and more. And so if we make these observations on some of the most obvious things, including natural law, which is basically everywhere, okay, then maybe we can start to open our eyes very far, because it's like, why haven't I seen this the whole time? Why haven't I understood this? And then going about it to try to seek truth. You have all these truth finders out there, all these people in the independent media claiming that, they're finding the truth and they're representations of truth. Well, quote, "An army of philosophers would not be sufficient to change the nature of error and make it truth, because error is an error, truth is a truth. This is innate, this is objective reality. You can't make an error into truth if it is already an error." Okay, now yes, there are different phenomenons in place and different cycles and time, but the truth stands for itself, and that cannot be stated enough. And the fact that many people are taking it many different ways, and that is expected of humankind. And this is a quote by Averroes, okay? And so no matter how many philosophers we have out there, it's not going to be enough to change error, make it truth, because the truth is all around us. It's already here, folks. We have highly overstated and underestimated so many different things. We overlook things all the time. So for when one says that it's obvious, or one says that why don't you see this? You should question and say, well, where are they coming from? Why do they believe what they believe? So, quote, the idea that some lives matter less is the root of all that is wrong with the world. Okay, so that the idea that some lives matter less is the root of all that is wrong with the world, right? The fact that people are willing to just undermine some life for the greater good or for the majority rule, this is not the way truth lives if truth lives everywhere. Okay? And so, do we have an alignment with truth? Which seeks for each individual that's within its reality, you know, it doesn't have feelings of its own, but it has our as we are born, our ability to align with the truth. Are we willing to do that, and then have good received back to us? Hence, the law of attraction is natural law. If we seek good, if we work in alignment with good, we're going to receive good back. So, saying that some lives don't matter and we can do this instead, we're ruling over humanity. This is not right. This is not a good practice. So I agree with this quote by Paul Farmer. Quote, spirituality is a brave search for the truth about existence, fearlessly peering into the mysterious nature of life. Okay, so we talked about how these natural laws are also spiritual laws and how they help us see the truth as it is objectively. And that is all about our existence. It is all about everywhere. So, having spirituality, having something to believe in, something that you're going toward it, and without fear, you're looking into mystery, something that will only cause you to ask more questions, therefore receive more answers about the life that we are living in. So how many questions are you asking is based on how much mystery perhaps are you creating within your life. Do you want to say everything's figured out and all the scientists know better and they know better, so I shouldn't decide for myself? Then you probably won't be expanding your mind very much, I would assume, right? And so this is a quote by Elizabeth Lesser. Quote, I believe man suffers from an appalling ignorance of his own nature. I produce my own view in the belief that it may be something like the truth. By William Golding. And this is very telling, the way he words this, especially toward the end, saying this may be something like the truth, and the fact that people are ignorant of their own nature. And this quote, I'd say, most of these quotes I really encourage you to look upon and think upon for yourself, which is why I'm going based upon them and talking to you about my thoughts on them, even though I'm sure I can go on. I want you to also sit down and think about each one, because I'm sure there's a lot to think about. This is something to keep in mind, that yes, there is an overwhelming amount of ignorance to the truth, which includes their own nature and nature of the world around them. And that includes, your own beliefs of the world is going to shape the way you see things. So, this is very interesting, the fact that he said, I produce my own view in the belief that it may be something like the truth, because he's trying to tell the truth. So he doesn't want to be ignorant of his own matter in life, and this is very telling. Making those disclaimers, it seems as only growing in necessity, especially in a world where people will think something of you when clearly that is far from truth of intention. So, quote, I respect those that tell me the truth no matter how hard it is. And this is just a general quote, don't know who it's from, but, looking at it, have respect for those who are trying to do good, who have intentions that are genuinely good. But can we come together in some shape or form, somewhere at some time, upon one premises that is universal and eternal? That's the only question that I particularly have. Because if we really want to unite the world, we need to get clear on what that is and have a direction to go in. Otherwise, we're going to be misled in several different directions while the elite moves forward with their one agenda, often as the case for many governments. So, do you respect those who try their best in seeking the truth and seeking it objectively, no matter how hard it can be, because they even have to go through their own roadblocks and their mindsets? Hopefully they're open to what you have to say too, and they're open for conversation and to reasoning with you, so that way you may understand what they have understood. See how they portray themselves. If they're projecting and reflecting in ways that are counterintuitive, then you may have to question that too, because guess what? By questioning even others or anything in this life, you will seek answers as long as you do question. Some of these quotes, I'm just going to let them stand for themselves, especially if they are more understanding, perhaps at first view. Like this one, quote, "Look deep into nature and then you will understand everything better," said by Albert Einstein. How deep do you want to look? How deep are you looking? Questions that I'm just adding on to the quote that it stands as a question within itself. Quote, "All truth is eternal. Truth is nobody's property. No race, no individual can lay in any exclusive claim to it. Truth is the nature of all souls," by Swami Vivekananda. Don't know how to say that name, sorry, but yeah, the truth is eternal. A wrong is a wrong. A right is a right. There is no exceptions to that. You cannot make a wrong into a right, for example, as by the natural law. You can't change certain things. Some people want to say, I want things back to the way they used to be. I want traditions promoted, and it's not being promoted anymore. And while I have to agree with that, the traditions will always be here. The problem is it's being suppressed. It's just being pushed down, but it's always here. And that's why the cycles tend to recreate it back into emergence. But when they stop the cycle itself, then yes, you have to worry. And what we are proposing is an end to their end to our life, okay? Because they shouldn't be able to determine the end to our lives. We should be able to determine that for ourselves, and we can live in harmony with nature to where the cycles are natural, but where we can also be self-sustainable to keep those cycles doing least harm as possible. Okay, so, truth is nobody's property. I don't claim to know the truth either. Okay, I cannot claim to say that I know all of the truth. No one person can say that. Okay, so that's what this quote is saying. Quote, "The goal of life is to make your heartbeat match the beat of the universe, to match your nature with nature." A quote by Joseph Campbell. Now, this is also really key, because if we are to live in harmony with nature, we want to make sure that our hearts align, that our mind is aligned, that our soul is aligned. Okay, it's not just one or the other. It's all such together, as we have seen in truth being with nature as well. Then yes, we want to match with nature if we want to match with truth. And hear that as the goal of life, right? So then you have this quote, "Unless you expect the unexpected, you will never find truth, for it is hard to discover and hard to attain." Yes, we've talked about how the truth is hard to face. Reality, it's very hard to face. And this is a quote, by the way, by Heraclitus on nature. And you can see that, in this picture, he's got this pain in his eyes, because it could be hard, especially for one who maybe goes most of their life without knowing some truths that have been there the whole time, and then they want to research, they want to do more with their lives, and they realize it's too late, that they could have done something, so they have to just kind of live with it. And they feel helpless, when in reality they had full control that entire time. They could have done something with it. And so, we are to inspire people to do as they are to do, and expect the unexpected, to see, well, yeah, there is a natural mystery to this universe if we want to be creative, if we want to get imaginative, and continue on this expression of art that is beauty, that is nature, that is truth. Oftentimes, you see a lot of these ironies are at play. I mean, it's not just in the principle of correspondence, in the principle of polarity, but you have these ironies everywhere in different ways of perception. And so, quote, "Man is the most insane species. He worships an invisible God and destroys a visible nature, unaware that the nature he is destroying is this God he is worshipping." by Hubert Reeves. And how telling could one quote be, as we've seen with the other quotes, in connecting this idea that, why destroy nature if it is essentially the living span of our nature, and we are very reflective as to what we do to the environment, as to what's going on in our body, but it always starts with us and what we decide to do, with the world around us. So are we the most insane species? I know Mark Twain said, for example, that we're the lowest animal. You have to question, why did they say that? Then, quote, politicians are like diapers. They both need changing regularly and for the same reason, by Mark Twain. This is a rather humorous quote because, well, they both need changing regularly and for the same reason. So they're always being used, thrown away, and eventually, guess what? Like diapers, perhaps we can just get rid of them altogether once we grow up and realize what's really going on here. Do we really need these diapers anymore? Do we need this for the safety of our world, the quote unquote safety, quote unquote security, quote unquote illusion of what freedom is? And we're going to start connecting some other quotes too that maybe don't always have the word nature in them, see, because this is about understanding the greater truths to the world and using nature as sort of that more universal gateway toward that. And you see, quote, the truth is more important than the facts. And again, debunking this left brain scientism that wants to get all the facts straight. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the truth. Science does not necessarily correlate with natural law. Okay, and this is a quote again by Frank Lloyd Wright. Okay. Then, quote, natural forces within us are the true healers of disease, by Hippocrates, who I mentioned is the father of Western medicine. And he talks much of how nature is really the true healer of everything, and that if a physician wants to treat a disease, they must go through nature to do so. With nature. Quote, truth is by nature self-evident. As soon as you remove the cobwebs of ignorance that surround it, it shines clear, by Mahatma Gandhi. Okay, so Gandhi, you're going to see a lot of quotes from him too as well, and you see that, again, reassuring the fact that if we just eliminate the boundaries from our lives, the truth starts to become more clear as to what we should do, and we're less confused, and we're less distracted, and we're less pushed in one direction or another, and we're less being used for agendas that absolutely have no correlation or balance or harmony with nature and the truths that surround our world. Quote, the best and shortest road towards knowledge of truth is nature, by the ancient Egyptian proverb. So again, saying that truth through nature is one such ways that is the best and the shortest road towards knowledge. And then going along Gandhi's lines of being who you want to be in this world, you have this quote, a man is what he thinks about all day long, by Emerson, because we have to keep in mind that what we've been programmed to believe, it means that it is something that is set deep in stone. Some of it is like a very compact crystal that takes a lot of mining to break, because it's just so hard and compact. It requires a lot of work and tear to try to tear that apart. And so some people can be very hard to convince by mentality, even if the truth is all around present. And you need to keep in mind that even if you do believe in one thing or another, if you think about it all the time, it starts to become ingrained in your own brain, and to another person is going to be like, well, why is it that you're so passionate about this? And why is it that this is happening? And, I genuinely believe in the cause here of what I'm promoting here with the truth, and being that it's in nature. And I believe that everybody can agree to this, because I've seen, by quick, easy YouTube search, everybody is saying nature is the answer, and everybody from all sorts of different religions can agree, and that everybody feels better with nature when it comes to medicine or any such thing. and then seeing the importance of natural laws. So, I may think about it all day long, but I also feel about it, and then I also see about it, and it becomes, yes, my perception, as all things that I truly do believe in. So just keep that in mind, that if you truly believe in something, that you will think a lot much of it, and you will have some natural cognitive dissonance, which means that you create sort of an echo chamber that you do have to be cautious of yourself if you want to emerge and think innovatively, and for open-mindedness for other people who might have basically the same idea but with a different perspective. So this is another slide from Mark Passio. If you'd like to know what natural law means by its very definition, you see that natural means inherent, having a basis in nature, reality, and truth, not made or caused by humankind. So again, you see the words nature and truth being side by side, okay? And then you have law, an existing immutable condition which is binding and immutable, cannot be changed. So this is the law of the universe, and we've made other laws that we say to obey and that we say that we cannot challenge, but in reality these are the laws that we cannot challenge by the innate universe. There is no way of reversing this. We could only suppress it in its works or keep it from the public. I mean, could we really suppress it? We can only just keep it at a perception, because it's always at work within our universe. And knowing that our perception turns into our actions, then yes, we can change the world through having that knowledge of natural law, having that knowledge of the innate truths, because it only then makes sense, because our perceptions become our reality. Okay, so we have, quote, trees are sanctuaries. Whoever knows how to speak to them, whoever knows how to listen to them, can learn the truth. They do not preach learning and precepts. They preach undeterred by particulars the ancient law of life. A quote by Hermann Hesse, if I'm saying that correct. And this is also very speaking to the fact that there are laws in our universe that nobody can change, and they do speak to us, and it's just a matter of we listen. They may not have feelings, and we may want to act as if they are, in essence of a consciousness human being, and we do have different forms of that called religion and so forth, of the belief systems about that. But it all comes down to this natural law of our universe that we've all sought to understand and utilize in the many different forms. Realize that this is the source of life, if this is the root, if this is the key to all the many doors that open up all the prisons and all the cages on this world prison. Shall we all be enslaved? And yes, we are to be free through the laws of nature, through trees as sanctuaries, places to be peace, to be at peace, to receive the oxygen, the right balance, simply by the very nature of what trees do to give us their molecules. We give them our molecules. Everything is to work in a harmony with us included, in them included as well. Quote, it's not what you look at that matters, it's what you see, by Henry David Thoreau. So not necessarily that you're looking at that or you're looking at this, but rather what you see from that. Again, it's like having the difference between knowledge and understanding of that knowledge. Okay, you can look at something like a math equation and it doesn't mean much to you, but once you start seeing what it actually means, then it starts to mean a lot to you. So you may say that look is the same thing as see, but seeing is you're looking much deeper than what you're actually just looking at. Perhaps in this quote as it's being demonstrated. Now, if there's a different interpretation, please, of course, share that. That's what the great thing about quotes is about. Quote, nature is inexorable. If men do not follow the truth, they cannot live. A quote by Calvin Coolidge, okay? And the word inexorable, it represents impossible to stop or prevent. So nature, again, in its works by itself. And it is then up to us if we want to follow the truth, as it says in this quote, and that will ultimately decide if we live or not. And may you say also, if we live good or not, live happy or not, live healthy or not. They all go side by side, because if you are to live, you are to often live healthy and happy, and as you are intended to do. Quote, by starting from the ground and tapping into the absolute, uncheatable truth of nature, we can make ourselves better, by Monty Untitled. Okay, and this is representative for the fact that if you are in the roots, not just by looking at the root cause of things within our universe and asking the why, which is the main question, but also perhaps being a farmer as our nations were grown to be in, right? Having family businesses, having family farms. So being at the roots to your family and the roots to how people are supposed to make a living, but also the roots to the soil that you dig upon if you are a farmer or working with the soil, as does this guy, Monty Don, who wrote a book with a quote says a decade in the garden. So clearly he has his influence from working in the garden, working with roots, and saying that uncheatable truth of nature, we can make ourselves better if we tap into that. The uncheatable truth of nature, starting from the ground and tapping into the absolute, the truth of nature, we can make ourselves better. Without cheating, without, rigging the system and doing all this other stuff that makes this a denatured reality, we go right to nature itself and we can become a very good person. We can do good for the world around us. That is what this is about saying, perhaps if you were to look at it from a different point of view. Then we have the quote, the function of prayer is not to influence God, but rather to change the nature of the one who prays, by Soren Kierkegaard. And this is actually extremely telling. And, the churches ask for money all the time when money is the root of all evil. And the churches do a lot of things that go without mention of natural law, even though many of the religions can abide to the golden rule, which is natural law. You see that, if you're praying for something, it's likely something you want within your own life. And when you're asking of it of an external force, you have to question, well, is it really just going to come through such ways, or are there requirements to attaining what you want via the natural law, God's law of the universe? And so, therefore, by understanding natural law, we start to understand, perhaps, you may say, God or nature or the world around you, and you are changing the way you think because of the way that you're perceiving the world, and because of what you're doing, it's very reflective to what you're thinking. You want change, so you are going to change yourself in one way or another. You're going to pray and you're going to think and you're gonna hope, and it's going to give you more faith toward moving on, and it's going to change you simply by praying itself. Okay, so that's just one example, and you may say another is meditation or several other practices among other religions or philosophies, ideologies that people will use to help themselves feel better and help themselves give them hope and feel more in alignment with who they are, being present, being with nature. So you have a quote here, we cannot command nature except by obeying her, by Francis Bacon. Okay, and so we cannot command nature, meaning not ruling over nature, not making man's law over natural law, except by obeying natural law to begin with, obeying nature, which is here all around us all the time. Okay, so this is telling to the world that we're creating based on nature. Why are we trying to be God is the very problem of where we are now. If we see problems arise, that is because we are looking at the world around us in a state of enslavement that it is in, if it's being ruled over by human beings that aren't ruled over another human being, without consent nonetheless. Quote, nature's cures implies that the treatment should be the cheapest and the simplest possible, by Gandhi. The cheapest and the simplest possible. And that would be true then to, I'd say, the truth among our politics, our laws, and what we create ideology-wise is it should be the cheapest and simplest possible. Our mind, just our very actions, our very being, is it simple to be present, to just live your life, to not rule over one another and having to control everything that goes on in our life and feel like we always need a constant need of security? Or is it simple to just be self-sustainable and just live your own life and treat one another with kindness? What is it that is simplest if we want a cure to the problem that we are in? and the cheapest without having expense on other human beings. We have to question that to applying it to all scenarios. Okay, a cure to what? Not just a disease, but the problems we are in. This cheapest and simplest possible. What would that be? This is a quote by Gandhi. And to assure you that while the knowledge is there, it's a matter of how we take this knowledge and bring it into action. You can put wisdom and action very well together when you list out the steps as to how to create change in our manifested reality. So, quote, knowledge speaks, but wisdom listens, by Jimi Hendrix. Okay, so wisdom is what listens to the knowledge that speaks. Quote, truth can only be seen by those with truth in them, by Susie Kazem. So, again, changing yourself before the world can then be changed, because it requires yourself. And then also applying this quote to the body and how we may see health and disease. Well, changing what's inside of you from the inside out, you are then healing the body of the problem. And so if you're going to fix the system, you better ought to heal it inside out, not outside in, but rather inside out. So the people who are part of the system themselves, and the people who make up the system for the majority and give the control to the system, those are the people that need to seek the truth within themselves if we want the truth of the whole world to be manifested in response. And that truth manifesto, as we know, lives among nature. So you have this quote, "We must return to nature and nature's God," by Luther Burbank. Quote, "Three things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth." And this is a quote by Buddha. And are we surprised, right? Because the sun and the moon are part of the principles of polarity, part of the natural law. May you seek out to learn what it's about. And then seeing that the truth is all around us and in nature, which we consider the sun and the moon, it all makes sense. It all starts to come together. And if it cannot be hidden, therefore we are enlightening the people, we are getting rid of the occult, the hidden knowledge, we are bringing the knowledge to the people, and it's a matter of wisdom and action to understanding that knowledge, to bring it to action, to bring it to the manifested reality, to basically what that means is have truth present within the universe and embracing the truth. You know, what is this truth? Is it controversy that's natural? Yes. Is it, chaos that is sometimes natural? Yes. And is it peace that we make of our own lives out of this chaos that is natural? Then yes. And we don't have to fear of these major conflicts of harm that kill millions of people, through these people who are called themselves government and man's law and man's medicine that has failed itself time and time again, but yet seeks promises that are of the denatured very nature self. Like by the very nature, these things are not of nature. So why should we trust this? Why should we say that this is the truth when in reality it is far from the truth? It is the exact opposite. And better yet, I want to speak of alignment and being in harmony with nature, but there's a better way to word things, and there often always is when it comes to finding and getting perspective of the objective truth. And like, for example, this quote, "In nature there are neither rewards nor punishments, there are consequences," because the natural law is about the consequences to our actions, okay? And this is a quote by Robert Greene Ingersoll. Okay, so we have consequences to our behavior. They are not right, or they may not be, they're not going to give you and say, because they don't have emotions. Obviously, these natural laws, they don't have emotions. They're not going to say that it's a good thing or a bad thing, but there are right and wrong, objective morality within the universe. Okay, from our perspective upon this, but these are not rewards nor punishments. A reward to one person could be a punishment to another. Okay, but right and wrong are two objective differences that we've distinguished, as what is in alignment with natural law and what isn't. That is as simple as it may be. So the consequences are basically the response mechanisms that are in place to all the actions and all the thoughts that are in place. Of course, again, if you want to learn more about that, I suggest looking at Mark Passio's Natural Law Seminar. He's one of the most modern teachers on the subject and has gathered the most information about it. Very well worded in case you really want a specific picture of how these things work. I'm just giving you a general idea, a general consensus that is based on nature. You can see it as super complex or you can see it as super simple, and that's the beauty of this. Okay, so then you have here, for example, a poem, Advice from a Tree. Dear friend, stand tall and proud, sink your roots deeply into the earth, reflect the light of your true nature, think long term, go out on a limb, remember your place among all living beings, embrace with joy the changing seasons, for each yields its own abundance, the energy and birth of spring, the growth and contentment of summer, the wisdom to let go like leaves in the fall, the rest and quiet renewal of winter. Feel the wind and the sun and the light in their presence. Look up at the moon that shines down upon you, and the mystery of the stars at night. Seek nourishment from the good things in life, simple pleasures, earth, fresh air, light, be content with your natural beauty, drink plenty of water, let your limbs sway and dance in the breezes, be flexible, remember your roots, and enjoy the view. And this is a poem by, I believe it's Aylan Shamir, and this is Advice from a Tree. So we can learn from any element within nature, which tends to be why poetry is so famous as it is, as you've had from many different writers, such as Ralph Waldo Emerson or artists like Robert Frost, right? And you have this great art that is simply there, but you can take from any part of this poem and see how it connects to us and how we are like a tree, with our roots being our feet planted in the soil and our hair being the extension of the branches, it's the leaves. And to think long term, to be of your true nature, to stand tall and proud, to embrace the changing seasons, what is right, what is wrong, find your place, the energy, the growth, the wisdom, as we've talked about, from the knowledge, from the awareness, the rest and quiet, which is necessary. The biggest part of your health is sleep, okay? And having that water, having all the nourishment, which is nutrition, because that's what it means in Latin, having the mystery so we can have that constant creative ability shine for ourselves if we want to continue the truth and the mission and the message. Okay, looking up to the moon, being in alignment with nature and the natural rhythms that be. Okay, so that is all within each other. And then embracing just the natural beauty, embracing being content. You see those being content, what does it actually mean to be content? Is it living with what you have and feeling good with what you have? Is it the mentality that sets it to what you feel about what you have? This is a question that you have to ask yourself. Do you enjoy the view or do you complain about the view? As a tree, you live within your environment and you make the best of it, right? This is what a plant is to do. This is what the blueprint is to do when you listen to it, when you use it. See, the great power of human consciousness is to choose what we choose to do, what we choose to do with our actions, what we choose to do with our thoughts, what we choose to do with what is given to us. So that is just part of being a human being. So a tree may not have that same consciousness as us. It doesn't have that same nervous system, which is why it doesn't feel pain, but it still feels responses to its environment. Okay, so everybody has this response to their environment. You call it stimuli or whatever it may be. We have these response mechanisms like the consequences of natural law, but that is specifically talking about our actions, like what comes of our actions and our thoughts, and looking at the perception of the world around us. So what are your thoughts from this poem? What do you think that this means? Advice from a tree. A tree has many years of wisdom, goes beyond humans' time length, so you can expect that it's very related then to technology, which may go beyond humans' time length and may have a lot of wisdom to share, though more upfront, less to learn of mystery. So it's going to have a lot of downsides to it, especially since it's not of nature. So you have to question, how imitative is technology to how dangerous it can be, and what can we learn from nature already as is? There's much to learn from nature than there is a search engine like Google or any technology. Quote, if the natural tendencies of mankind are so bad that it is not safe to permit people to be free, how is it that the tendencies of these organizers are always good? Do not the legislators and their appointed agents also belong to the human race, or do they believe that they themselves are made of a finer clay than the rest of mankind? This is a quote by Frederick Bastiat, and this tells us that the people who are in power, simply by their very nature, they're still human beings like you and I, and they are not superhuman. They do not possess powers that are above natural law. We all live among this natural law. Do we abide to that, or do we abide to these man-made laws that tell people if they're free or not, that tell people things that, well, should be rather obvious if you take a look around the world around you? Quote, to be even-minded is the greatest of virtue. Wisdom is to speak the truth and act in keeping with its nature. A quote by Heraclitus. And you have this idea again of balance, so having an even mind between the left brain and the right brain being the greatest virtue, the center fold, the path of truth, right? The simple deist way of looking at the world, as we'll cover. And the wisdom is to speak the truth, as we've seen that wisdom is our actions coming from the thoughts, right? And we do think before we speak, many like to say, and act in keeping with its nature. Keeping with its nature. Do we keep nature alongside what we speak and what we do and what we consider the truth? Is that part of our wisdom? Is that part of becoming even-minded? Because that is what this is saying. Quote, the best things in life aren't things. This is some quotes that I don't know where it comes from, but it shows here on this picture on the wall that, yeah, quite ironic. We can write it on a thing, but the best things in life aren't things. So it doesn't matter how much I talk or what I say, or people will perceive things of me for what I look and so forth. But the truth is, there's always more truth than what meets the eye. What meets these words that we use. There's feelings. There's more than just our words. I've talked about how there's more than just the brain, there's more than just the heart. They all work together. So let's all use all of them, not just one or the other. So the best things in life are not things, especially not material things, especially not materialistic, possessive things that cause us to want more of things that don't matter because they don't have consciousness, they don't have life. They don't have something that actually gives back any worth or any value that is to the natural law, that is to our nature. Quote, the adventure of life is to learn. The purpose of life is to grow. The nature of life is to change. A quote by William Arthur Ward. So the adventure of life is to learn, which we know through learning we create this journey for ourselves that allows us to embark on finding even more. And then we have this purpose in life from our motivations, from saying, well, there's this greater good to the world, and that allows us to grow and become stronger than we may ever be. But the nature of life is to change, because everything is always a constant motion of change. So in our adventure, you're moving on. You are already progressing, and you continue to progress as long as you do progress. By living as a human being and growing, you are changing by the very essence of that. So the very nature of life is to change, because when you grow, when you learn, you are changing. Quote, I love not man the less, but nature more. A quote by Lord Byron. Don't know who that is again. But I love not man the less, but nature more. Okay, not man the less, but nature more. So he's saying that it's not that he doesn't like man or doesn't love man. He just loves nature more, because that is the greater truth to the universe around us. It's what surpasses all human beings in this existence of a reality. So then we have this, quote, it is not in the nature of politics that the best men should be elected, The best men do not want to govern their fellow men, by George MacDonald. See, I don't even want to have to rule over other people, and that is not my intentions. We should be guides on the side, not someone who is leading any charge, but rather clear distortion from what the truth is and what it isn't, using our wisdom, using our consciousness, just using our simple human abilities. Otherwise we will become corrupted naturally by our positions of power, and we will rule over other human beings as part of a denatured reality that we're setting up, based on statism, which is a belief system that is based in slavery, that is based in violating natural law. So it's not good, and that's why the best people, who often have the most common sense and critical thinking, do not want to step up and govern their fellow men, even though oftentimes it's said that they should. But it's because the best people of the world, why should they want to govern their fellow men? Why should they? That's the question. They shouldn't want to do that. They just want to live their lives. They just want to be happy. And that doesn't mean ruling over other people and having to control everything that's in this universe. So the nature of politics, that the best men should be elected, it is not in the nature of politics. So that basically what he's saying is that politics attracts the corrupted. And there's a good quote. It's not just that power corrupts ultimately, and ultimate power corrupts, ultimately corrupts and creates this ultimate power dynamic, but it's that power corrupts the corruptible, those who were prone to be corrupted, right? It's like saying, who's going to get the virus? Somebody with a weak immune system or someone with a strong immune system? This is what it's about. And yes, there are sacrifices to make for this world, shall you see it as in that perspective. However, promoting the truth is not a sacrifice you have to make. It's a sacrifice you have to make when you live in a system full of lies. Okay, and so, quote, like music and art, love of nature is a common language that can transcend political or social boundaries, by Jimmy Carter. Now this is the big one. This is the reason why nature is the answer for so many people already, as is. They don't even know it. It's because they love nature. They have this attachment, this born connection to it, and they cannot escape it. They cannot escape the natural law. So it's just a matter if they shall seek to understand it and actually use it to act upon it for the greater good of the world around them. That's all it comes down to. So, like music and art, it's a common language. It's more common than the English language because it's just something that always exists through all of time. So whether you're looking at hieroglyphics or whatever it may be, guess what? Nature has always been here. Your ancestors have been in the same sky, same sun, same earth that you've been on. And that's an amazing thing to think about. Quote, if the misery of the poor be caused not by the laws of nature, but by our institutions, great is our sin, by Charles Darwin. Now, of course, I'm not a promoter of Darwin. He's more along the scientism route, shall you say. But regardless of what you think of him, again, looking at what the words speak for themselves, it is a great sin that our institutions are what is causing the misery, not the laws of nature themselves. Because the laws of nature can be harsh within themselves. You see, the karmic law is considered the natural law. So when you have a lot of more responsibilities and problems caused by technology and caused by government, then yes, our sin is greater. We have more problems on our hand, and we have a lot more misery because of the more hardships that we have to face potentially. Quote, after you have exhausted what there is in business, politics, conviviality, and so on, have found that none of these finally satisfy or permanently wear what remains. Nature remains. A quote by Walt Whitman, an American poet. You can tell simply by the writing how poetic of a sense this may be. So after you have exhausted what there is in business, politics, and all so forth, and you found that none of these satisfy or permanently wear, the person. It doesn't satisfy them completely. What remains? What remains to satisfy someone? What remains to that somebody can have within their life? Well, he's saying nature remains, regardless of politics, regardless of business. Again, this is reassuring. The other quotes that we've heard is that regardless of what it is, nature lives among, nature lives about transcending the greater, bigger picture that we want to seek, right? People say, I want to seek the bigger picture, the bigger truth. Well, this is the bigger truth then, because this is what is transcending all the others. And so basically it's as simple as this. If you want to promote Nature's the Answer and NITA.ONE, which is the website, well, your political views basically against anything that kills people or destroys the planet we live on. That's as simple as it has to be. It doesn't have to be any more simple. You're someone with good intentions. You want to do good for the world. You believe in doing good for the world. You try to do the best you can in your own life, and you seek to understand how you can do better at all times. That is Nature's the Answer, and you want to uphold this for generations to where people cannot become corrupt again, how people cannot be ruled over again, and they understand why that shouldn't be, where government shouldn't be, and they understand where their place is through self-sustainability and raising a family and living in traditional values or whatever values sadly choose, being free. This is the beauty of the world that we have when we have freedom, when we have nothing that is killing people or destroying the planet, which is done largely by corporations and multitudes of people that basically have so much dependence involved within the system, a lack of nature thereof in the system, a growing amount of corruption in the system, a lack of understanding natural law within that system. Of course it's going to then destroy the planet. Of course it's not going to be right. And so we have to identify that as people who just want to do good and just want to do right. And we have to unify around one unifying field theory, one unifying cause. Otherwise, their one agenda, which they are all backing, is just going to steamroll ahead. And so we must propose an alternative, one counter agenda. Quote, nature, as we say, does nothing without some purpose, and for the purpose of making man a political animal, she has endowed him alone among the animals with the power of reasoned speech, by Aristotle. This also says it all, because if we have the ability to reason, the ability, again, to have consciousness and willpower and common sense and critical thinking, we don't do something without a purpose, right? Because we have more reasoning behind us. But nature doesn't do anything without a purpose, without a reasoning. There's always a cause and effect behind it. Cause and effect, guess what, is also called natural law. And so what he's saying is, for the purpose of making man a political animal, because of what we've become and how we've kind of brought that into our nature, she has endowed him alone among the animals with the power of reason and speech. And that's the reason why we are political animals, because we seek to unite people or seek to manipulate or control people any which way you may consider is quote-unquote political. But the ability to have reasoned speech would be to understand the truth and understand what is present, or understand these things that we want others to understand. Then yeah, maybe you want to call it politics. I just call it guidance. I call it, talking with one another, being human as we are to be and express with one another. Yeah, we have a purpose now, because we see that there's a purpose to this life. We see that there's a purpose that needs to be done, right? What's the purpose of what I'm doing as a mission, as a movement, to help people in their nature, try to grow their nature and use their nature, for nature is the answer? Well, it's, with a purpose, and then we find a purpose and we want to move on with that purpose, and we have reasonings behind our actions, and that contributes to our purpose. And so if this all connects here, everything connects, and that's how nature works itself. So we are basically just trying to do nature's works and seeking what is nature's works without being in opposition. This is what is great about reasoned speech, and hopefully I made it reasonable here, and not too confusing as it may sometimes be, especially when we look deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole, or realize there could be conflicts in time with such reason. And that's why we also addressed a lot of the accountability here too, is how do we keep ourselves accountable away from things like cognitive dissonance, and moving ourselves into generations where we can uphold the truths, like the fact that statism is bad, right? So, quote, all men are by nature equal, made all of the same earth by one workman, by Plato, a Greek philosopher. This is saying that we are all equal regardless. The law of equality, may you say, part of natural law, of course. We are all equal because we're all part of the same earth. This is how it works. This is the law of the universe. And then if you want to ask yourself, well, upon the system that we are in, even if you don't have such a strong belief on statism as of the current moment, but you're open to learning more about this, or you haven't watched natural law yet to really observe deeply how natural law works, or because you haven't gotten to the same level of understanding through reasoning and observation, that's perfectly okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, there's nothing wrong with not understanding that, but there are reasons why you don't understand that, and that's perfectly okay to admit to. But you have this, right? Is in a system where people are ruling over one another. Quote, to learn who rules over you, simply find out who you are not allowed to criticize. A quote by Voltaire. Voltaire, because he is also, one of those Greek physicians, I believe, or no, Greek philosophers who talked a lot about, well, if you are to decide, well, who is it that you're not allowed to criticize, then you probably want to see that they are the ones who are in power, who are keeping the power, who are keeping people deceived, shall you want to rid of the statism. Because the system is built to where it feeds itself, whether it comes to history, whether it comes to media, or through many of the different forms of which is projected onto you and shown to you. So therefore, that's why we start with representation, so we can show them. That's the whole point here, is so we can have other images in the public eye that come to awareness, that come to notice, not just what they are always showing. This is the one counter agenda for that reason. And so if you want to know who rules over you, yes, you can see who you're not allowed to criticize. You can see who gets mad, when in reality, like, if you have a controversy with me, I'm okay with that. We want controversy. We want people questioning the world around them. That's what this is for in the very nature. So, quote, politics, I don't know why, but they seem to have a tendency to separate us, to keep us from one another, while nature is always and ever making efforts to bring us together. A quote by Sean O. Casey. Okay, and so politics always dividing us. One person may even want to say that poly means many and ticks are blood-sucking bugs, but regardless of that, trying to make this a little bit more, uplifting, more human, shall you say, regardless of what may think of me. I'm sorry, I am human. But, nature is trying to bring us together because it's showing us these messages through time. It's showing us that history is repeating itself. And we have this ability to have consciousness for a reason. I have this feeling to bring this information to you for a reason. So nature's sending me that information and I'm bringing it to you. And if you have some level of resemblance, it's because nature's also sending it to you. And that's the key here, is because we all live within nature too. So one way or another, you're going to have some sort of resemblance, I'm sure, somewhere at some time. And that's the beauty of it. But that's why we can come together if we recognize what it is that we can come together about. So perhaps it is that nature is the answer, instead of this political realm that seeks to just divide us and not even consider nature as a thing, not even talk about natural law, not even, talk about it or be open to it. Again, don't even let us criticize them. Don't let us be human. Must be robots. Must go with the script. Must say this. Must say that this person's the president. Must say that you are free only because it's on paper. Like, this is nonsense. Quote, talking about the chaos of the universe. Okay, sorry. Quote, atrocities are human nature. They don't have political beliefs, color, creed, or anything like that. They just happen. It's human. A quote by Clancy Brown. People want to say, oh my gosh, why did this person say that? Well, atrocities, things we consider that are bad when they're not necessarily objectively wrong, yeah, that is just natural to happen in the universe, where things like that happen. Some people are going to think it's bad, others are going to think it's good. But what is objectively right and what is objectively wrong is, different from that. And we need to start looking at that if we want to know the direction to go. So, looking at nature itself, perhaps, it doesn't care what beliefs you have, it doesn't care what color you have. It just does, and you just live within this universe of which perception only determines what that is, and how we perceive one another for stuff like that. So they just happen, it says. It's human. It just happens that we tend to look at this as some sort of political ideology of having to do with beliefs and colors and creed, when in reality we all have this innate blueprint of belief systems. We have this innate blueprint to want to be with our own people oftentimes, and wanting to have our own solutions to things. And this is what happens. It's in the nature of who we are, and we can embrace that. We can be open to that instead of trying to bend and twist the will of nature to go in some ideology that isn't even aligned with natural law. And you have to keep in mind, every time we do violate natural law, we are causing or having more potential in causing harm, or over time, if not all not at once. Karma is not always an instant spontaneous reaction like it is with technology when we click something on a computer or on our phones. Okay, it's different from that. It can sometimes take time to manifest. It sometimes takes time to see the reaction, which is why some people will just altogether ignore the karma that comes, and they cannot associate the cause from effect. They cannot associate the connections that are built naturally within the universe. Meanwhile, this is the answer to all the problems that we have in the universe today. Is just understanding this idea of cause and effect. So, quote, peace can come not by political or economic changes, but through a change in human nature. A quote by Sarve Pali Radhakrishnan. Okay, and change in human nature. Now, let's say the elites choose, people who are in power, choose to denature us, then it makes it easier to rule over us, because now we are, quote unquote, dumbed down, right? We have less of the ability to think for ourselves as we are intended to do. We have less of the ability to be self-sustainable, so therefore we are already more now dependent on them, therefore increasing their power. And since we can't think for ourselves, we can't resist, we can't revolt. So let's say they use technology to do that, because now we have technology which all the other eras before never had. So we have a weapon now that could be used against us. It's not just our food supply, it's also technology. And so see the cause and effect, what technology can do to us, what governments can do to us, how governments enable technology violence, how peace can only come through understanding this process and being content with ourselves and just living with nature, not living with some people that we don't know, economic changes of some ideologies that don't exist actually within nature. This is bizarre stuff that we're creating for ourselves, and then you wonder why we are in such a confusing situation for many, or as a situation that many people cannot explain with the common word. But natural law helps put it into perspective, which is why they've kept it hidden from you for so long. It is the key to everything when it comes to understanding the system that is especially built around man's law. So let's look at the nature then of the political party, nonetheless the government, which you already know is debunked by natural law. So let's look at the nature of a political party that is of the government. So, quote, it is the necessary nature of a political party in this country to avoid, as long as it can be avoided, the consideration of any question which involves a great change. By Anthony Trollope. And again, the word controversy means face to face with change. So if they fear controversies, they're the advocates of error, and they dread controversy, as we've seen from the quote by Benjamin Rush before, then it makes sense that these government officials, again, the ones you cannot criticize, the political parties, they don't want you questioning them. They don't want you thinking about in opposition to their thoughts. They don't want change from what is current to their system. They don't want change, period, because that would compromise the very nature of their political party, as it shows right here. The very nature of the political party is to get you to be on their side, not to create change, but to be on their side, just be with their ideology. Not that it's right. Just because someone believes in something is right, it doesn't mean it's objectively right. Okay, people will convince you of this or convince you of that, but what actually creates change is going to be of what is within nature, that shows you the very nature of creating change is to do, which is changing the belief system for changing the actions. Changing the belief system for creating wisdom, that is your actions. for even the best way to describe this ironic situation, but very telling situation of the nature of politics and just the role of knowledge in general, that basically tells us of the power, again, as knowledge is power, and it sets the power differential. Here you have another quote. Quote, knowledge of human nature is the beginning and end of political education. Okay, because nature is the answer. So therefore it is also the beginning and it is the end. It makes sense if our mission as our message is generational. Yes, it will have beginnings and it will have ends, but it will always persist through all of time. It is nature. Right? And a phrase cannot always do that, but we can uphold a phrase in representation for what is universal, what is eternal. Okay, so we can uphold that phrase through all of time, shall we wish to do so, as a warning, as a message, as a mission to do as intended, to live as intended, to know things like this, like the knowledge of human nature, because then it helps change the dynamic of politics, which we consider to rule over our human nature and dictate our human nature, when it rather should not, and leave it up to nature and just assist in its works. So how about nature's politics? There's even a poem that was written here by Benjamin Zephaniah, and it says, quote, love and peace and nuclear free, and life in plants and liberty, in food and shelter, answer me. Who made it political? The right to see, the right to view, the way this pen now talks to you, a place where children free to go. Now answer me, or don't you know? No need to dream or think too hard, just take a look around your backyard, for life is nature's miracle. Who made it political? This is exactly a good way to do it, and I say that a lot now, but all these quotes are so telling to me when it talks about how we've made our system into the way it is. It is our responsibility. That's the reason why our world is the way it is. We have full responsibility of it, so therefore it is also our responsibility to change it. And among using more examples of looking at the nature of why this is and the nature of why that is, and then connecting to the greater scheme of nature as a whole, you have, quote, the proliferation of outlets that digital technology has enabled has itself contributed to the changing nature of what we regard as, quote, news, and the way in which many citizens perceive politics. A quote by Malcolm Turnbull. Okay, so the proliferation of outlets that digital technology has enabled has itself contributed to the changing nature of what we regard as news and the way in which many citizens perceive politics. So it just shows how much power the media can have, because not only are they considered the sources of knowledge, when in reality there's innate knowledge within nature. So therefore, right off the bat, that's a violation to natural law. That is a big problem for setting the mindsets to action, because then they can just tell people what to think and therefore what to act, what they want people to think and what they want people to do. They are basically being mind controlled, as it is in government's very nature, by the Latin roots governo mentis. So the changing nature of what we regard as news, it will change, especially if people are considering these, again, people they do not know, people who, could you even say of people when they're teleprompted and they're told what to say, they don't use human expression. This is not nature, folks. This is not the way things are to be. How is that news when it's nothing new? Everything every day is just fear-based. And how good is that then for your health? You have to question. So many people will perceive politics based on the way they perceive the news, which tells them to listen to politics. But they never will tell you to listen to nature, because that is the answer. So among this idea of empowerment, which is necessary for enlightenment and bringing the light to humanity, as intended the sun does to give life to the rest of the world, quote, there is a certain enthusiasm in liberty that makes human nature rise above itself in acts of bravery and heroism. A quote by Alexander Hamilton. So a certain enthusiasm and liberty, this want and need to do more, right? I get this sudden burst of energy to speak about this because of how important I believe it is. That makes human nature rise above itself. It makes us go up and beyond because we believe in what we're doing. We have a passion, we have a creativity to do this. And all of us can have this passion, this belief because of how right it is and how necessary it is for this time being. That's when we can create heroic acts. That's when we can use our bravery because we're facing our fears. And that's when we will accomplish great things in response because we are doing so. So, please share the information, share the flags. We need to represent. First through representation, then we can demonstrate, then we can create voices, then we can educate, and then we can make this a generational sustainable model once we eliminate the boundaries that limit our human potential that we see so clear as day now. Hopefully you see, because all these many other writers and philosophers and creative artists have sought it for themselves too, because it took them some boundaries to do so, but that's how they achieved their great ideas in their lifespan, in their time. And so we have to understand that that's how they did it for themselves, and that's what you can do for yourself as well, is because we can create so much with this knowledge at hand, with the idea of an open mind and seeking past the boundaries and seeking, well, this is the boundary, so now I can get rid of it, and now I can do the opposite of what they've been telling me, because that is the truth. And so, quote, it's not just the effect of technology on the environment, on religion, on economic structure, on society, on politics, etc. It's that everything now exists in technology, to the point where technology is the new and comprehensive host of nature, of life. And this is a quote by Godfrey Reggio, and this is exactly, I'd say, the best quote on technology for what it is, because it consumes us. We're putting our attention in it. Our conscious energy, we're putting into technology, and it's to give us feedback that isn't consciousness, but we're feeding it our consciousness so it becomes intelligent, when in reality we were the ones that gave it its intelligence. So it gives off the illusion that it does have intelligence, especially for future generations who didn't know how to achieve that intelligence to begin with, because it's just given to them, just like what medicine has become, with doctors just giving out pills, or laws have become when they just say this is what must be enacted. So it's a push, it's a shove, it's a force. It's deadly, ultimately, what it is, because it feeds on life, and it feeds on destroying nature. It feeds on compromising nature. So that's what the very nature of technology does, and we have to realize that. And so we can use technology to the extent of empowerment, but this message is a mission. This nature is the answer. It is about talking to one another in person, to your neighbors, to everybody you see and know, because that's going to be the best way we can do this. It's not going to be online. There's been many movements of the past who have done things online. It's not going to create the change. Of course, there will be online response to this, and I encourage people to share things online, but it should be to ultimately encourage us to do stuff in real life. It should be to where technology is complementary to real life, but real life is the main focus, okay? Real life should be and is the focus to our life, because that is where technology is manifested anyways. But technology cannot be our only vision of life, because then that would be a virtual reality of which we don't live in. But even though it seems so real to us, even though it seems so convincing, it is not the reality we live in. So we need to promote the reality that we live in if we want to promote the truth, if we want real effective change. That will also help us expand more outside the box with the potential of technology, so it's not hidden to the few, or the few corporations that seek to control it. And so, simply stated that nature is compromised by the very nature of politics. See this, quote, every political edict which is not based upon nature is wrong, because it's not based on nature. Nature is the truth, so therefore it is innately wrong. Okay, this is a quote by Louis Antoine de Saint-Just. And having this idea that, yes, our choices can be either right or wrong, same goes with political ideologies. Again, it's just another belief system. Is it in alignment with truth, or is it not, is always the question. So is it basically, essentially, in alignment with nature, or is it not? Okay, then maybe you want to replace that word. Is it in alignment with natural law or is it not? These are all ways of describing similar ideas here. But natural law is one aspect of the truth. It is much of the great aspect of the truth. You combine natural law with the free will of human beings, and then that is this perceivable truth of what is. Okay, that is the truth. It's the central path. Okay, natural law plus free will. There you go. And this is also described in Mark Passio's Natural Law Seminar. Quote, you can discover more about a person in an hour of play than in a year of conversation, a quote by Plato. Now this is really important too, because we can't just always be so fixated on politics. So we talked about politics a little bit, and we talked about presence a little bit, and we'll talk more about that. But play, having fun, when is that ever in consideration either when it comes to politics? You have to keep that in mind. So if we have freedom to do as we please and to be happy because we're in alignment with nature, because we're doing the right thing and we know that it's right and that we're getting right in response because we're working with the laws of nature, which is karma, which is giving us what we're receiving as a transmission. If we're giving off good, we're receiving good, and then we see it that in its works we're doing our best to make sure that it can manifest. Yeah, we can have fun. We can do all these things that we want to do because we're in a state of freedom. We're in a state of nature, and that allows us to play more. So let us play to go to nature, and in nature, let us play. Instead of this being so constricted in the mind, the heart is that of play as well. So let's play instead of always being so focused on one thing or another, and especially if it's not actually contributing to the happiness or health of an individual to begin with. Quote, any culture which in the interest of efficiency or in the name of some political or religious dogma seeks to standardize the human individual commits an outrage against man's biological nature. A quote by Aldous Huxley and his supposedly, I think, a book called A Brave and New World Revisited. But he says any culture, right? Because the culture, which often consists of creativity, arts, funny thing, we talk about that because we know creativity is what's going to help prosper the movement and the messages of mission, okay? That in the interest of efficiency, right, the interest of security and efficiency and safety and all this, right, or in the name of some political or religious dogma, as we've talked about how man's law is based on dogma, not necessarily truth, seeks to standardize, which normalize, set the norm, set the what is right and what is wrong, when clearly it is not the objective right and wrong. It sets the illusion, if you will, for the human individual. So therefore creating a collective out of the individual right there and then, when the individual should be able to decide for themselves and therefore create the culture about with natural law, with nature by their side. So when they are collectivist, push toward this globalist society of political and religious dogma, it commits an outrage against man's biological nature, because our nature is to be individual. It is to be unique. It is to have each of our own belief systems. It is not to standardize the human individual or to normalize us. Okay, it is not in the interest of this or the interest of that. We all have this great ability to unite around certain things, but we don't have to standardize that and tell people this is what they must do, because that is then an outrage to our biological nature, which is our unique ability to do as we wish to do for ourselves. And the perfect way to sum up culture, when you want to talk about culture, is perhaps this quote then. Quote, leaders set the standard for organizational culture. What kind of culture are you building? Okay, and notice also what's in bold. Are you building? Are you even building to begin with? Are you part of the culture to begin with? Or are you just part of this pushed under part of the culture where they make you seem like you're part of the culture when in reality there's figureheads above you who are just pushing you in the direction and you just fear to go against the grain. You feel you fear to go against the norm that is set from this organizational culture, this government of which it is an organizational crime system that has been built. So it is the standard. It is what has been on all of existence, because if government rules over many people, then they get to choose what is the standard over many of those people. It is an organization by its very nature. They can set the culture with that power that they have, and that therefore, are you building a culture for them, or are you building a culture for yourself, if especially you live in a world that is built around collectivism instead of individualism? See, one may say that society was built upon money, and money is the reasons why we built what we built. But the truth is farther from that. The truth is that it took our mindsets, it took our belief systems to do so. We were the ones that created this world, not money. Money came from this world. It is a physical, materialistic possession. And so you have this quote: money has no essence. It's not really anything. Therefore, its nature has always been and presumably always will be a matter of political contention. Okay, so we've talked about how politics has no relationship to nature, how it's more of this denatured realm of reality, especially that the belief system that it sets upon its followers as a religion that is called statism. But you see that money is often a religion itself as well, and that money abides very well to political goals. So that of politics is often talking about money. For even if you look at the word health care, where's the care in health when it's all about money? It's all about who pays for what, not talking about how do we get people not sick anymore. Okay, and so this is a quote by David Graeber. And again, this idea that we want to point elsewhere and say it's this, it's that, it's them, we often say it's them, not necessarily even saying that it's this or that, but that it's them, when we probably should be saying that it's this or that, the forces that are at work, the forces that take up all human beings, because we all are human beings. Okay, even no matter where you are in your position of life, you are a human being. And so then you have this quote, the envious nature of men, so prompt to blame, so slow to praise. Okay, so the envious nature, the jealousy, the selfishness, the want to blame another person and point the finger at someone else instead of square rounded right at themselves, when they themselves are this reflection upon the world beyond, when they are the ones who give the power to begin with. We really should embrace what we've built all this time, praise what we've done, praise what the world has given us, all this amazing harmony that works together, for we're fortunate to have that. This place is not a quote-unquote hell. This place is a good place, shall we want to make it or see it as such. And so what forces are controlling you? Quote, I was born on a farm. My strength has nothing to do with political apparatus. I get my strength from nature, from flowers. A quote by Ariel Sharon. Okay, the fact that this person didn't get it from some political realm, didn't get it from money, didn't get it from some envious, very selfish or self-conceiting or statism like nature. They got it from themselves. They got it from knowing that it's right. They felt that it's right. It is right to get it from nature. You don't hear of people having near-death experiences and not wanting to change themselves because they start to wake up to the world around them. It's like people who will get later on in life. They start to realize all that they could have done. This is a wake-up call that we get oftentimes, and do we accept it? Do we see it? To what extent of a wake-up call do you need to see it? Because the beauty is here, it's all around, and we need to make it manifest in its works. For even the poet Henry David Thoreau said himself, quote, that government is best which governs the least, because its people discipline themselves. Okay, because people are meant to discipline themselves. That is the best form of government, is mind control of one's own mind, because their mind is able to control their own mind. They don't need to be controlled by a foreign force all the time. They can have control of themselves as they are given their self-free will and consciousness to do so. And so, one may say, well, you still have an agenda, you still have something to go toward, and therefore I won't support you. Well, here's the deal. Since everybody has beliefs, everybody has feelings, and everybody's human because of that, everyone has an agenda. What that agenda is makes all the difference in the world. So you see from this image, you can point one direction, but at the end of the day, we can come together on some things that are very basic, right? The need to survive, the need to reproduce, the need to drink and eat and consume as much as to live, right? Just to live itself, a survival mechanism. A lot of the other ones are survival-based mechanisms as well. So we have an agenda in place, but it matters what it is, because where we set our beliefs is where we set our actions, and then where we set our actions is where our world then ends up being. And again, many people from all sorts of different backgrounds could come together upon similar understandings. For even Leonardo DiCaprio has this quote: "This is not a partisan debate, it is a human one. Clean air and water and a livable climate are inalienable human rights, and solving this crisis is not a question of politics, it is our moral obligation." When he says moral obligation, it means that we are to do it. We are meant to do it. It is right to do it. It is moral to do it. It is in alignment with natural law to do it, because we are abiding to the law. This is, what you want to say, lawful. We're abiding to the natural law of the land, which is to make sure that we can live on this moral premises if we want to continue our freedom. I mean, obviously, again, natural law doesn't have feelings of its own, but if we work with natural law, we'll get what we want, and we'll get the change that we also desire, or see that if we don't change, then there will be many problems. If we don't speak up, who will? That's the question that's at hand. And this is not necessarily a debate of this or that, left or right. It's a human one. This is all the populations of the world. Translate this as you wish. This is something that we can all get together upon and question. But we do have a solid answer, and it is there, and it is here. Quote, "Men, being as has been said, by nature, all free, equal, and independent, no one can be put out of this estate and subjected to the political power of another without his own consent." A quote by John Locke. And you can ask yourself, did people consent to having the government rule over their lives? They were just sort of born into it. But people do consent by voting, they do consent by believing, and simply by their beliefs, as we know, turns into your actions. So it therefore makes sense that we're consenting to this power that, although is not free, although creates division, therefore we're not equal, and although creates dependence and control, therefore we're not independent, it's not of natural law. So why should we put our consent toward that? And rather, could we put our consent towards something that actually works with us innately, without dispute? It is what's here all the time. It's what actually is the foundation to political power. As we've seen, it's what actually created government in the first place. The intentions of government, the intentions is what matters here. The roots to why something was built, the roots to why somebody did what they were to do. And maybe they didn't have the full knowledge of how that scope of practice would happen and manifest, but we have the knowledge now over thousands of years to know right from wrong, to know what happens to our actions. And despite technology being in our lives, causing some uncertainty to a degree, and many other human beings, we can still discern, cause and effect, right and wrong within our own lives. It's not hard. We just need to be present, and we need to listen. So one may say, okay, well, it's against the law, but then in that case, they're often talking about man's law, and not often ever talking about natural law. So you have this quote: "Why is marijuana against the law? It grows naturally upon our planet. Doesn't the idea of making nature against the law seem to you a bit unnatural?" A quote by Bill Hicks, a comedian, and he has several other quotes about this, and very passionate about marijuana, but guess what? It is just a plant, and you have to question why it is attacked so often, or why it is taken out of people's homes without their consent, by the way. So the government will do things without your consent, even though you're giving them consent to even have their position to where they can take things without your consent. The system itself doesn't seem to make sense when you apply this logic. And as you see by this quote, the logic doesn't add up either when you make a plant against the law, when in natural law, nature has plants. It just doesn't make sense here. It is unnatural to make a plant of nature against the law of man. Okay, because man's law is in its nature unnatural, so therefore it makes sense why they want to say that this is unnatural or against the law, when in reality it is perfectly abiding to the natural law. Quote, one of the first conditions of happiness is that the link between man and nature shall not be broken. A quote by Leo Tolstoy, and it's saying that we are basically connected with nature, as we've seen from the other quotes as well. It is, though, however, a condition for happiness, as presented here. The first conditions of happiness is our link between man and nature. So if we want to be content, or we want to be more present, perhaps we need to start looking there. Perhaps if we want to heal our health, we have to be looking there. And if we see all these answers within nature, it's no wonder why nature is then the answer, especially in a world where we've driven so far from natural law, so far from natural medicine, so far from our simple conditions of happiness, which is why we get stuck in material possessions. Because we believe it will give us happiness. We have this illusion that it will give us happiness. But in reality, we are broken from nature. And in reality, we need to be attached to nature, shall we want to keep our sanity, keep our consciousness, keep what made us man, keep what made this world the world that it is. And sure, you may say that, the world will go on without us, and it is fine, everything's a cycle, but I'm here trying to reduce the harm of this cycle, and that if we recognize this cycle in its tracks, like learning from the past of history to better empower our future and know what actions to partake, then yes, we are saving millions of lives on a scale that we can all unify around. And is there really a more unifying message? I'd like to know, because this is really, as I see it, one of the most unifying. The fact that nature is the answer. Because look at this quote, practical politics consist in ignoring facts, right? Talk about ignorance. This is a quote by Henry Adams, the fact that politics, in its very nature, we see it's against nature. We see that it creates all these material possessions, and that they work side by side, and they ignore facts. As we've also seen from the other past quotes, ignoring the facts. What is right? What is innate? What is in nature? Right? Could you connect these dots and you see that the world that we're living in, which is often ran by politics, in reality should just be ran by nature. And therefore, then yes, it is the answer. Sorry, this is a blurry picture here, but it says, quote, all that is necessary for evil to succeed is for good people to do nothing. A quote by Edmund Burke. Okay, and that means that if we do not take action upon what we see as clear as day can be action to partake in, such as promoting a just cause, promoting a just belief, and sharing it with others, face to face, in person, all that you see, if we do not do that, then evil will succeed. Because, again, looking at the very word evil itself, you see it's the inverse of life. And then you see that life is connected to nature. We consider, the truth as nature. You may consider life as nature because it's within nature. All that's within nature. This is the domain, this is the realm for which good or evil can succeed as a collective, as a macro that we want to look at it as. And when you're not allowed to criticize certain people, when there's material possessions in play, when people are getting sick of disease, and when people are stuck in a state of dependence and can't think for oneself, when people are not able to have fun or just be, then yes, evil is succeeding, and it takes people standing up to that, not by violence, but by action of words, speaking, willpower, consciousness, what we are given to do as reasonable animals. This is what we have in our very nature, so we can decide to use it if we want to promote nature. It only makes sense if you are a good person, this quote says. Basically, don't do nothing. do something, so that way evil cannot succeed, so that way evil can stop in its tracks. It's not that it has to reverse. It will reverse naturally as long as we stop it in its tracks. How do we disintegrate from the system rather than tear it apart or quote unquote destroy it? Okay? That's all it takes. And another good way to look at that would be this quote: good people do not need laws to tell them to act responsibly, while bad people will find a way around the laws. A quote by Plato. And so they may use often the excuse, right? Well, there's bad people in the world. Well, there's bad people in the world. Meanwhile, they commit more crime than anybody may within their own personal life. And we've seen all these warnings about having big government in control, having all these privacy concerns, security concerns, simply from ancient wisdom alone, let alone the actual statistics and what you can make daily observations in a daily life, which you should. I mean, good people do not need laws to tell them to act responsibly. They don't. Natural law is already a thing they know, basically. It's instinct. It's something they've learned through common sense, through critical thinking, through already applying it within their life. So they didn't really necessarily need to know what natural law is, but some people might need that structure to help them, especially if they're in a state of real deception, or they want more direction around how do we promote good with a just unifying field theory. Okay, and so bad people will find ways around the laws. Well, guess what? Government has done that by violating natural law. Okay? So again, a very ironic situation. They want to say bad people of man's law, well, they will find ways around the law. Look, if someone wants to do bad, they will do bad regardless. Okay, but it's funny to me because this quote can apply to the natural law, where if there's bad people, let's say rulers, they will find ways around the natural law because that's how they rule, is by using natural law as one of their ways actually of controlling people, because they understand it. So they can use it over others as knowledge, as power. I mean, when is enough enough? I mean, we have so many quotes here. Quote, if the abuse be enormous, nature will rise up and, claiming her original rights, overturn a corrupt political system. A quote by Samuel Johnson. So I ask you, if nature's going to rise up, especially of its own cycle, again, not taking into consideration technology at the time of this quote, which is why I'm warning people that it will create a bigger turn to which creates more harm. A turn to the cycle, I'm saying. A turn where nature starts to, kick back, kick into the loop, whatever you want to call it. I have depictions of this because it's a hard phenomenon to grasp onto. But if nature will rise up, my question to you is, will you rise with it? Will you rise with nature as you are to do? Otherwise, you'll probably be caught up in this turn because you were the one that were giving your rights away. You were the one who claimed that someone else had those rights over you when they clearly did not. So, the corruption in the political system is not necessarily for them themselves only to blame. It is of ourselves. And, will we rise up with nature to not just overturn a corrupt political system, but claim the original rights which are to be there, because they're original, they are right, they are the norm. Okay, however much people want to say this is the norm, that is the norm, this is the norm, the original rights, the original natural laws of the universe. So abuse of the natural laws is exactly what the corrupt political systems have done, which is why nature, as the answer, will rise up, and which is why this movement is bound to grow as long as people understand these phenomena. So I encourage you talk to people about this and inform them, and we educate people on natural law through time, as it is step 3 or 4 or 5 to my 6-step speculation of how this movement will rise. See, look at this picture. Factories don't make oxygen, trees do, so respect nature. Factories, in fact, don't just not make oxygen, they do the very opposite. So isn't that funny? You see the same thing with sugar, which has been laced and hidden and overloaded within our food supply. Oftentimes, even the places that we don't even know that it's there, And then you see the same thing with salt, right? Which is also another contributing factor, which, like salt, like sugar, are white substances that have been denatured from their original state and overgrown, overproduced for mass consumption when they clearly don't have to be. They're just addictive and made more addictive by the system that wants money, which is coordinated to politics. So it all makes sense, right? If we're violating natural medicine, we're violating natural law, oftentimes. They go side by side. So do you stand with the trees or do you stand with the factories? The factories that want to replace the trees, because that's kind of what it is. It's not that they're just not creating oxygen or making even worse chemicals in the environment. They're altogether replacing the trees. The landfill is now then factories. And then, of course, going among the tree topic, quote, "The nation behaves well if it treats the natural resources as assets which it must turn over to the next generation, increased and not impaired in value." A quote by Teddy Roosevelt. Again, taking the quote from what it is itself. The nation behaves well if it treats the natural resources. The natural resources. Well, guess what? I would consider natural law a resource of nature since it came from the works of nature. It is about the works of nature. And then to treat them not just as like a laws, but as assets because we need them to survive. We need them to be healthy. Makes sense. Natural medicine, natural law, which it must turn over to the next generation, which is why Nature's the Answer is a generational, sustainable movement, especially at step 6 of the 6-step speculation, which states that we are to be sustainable from generation to generation and pass on this knowledge that we've acquired and known and have, and to not impair it in value, right? To not make it something that it's not, to not turn it into something denatured as we have done. And since we've done it, since we've denatured it before, let's not treat that as the worst thing either, because now we can learn from that and say, we know now from history what is even more right because of how much wrong has grown due to the government's trying to test their power, test their will against the natural law. Now we know how it's like. We've seen the governments rise up in an authoritative state where they have massive control, and we've seen how they've downturned and how they've tricked citizens into doing certain things, and there have been mass casualties. So we've seen that, and so we could learn from that, and so we could learn from what's happening right now as we start to shift the world into the right direction as we know is right. Not just based on what I'm saying or what this one person believes, but what we actually know is right, instead of this side or that side. I mean, seriously, could we go based on what we know is right, or are we just going to keep going based on, oh, I think this, or what's your opinion on this, or wait, maybe we should side with him? That's not where we should be looking. The answer is in nature. Nature has the answers. Why don't we start looking there? Quote, "In the view of the fact that nature is dying, political developments are of secondary importance." A quote by Wolfgang Hildesheimer, and saying that, he's using the context of nature as in the trees, the environment around us. But again, to apply this to natural law, to apply this to natural medicine, the many degrees of what nature stands for in its meaning of a term and theory is unbelievable, in how much insight it can give us about the world, right? The fact that nature is dying, the fact that natural law is dying, even though it's all here, even though nature is all here, but it's dying because it's not seen, it's not used, it's not being manifested the way it should be. So instead, we have these manifestations of politics, these mental prisons that do not open up the heart and only cause divisions between the brains. And so politics is certainly of secondary importance when nature is dying. It should always be number one. In fact, our political developments probably should be based upon what is on number one, since number one is likely the roots, right? Hence, what I'm saying right now is the freedom of speech, which is your First Amendment in the United States compared to the rest of the other amendments. That's why it's number one. However, the Constitution, I mean, what is it to say? That is already innate within the universe. We all have this ability to freely speak, and the governments are simply telling us what we should and what we should not do. Even by writing that down, this is bizarre. We simply already have the right to speak as we wish. Quote, just because we can't sell shares in nature doesn't mean it has no value. A quote by Thomas L. Friedman. People get addicted to the systems that man has built. And you may say the same for sports, of course, which creates also a lot of belief systems. If you want to use that as another case example of how powerful belief systems may be. But you see how that whole industry was also mostly founded on gambling and so forth. But you see that we also have these addictions with not just money, but this idea that that's where you find your happiness, that's where you find your value, and that, again, is far from the truth. Literally far, because it is the exact opposite. It is not nature, it is the denatured. It is not natural law, it is part of man's law. You know, the agenda that has been set in by man's law, then yes, it is among it. And so, we can't sell shares in nature, but it doesn't mean it has no value. It definitely has value if it heals our body, if it provides us with fresh air, if it gives us all the nutrients we need, if it allows us to think better, if it allows us to think more freely and more outside the box, allows us to be more present, allows us to be more patient, allows us to learn how to live off the land and be self-sustainable, allows us to be as we are to be as human beings, then yeah, it definitely has value pretty much everywhere. But see, only once you see it, once you start opening up your mind, you start seeing everything. But once you do that, only then you can start to see, and your mind just goes poof, you just see things everywhere. And you just cannot stop because it is everywhere. And so then things start to seem rather obvious, even though other people don't think so. They don't think it's obvious. So you have this quote, man is a predatory animal, and this aspect of his nature is nowhere better suited by environment than in the world of politics. A quote by Enid Lyons. And that is really telling, because if one would say, okay, well, there's going to be chaos in anarchy, there's going to be chaos in nature, and, you know, it's man versus nature. Like, guys, we've been living that way for thousands of years, and we want to compromise that and say that we can live this perfect life without it, when in reality it is also healing and it has all the answers, and natural law has been suppressed from us. We have the ability to be conscious and to share our thoughts with one another, like I am doing here, and reason and understand with one another. But, you know, you'd think, oh, well, that would be among the world of politics. This quote is saying the opposite. It's saying that politics is predatory, especially when you have these different sides, especially when they're attacking each other over things that don't really matter, when these people could be married, these people could, you know, be like you and I. Instead, they want to discern themselves and make them as if they are some power play position where it's a game that they've created. And so a predatory animal, exactly what it is. We get aggressive. We're like, you can't have that belief system, and it must be my way or the highway. It becomes very predatory. You see that there's been protests. You see there's Antifa as another group of people who have a lot of violence when it comes to politics. And I'm sure there's groups all over the place that create violence among this for, again, their belief systems. People believe so head-heartedly in so many things that it takes these barriers to actually just break that alone for themselves and for other people to even reason out of them. And their violence seems to be the only solution. It's because they don't see the ability of reasoning, and perhaps they don't have much reasoning behind their reasoning, which is why they're resorting to violence. And that's why, politics is often based on war, not just money. So it therefore makes sense, right? Politics is talking about what country should we attack. Oh, let's have our country secure our borders and let's just attack this country. It is a predatory sport. A sport as a religion. A sport as a belief system. A game that you are used as pawns for. It is not a game that they let you play. It's a game that you are in, that they are playing on you. Oftentimes we're like these kids on this playground who are just pushing and shoving one another and not really thinking before we're doing. We have this inner child at heart that wants to explore, that wants to innovate and be creative and be imaginative, and then we have these barriers that we set upon ourselves, like we can't do that, I can't do that, I gotta work, I gotta do this and that, and it does create a lot of limitations. And please, I'm not saying that we shouldn't work. I'm saying that there are limitations to which work is taking people's lives over, just like these belief systems that are taking over people's lives. And it is not of nature to do so. It is not of their health to do so, maybe you say. So you have this, quote, all problems we experience stem from our opposition to nature's integrity, interdependence, and community. Okay? So it is that everything is integrative within nature, and that we keep our integrity among that. And that interdependence, not dependence, not necessarily full independence, but interdependence. Okay, and then community, working with one another, talking with one another, trading with one another. We've talked briefly about these, but do you see how important it is from a day-to-day life? Who gets you your food? Who builds your roads and stuff like that? And all those things are just people. We're all just people, and we're all just within nature. So, okay, the Hollywood wants to push up a lot of things to your view, and they want to give you a lot of theater. So here, I'll give you a little theater production here with a scenario between two individuals. One, you have the child, say, may it be humanity, and that includes everybody, okay? And then you have Mother Nature, who is considered a Gaia here, okay? So here's the child. It says, Mother Gaia, I come on behalf of all humans to apologize for destroying nature and beg for forgiveness. Okay, so this child is begging for forgiveness from destroying nature. And then Mother Gaia says, oh, my beloved self-centered humans. Okay, because now this child is begging for forgiveness for destroying nature when he himself did it. Okay, so now let's see what he says. He says, we're sorry for being so selfish. We never meant to kill nature. So then Mother Nature, wrapping him in her arms, says that wasn't what I meant by self-centered. Nature is adaptable. No matter what you do to it, it will simply change and take on new forms. It has survived worse things than you. You are, however, in the process of changing it so much that you can't live in it. You're not killing nature, you're killing yourself. That's what I mean by self-centered. You think that just because you can't live, then nothing can. And then the child says, what? And then the mother says, you are messing yourself over big time and won't be missed. And this is a very, very telling scenario, especially with that middle comment there about how nature is adaptable and doesn't care for what's happening, and it's able to overcome scenarios. You see even comedians like George Carlin saying that plastic, this whole idea of plastic, is not a big deal because it's still part of the earth. It still came from the earth, okay? So we like to make a lot of big deal out of things, especially things like global warming even, right? So then, she says you're in the process of changing it so much that you can't live in it. You're not killing nature, you're killing yourself. And we've seen how ultimately, what we have manifested in our reality, which we like to call nature, is often a reflection of ourselves and what our beliefs set to this world around us. So if we are in alignment with nature, then yes, we're working with nature. Before it's too late, especially until we end up in this situation that we see right here, which, nature will always accept our, forgiveness here, but it doesn't mean that Like, if you want to use nature as a figure, if you want to put it in the lens of God or Mother Gaia as it is here, but just getting the idea, the concepts, the rooted intention here is what really matters, right? So by killing nature, you're killing yourself. By destroying the world around you, not thinking about your actions, by being selfish, which is what all this is about, of ego, left brain dominance, which we see in most of our society today, then yes, you're going to cause problems, especially with the natural law, which the natural law is this more right brain component, including, like, natural medicine is more holistic, so it's also more right brain component wise, added with the left brain free will, and we start to get this picture of truth. But only once we recognize natural law and then combine it with our free will, we get the truth, as we mentioned before. So then she says, that's what I meant by self-centered. You think that just because you can't live, then nothing can. So, you think that, that you're killing nature, but you think that because you can't live, then nothing can. So, because of how much you destroyed everything at that point, it's like you feel helpless. You feel like you have no choice but to forgive, and so nothing can live because of what you've done to the world around you. So of course you're going to say sorry and that you're selfish. And this is a point where perhaps it's gotten too late in society. So do we want to wake up before it becomes too late? That is up to us. And ultimately what this is saying is our own demise. Our own actions are going to lead to our own faults. So it's cause and effect, it's natural law at work. Here you have another quote. Quote, our political way of life is by the laws of nature and of nature's God, and of course it presupposes the existence of God, the moral ruler of the universe, and a rule of right and wrong, of just and unjust, binding upon man, preceding all institutions of human society and government. A quote by John Quincy Adams. Okay, so like I said, that even government itself, politics itself, was created by the laws of nature. It was, the roots of politics come from still nature and of nature's God. I mean, these stuff still came about for a reason. And if the only problem is when we don't understand why that reason is, we don't use our reasonability, then we're not using our own nature. And therefore, when you lose the roots to the tree that you've built, then the tree is just bound to fall because there's no more roots being upheld. There's no more roots being recognized, right? It's like, how much have we gone through with science? I may have used this example before, but how much have we created with mathematics and science? But if you don't know how to do the first initial equation, the easiest, most simplest thing that got you to where you are now in this complex stage, then the whole equation will just fall apart. You'll miss what really helped you innovate to begin with. And so you often need the simple to innovate through the complex, right? It's like understanding, how do you build a computer? Okay, well, you can be given some of the parts, or you can know how to get those parts to begin with, and how to build those parts for yourself, and so forth. It's like, instead of giving food to somebody in another country, you teach them how to grow the food. There's different ways of portraying the roots to understanding the root cause of disease, for example. So the laws of nature, and of course presupposes the existence of God, as using nature as the realm of God, the moral ruler. As we know, natural law is moral law of the universe. Rule of right and wrong, which we know is dictated by if you abide to natural law or not. Just and unjust, very similar. Binding upon man, which means nobody can change it. And again, natural law is not decided by man. It really is uncreated by man. And it precedes all institutions. So it doesn't matter what your professor says. Doesn't matter what this person says. These laws are ingrained. Okay, so we can still speak of them and maybe understand them, but to change them and say that this is the way it is when clearly it isn't, when clearly there's a phenomenon that's going on everywhere all the time, then yeah, we're making a mistake by trying to be God, trying to be nature when we clearly are not. So we want to understand these laws for what they are objectively in human society, and for the governments to which natural law in its very nature starts to compromise government when understood by the majority of people. So, going among that and seeing how we've built systems based upon nature or from nature, not necessarily that it's abiding to nature, but we see, quote, if one rejects laissez-faire, I'm sorry if I didn't say that right, on account of man's fallibility and moral weakness, one must, for the same reason, also reject every kind of government action. A quote by Ludwig von Mises. I'm sorry if this one's a little bit more hard to understand. And of course, I may interpret it differently or in different ways, of course, as well. And so, what this laissez-faire represents is actually free enterprise, free trade, individualism. Okay, so it's this idea that you are free to do as you shall choose. It's an economic system, some may want to say, and it's just a free economic system. So, if one rejects this free trade, so to speak, where you do have communities of people giving to one another, sharing, as they are unselfishly, by the way, less left brain, by the way, on account. So if one rejects this free trade on account of man's, they tend to men have this ability that humans, when we're referring to men, to not be perfect. No human being is perfect. So we have this freedom within the universe, and yet we also have this natural fault to ourselves that happens, and moral weakness that happens. Okay, so if one rejects freedom based because we are having some faults here and there, one must, for the same reason, also reject every kind of government action. Okay, so if you reject free trade on account of our weakness, one must, for the same reason, also reject every kind of government action. The funny thing is, government action tends to not want this free enterprise, this free individualism that exists within the universe. So what this is saying is that man is innately not perfect. We have weaknesses, we have parts that fall off. And so if you say that you reject, this free trade due to the problems that exist, you must also reject every government action, because man is not perfect. So therefore, our laws can't be perfect. The man's law cannot be universal. It is not eternal. Now, sure, it can come with some benefits that you want to presume into power, but they're not long-term sustainable. So think of it like a drug in medicine that is often of Western medicine, not of natural medicine. Then you're going to see the same thing. It's something that maybe helps temporarily, something that helps for certain people, but not every person and not all the time, and is not meant to be. So we have to embrace this fault that we have. We have to embrace the freedom that we have, and it's just there to be together. And so for the very same reason of having this freedom where people make mistakes, we also have to recognize that government action is trying to reject this free society, yet they are humans themselves, so they are going to have problems as well. So they want to blame it on people who have problems so they can keep themselves in power, when they themselves will also have problems, because they're human beings. And they are not special, but they want to presume as if they are, so you believe in them. So you believe in what they're doing, when in reality, it may not be in alignment with the natural law. And by the nature of government, we know that's the case. So you see, quote, little men, whether by instinct or infernal prompting, will always pursue wealth and power at the expense of their better nature, by Thomas Fleming, okay? So at the expense of their better nature. So they could be this great person, shall they choose to do so, but instead, little men, these people, when this person says little men, they're referring to someone who has low, maybe low willpower, low ability of consciousness and awareness to see that there's this greater truth to the world. They instead want to just pursue themselves and wealth and power because they believe that's what's going to give them happiness. That's what's going to give them the joy and satisfaction that they need, is having this security over others because they're insecure within their own life, which is why they're considered little men, perhaps, right? So that's why it says, whether by instinct or infernal prompting, okay, at the expense of their better nature, they will pursue wealth and power. And so, at the expense of nature as a whole, that's what happens when everybody falls along with this and they let the little men rule over what really is bigger men, letting them do so. It's bizarre. You are a big person, you're a big man, whatever you want to call it, you have this great ability, use it. And don't put yourself down because that's what they want. They want you to feel down. They want you to feel as if you're powerless because guess what? It goes right along with what they want. So see that, right, in plain sight as it is. And not to mention, again, people are born into this world thinking that wealth and power is the play that must be done within this game to which they make it. And that infernal actually means hellish in this context of the quote. So, when you see people in power who also worship such deities, you start to question even more, and you're like, well, why is it that these people are often of the left brain, atheist, more scientism, more satanic, more Luciferianism, more along those lines, all those isms that are just so well calculated and so well gripping the hold of humanity and nature. Quote, there are very few so foolish that they had not rather govern themselves than be governed by others. A quote by Thomas Hobbes. Okay, saying that people are foolish if they don't want to govern themselves, and that they'd rather be governed by another human being who presumes this power over them when in reality they do not have that power. It makes sense, as we are to govern ourselves accordingly to the natural law. If we don't want natural law being violated, if we don't want nature being violated, so therefore we want to save more lives and create a more sustainable future. And then again, you ask yourself, how do we get there? Well, look at this quote. We don't have to engage in grand, heroic actions to participate in change. Small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world. A quote by Howard Zinn. Okay, small acts when multiplied. So that means one small act, like one, maybe two, maybe three, maybe four small acts that mean a lot when multiplied will change the world, especially if they mean a lot or they have a lot of potential. Okay, so it doesn't have to be this grand scheme thing. This is not some epic boss to a video game, not some epic villain in some movie. This is, again, us speaking with one another, spreading the message as the mission. As simple as such, when multiplied by millions of people, which it may very well be, given this chain effect of people keep going out, inspiring others as they are to do, if they want to have this heroic sacrifice within their own life for what it is, if they take that upon themselves to do it in a world where many people are ignorant to do so, they don't want to because they're selfish, they're left brain dominant, then yes, you can be considered a hero. However, you're just another person like everybody else, and what this is about is bringing us to that way we all may exist with one another in a way that is voluntary, in a way that is right, which is not to have rule over another individual. And this simple idea, among other ideas like natural law, like natural medicine, all these simple little acts, healing your body without drugs, not voting in a system that innately goes against your very nature. Small acts, as such, when multiplied by millions, will naturally disintegrate the system, shall I say. So, it's not grand, it's not heroic, but it will create good change, and it will transform the world, which I consider is heroic and grand. And you can participate in it, and you can be part of this great shift that you can tell your children and grandchildren, for generations to come, as we've saved millions of lives by doing so. And I don't have to tell you that for you to believe that that will happen. You simply have to see, well, how can it happen? Why is it that it will happen from my own perspective as to why it would? Because I see the world around me and how people can prevent disease, not just treat it. How people can prevent corruption, not just have the cycle tumble down on itself and harm many individuals. We see in clear day the diagnosis of problems, to then heal disease and problems, to then be as we are to be, as the blueprint is to use for us to see. So, right, if you want to talk about the all of the all, everything that's existent within this universe, you're talking about nature, you're talking then not just about politics, not just about money, not just about plastic, not just about this or that, but everything. So social, spiritual, everything. Where so you have this quote, the best political, social, and spiritual work we can do is to withdraw the projection of our shadow onto others. A quote by Carl Jung, who, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure, I think he's a psychologist, but I'm probably wrong on that. But he said this, and you may consider, the best of nature we can do, the best of the world we can do, the best of all these ideas that we can do is not to project it onto others, especially our feelings. Not to tell people what to do, perhaps. Not to take it out on others for if we feel something ourselves, which is often considered the shadow, is, something that you're giving off that you're blaming someone else for doing. So you have this law of attraction to yourself where you're attracting a certain energy. However, you're blaming someone else for their energy when in reality your energy is protruding. So it's a sort of also selfishness that you see within its works there. And we can withdraw from this projection of a shadow by pointing at ourselves, by looking at ourselves, thinking about ourselves and our life and what we do with our political, social, and spiritual work. So that way, we don't have to put it on others, and the best work can be done of all such categories. We are to have good and we are to have bad. We are to have good people, we ought to have bad people. We ought to have good ideas, bad ideas, good forces, bad forces that we particularly want to look at. And when we see that, we see that through man's law versus natural law. We see that from right versus wrong and so forth. So you have this idea that, yes, also what is bad can also help you become stronger, right? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger is the phrase. And there's different perspectives of that to which I may disagree upon because it doesn't work universally. However, look at the immune system, how it learns from bad bacteria, or maybe your thoughts and how it learns from bad thoughts, or things that it doesn't agree with, and kind of discerns from that and makes a better judgment of it, building a resistance, but moreover a stronger overall ability to maintain oneself based on all that is presented. So we have that idea here, the fact that we can take all these ideas, all these quotes, bring them together and see what we can make of it. And that's what the message and the mission is about, bringing all the people together, because each one is bound to have their own belief system, and they should. Because ultimately, I want to say, don't follow the sheeple, don't be a sheeple. But when I say that, and let's say this movement gets bigger, and I will still say that, it's just because, though, people don't think for themselves. So perhaps people should always say that people should be thinking for themselves. However, if you build an environment and a society built around that and creating the obligation to do that, to use your mind, to use your consciousness, then yes, you're building a society based around nature, a society based around natural law. Because they can think for themselves, when nature as an anarchy is put into place, we can naturally obligate people to be nice to one another. People are naturally obligated, they feel obligated themselves to be self-sustainable, because the environment sets up themselves to do so. It works accordingly and it works abidingly. That is what the natural law is, and we are destined for it. It's just a matter of when we recognize it before it's too late, or when it kicks us in the butt, as it's been for many millenniums, through many governments, through many people not thinking for themselves. So you have a quote here: "A sword never kills anybody. It is a tool in the killer's hand." A quote by Lucius Aeneas Seneca. And it's saying very similar to that of guns, by the way. It's not the weapon that you are to blame, it's the person using the weapon. For we were the ones that created the weapon to begin with. That's all that needs to be said. Who created the weapon? Who created the law? Yes, the law can be used for good. Yes, the law can be used for bad. But who created it? That's the question. Is it nature or is it us? Okay? It could be seen in a good light or a bad light, but who created it? What is it of? What makes this the consistency? Forget the word, perhaps. But a sword never kills anybody. A weapon, a tool, okay, it's the tool in the killer's hand. It takes the momentum to hit somebody with that tool. It takes a certain force, a certain angle, a certain position, to which the killer understands, the person understands, through their willpower, through their consciousness, through their awareness. They're using it here, even though it's for bad. They're using it because they realize they can use it, and they have it. So they're using it for bad in this case. And notice when I'm talking about that, it has nothing to do with the sword or the tool. I'm talking specifically about the person, because the sword or the tool does not have consciousness. It doesn't have that ability to think on its own. Now, technology has more of an ability to be self-programmed, so you might have a question there of materialism, again, mimicking the effects of consciousness and then being convinced to us as if it is, when it clearly is not. This is what we have in our world today, is people thinking that it is the problem of guns, when clearly, by the natural law itself, we have consciousness. There is man-made medicine, man-made laws, man-made tools, and then there's the natural law, the natural medicine, the natural resources that we've turned into tools, that turned into swords, see? So what do we make of it is often the question at hand. What do we make of the fact that nature is the answer? Do we apply it within our lives? How do we apply it within our lives? It's a question of natural law. It's a question of all that is of nature, which includes all of us. And so, quote, "It is horrifying that we have to fight our own government to save our environment." A quote by Ansel Adams. And again, if you're applying to this logic to the environment, and I'm not an environmentalist, because everybody should be for the environment. What is this idea of being an environmentalist or a moralist or whatever you want to call yourself? An ismist, you can make it of anything. Okay? But the environment is naturally always here. It's like, saying nature as well. In a different regards, I think nature has more meaning to it. But the environment, perhaps inside the body, the environment outside the body, the environment of the world that we live in. Okay, the environment of politics, which is dominated by man's law in the very nature, is going to be hard to save. Right? So if we have to fight our own government to save our own body, to save our own soul, to save our own consciousness, our very own abilities, that's what it's coming down to, because they're targeting our consciousness by seeking to replace it with technology, or seeking to replace it in general, seeking to manipulate it for more control, for more government. And so that is often the tool here of the fight for themselves. But we could fight them through saving the environment. Oftentimes, because naturally it will disintegrate this government that we've created of our own. We've created our own environment, however, we were given an environment. We were given a government, and we've also created it. So keep in mind, though, what we really can own we own our own body, we own our own soul, we own our own consciousness. Do we really own the government, or does the government seem to own us? And is it our government? Because really, our government is our environment. It is our body. It is our natural law. May you want to switch up these words a lot, and you could probably come up with some very good poetry, as I've done in a multitude of other videos, but we see here that the environment of government itself, the environment of all things, has much to play here, and that is all within nature, this greater realm of things. So, will you stand up for yourself in order to save the environment? Stand up for what is right of nature, to save nature? Then that's the question. So, quote, "To the body and mind which have been cramped by noxious work or company, nature is medicinal and restores their tone." A quote by Ralph Waldo Emerson in his writing called Nature. So to the body and mind, both the body and mind, so all embodiment, basically, the essential use of it, which have been cramped by nauseous work or company. So again, being consumed by our work, or being consumed by other people, being consumed by technology, which is often by our company. We feel like it needs to be always with us, accompanying. Nature is medicinal and restores their tone. So if we're in this technology-crammed environment, guess what? Nature is automatically the answer. Nature's the answer grows in importance when it comes to technology, very much so, but also to everything that's man-made. So it's medicinal to go out in the woods when you're consumed by politics, or when you're consumed by taxes or office work in particular, right? It makes sense. It makes sense, and people choose that as their vacation spot. It restores their tone. It's regenerative. Why is that? Because it heals them in the sense of the mind and the body, both, to their tone. What is right? Alignment, balance, right? If you were to tone your abs, tone your body, when we talk about exercise, it's meaning to bring things to a more balance, bring things not necessarily of super bulkiness or super muscly, but being toned, being balanced, having a surface that is much attuned, hence a tone. And then of this idea of escaping oneself, of trapping, of boundaries, or freeing oneself from such shackles, from such slavery. You see here, quote, "Thousands of tired, nerve-shaken." You see the growing rates of people unable to sleep, often where they're tired, not just from being overworked, but because they can't get sleep because of technology, often in their lives. Nerve-shaken because of the very fast-paced technology, but also the anxiety and depression growing among society. Over civilized people, people who are obeying, are beginning to find out that going to the mountains is going home. Going home, right? What is going home? Is your body actually the real home? Is the world of nature, the earth, our real home? That wilderness is a necessity, and that mountain parks are useful not only as fountains of timber, but as fountains of life. A quote by John Muir. Okay? Everything, as we know from previous quotes, has a use. Everything has a reason. But nature is a necessity because we are bound to it as we are natural law. We are bound to going there because it heals us. It is the medicine. It's not alternative medicine. It is the medicine. The medicine's been used for thousands of years, and we could learn to even understand it even better now. So it's not that it ever didn't work. Maybe some people were using it wrong, but okay, just because some few people were using it wrong doesn't make it bad, as we know they used that as an example to rule over us. Use your consciousness, use your mind, all that's here, right? If we don't want to be tired, we sleep. If we don't want to be nerve shaken, we be patient, we be present. if we don't want to be over-civilized, we have our own moral judgment, our self-sustainability. And then we less actually need nature because we are more with nature. And so if we are tired and nerve-shaken, over-civilized, then going to nature, going home, the wilderness, the mountains, whatever it may be for yourself, the ocean, then that will be healing for you. That will free you from much of what is disease, what is problems. Dis-ease can be anything that discomforts you. If you are tired and you see it, and your nerve shaken and you see it, unable to think clearly and you see it, those are problems that, through way of diagnosis, with knowledge, belief to action, to manifested reality, manifested environment, body, the body of not just you, but the body of the world, the bodies of water, body of your water, which is you as a human being, and the body of water, that being the ocean, which is most of the planet. It makes sense that we connect these dots. So when he says the fountains of life, consider that water also makes up a prime necessity of it. And all foods from nature, especially the healthiest, from fruits, vegetables, to water itself, is of nature. And it all makes sense. So what more do we look for in a society that we know is in trouble? If you haven't seen that, of course, already, but if we want to really pick out what is it in particular, it's not just the lack of morality that also comes with the lack of freedom that we see together moving down. But here you have, quote, tolerance and apathy are the last virtues of a dying society, a quote by Aristotle. A dying society, okay, has tolerance as one of the last virtues. So people start losing tolerance, and then they start getting violence, I would assume, from such often being the case, being that they can't handle what's going on currently. They are not present, and they don't probably seek to change themselves or their mindset, or even seek to reason with others about their mindset or what they believe in. So they lack tolerance. Makes sense in a society that doesn't talk to one another already, that is dying in its, not just by health, but by mindset, because they're not using it. They're not using their own very nature, so it makes sense that they cannot tolerate the world around them because they're not living the world. Right? If you were to say, I'm lactose intolerant, you cannot have lactose, you can't have dairy, right? So if you are truth intolerant, what may you say? You can't at all tolerate it? Well, what about, if you were to look at this from a more natural point of view, tolerance. What are you able to tolerate in this society? Are you able to consume it? Are you able to use it? There's questions to tolerance that play a very big role here, because do you tolerate me going on about this quote? Do you seek to understand what I have to say about this quote? Or do you seek to simply see it for what you want to as yourself? Which I'm encouraging you to as well. But we all have something to share, right? And I am someone who's offering this movement and started it up, right? So I have some input among all this. And yes, tolerance is something that's really big. Because if you don't have tolerance to anything, then you're not going to get anything. If you're closed-minded to everything, you're not going to see everything, and nor will you get anything. Because you are closed-minded. You refuse to see. You refuse to see. And if you cannot see, you will not think. You will not be. There's problems with that. And not just in perspective, but there's problems with not being open to others and their opinions and their beliefs. So, how do we build tolerance? The same answer applies. You should know by now. Here, we'll give you a hint. Quote, Climb the mountains and get their good tidings, and nature's peace will flow into you as sunshine flows into trees. The winds will blow their own freshness into you, in the storms their energy, while cares will drop away from you like the leaves of autumn, by John Muir. And he may be a poet from these quotes that I hear from him, but you see that he, again, is promoting the mountains here, passionate about it, as many poets often do, about nature and the world around them, because they're of mystery. They want to seek the mystery, helps give them more creativity. And nature is like the perfect environment to do so, especially if you think like a painter. Where would they go to paint a beautiful picture? They may go on the edge of a mountain and just take in the view and repaint it, so that way everybody can see that same view that they once saw. And this is often a very common reinstallment that you see among painters when they want to paint something that has meaning within itself, a picture within itself, art within itself, without any crazy human creation. This is art already by itself. So, keeping this art about, then, is asking, do we want to keep this art that has always been here, or do we want to create art that is actually based on the art that has already been here for all this time? Of course, we want to promote art that is based on what is here, not art that is denatured, because that could exist as well, right? Subliminal messages do exist. Hollywood, propaganda, predictive programming, those are just some examples. But in nature, it doesn't have an agenda like that. I say we don't have an agenda, but we do, because we have a belief system to do so. But the agenda is no agenda, ultimately. It's of just being free. Free from that includes agenda. So free from nature is the answer, because nature is the answer. If it is the answer, then what answers are there to seek when it is? Because the truth just is. So you have to question, if you were to just cut off the answer and just say nature is, very well applies as well. And then if you were to say the answer, well, what is the answer? What could you say is best as the answer? When we see what is healing, when we see what is needed, when we see what is depleting, right? Could we deny that water is being manipulated or depleting, or that trees are being used, manipulated, or taken away? These are things that perhaps we cannot deny, even from a scientific point of view, right? So we can abide through multitudes of this message, and so the winds will blow their freshness. Everything has their reasoning. The reasoning behind this movement is grown for a reason. So hopefully you see where I'm getting with this as we delve deeper into the perspective of things. Quote, "It is far better to grasp the universe as it really is than to persist in delusion, however satisfying and reassuring it is." Carl Sagan. So, sorry, he didn't say it is, but at the end there, but he says it is far better to grasp the universe as it really is. Okay, so what is innate? What is the natural law? How many times I have to mention that? That he says, then persist in delusion, persist in some faulty belief system that is denatured, that is not of nature, that is against the human free will of spirit and consciousness, however satisfying and reassuring that delusion may be, then, essentially. Because a delusion could still be very well believing, right? I mean, the very meaning of the word delusion is that of tricking people. So it, by tricking people, must then be satisfying, must then be reassuring, must then be fitting conditions to where we think it's actually a good idea to believe in such delusion. When in reality, the universe, if we can just grasp what it is by itself, what it is at the direct source of things, then it is far better than actually persisting in delusion as we've been. So we want to say, okay, well, it's always better if we have a government, always better if we have people controlling over us. By the very laws of nature, and by the very countless examples of individuals and seekers and content creators, which still exist among you, we all live among each other. This proves that we all have this ability to see the world as it is. And it's just a matter if we choose to align ourselves with it. This is a quote by Carl Sagan. So, going along the lines of how nature may be, quote, nature is the best medicine for serenity, peace, calmness, stillness. It's good for the heart. A quote by Karen Madewell. So, nature is good for peace. Well, we are often in a state of war. Calmness. Well, people, again, are often of anxiety and fast-paced life. Stillness. How many times have we seen the cycle of society cause harm and people shoving one another into another direction being deceiving? That's not stillness. That's saying, follow me and I'll take you the right way, when in reality, that is not medicine. That's authoritative medicine. It's something that's not healing the body. It's something that someone's saying is healing the body, but in reality, they're just taking control of your body itself. And so, serenity, this natural harmony that exists. If there's a natural harmony, there's a natural peace and natural calmness in a stillness that may be able to be seen often much of everywhere, then you question, how still could we keep this message, this idea afloat that nature is the answer, when nature is itself stillness? Well, getting to the roots, then we need to be at peace. We need to be present, and we'll go into how we can do that. Moreover, we've already learned that nature is one of the best guides, if not the best guide in doing so, among other people, and the understanding of this itself, using our heart, using what we were born to do. So the best medicine from nature is because we are connected to nature. That's why. So serenity, peace, calmness, stillness. How long will people stay still, not doing anything in alignment for nature, when nature can provide us with more stillness than ever? And stillness, what I mean by that scenario is security, actual security. Feeling that nobody will breach upon your life because of some law or some person in some coat or fancy jacket said that it's okay to do so, or some badge, maybe you even say. Some fancy badge. It's not that we should have these people disturbing the stillness that is our daily life as it should be. See, it's good for the heart. Good for the heart. Not good necessarily just good for the mind. It is good for the heart. So, yes, the mind has a big part of this. And as we are using here, I also want you to know it's good for the heart. So, when you go out in nature and you're hanging with other people, this more ancestral, like tribal feel, perhaps then you also see it's good for the heart. But it's good for the heart in the fact that you're looking more among the holistic point of view, the more right brain point of view, in a left brain dominant world, where left brain is centered around the heart, the brain mostly, just utilizing the brain often to extremes, whereas the right brain is mostly of the heart. Even though, of course, the heart and the brain work together, it's ironic saying the right brain works for the heart when I'm saying the right brain is a brain. So it all makes sense when everything works together, and when you connect these dots that work together, that are instilled to create stillness, instilled to create peace and calmness. But see, nature is medicine. Somebody still has to apply this medicine. Now, this medicine is it's very easily accessible, but we still have to recognize it and acknowledge it. It's not just automatic. It's something we must use our human consciousness, our abilities to do. For medicine is even considered, using this way of diagnosis through way of knowledge and through way of understanding all the systems that be bodily systems, environmental systems. This is what medicine is often at heart. So, quote, ignorance, hatred, and greed are killing nature. Those aspects, you can't say to me that those are healing or that those are medicinal. Nature is medicinal because there is no ignorance, there isn't hatred, there isn't greed. But guess what there is? Where there is ignorance, hatred, and greed, those are found in politics. Those are found in man's government, in man's laws, in man's medicine. I mean, how big is the pharmaceutical companies? How much influence do those companies have, right? So this is a quote by Masanobu Fukioka, and sorry about that, and ignorance, hatred, greed. I think most of us who have this general ability, again, of discerning right from wrong, can automatically agree that these are bad things. So if they're innately bad things, they're innately against natural law, therefore they are killing nature, in the sense of this quote. And may you want to say to the extreme of killing nature, as it says in this quote, then it may very well could be, because we see often, again, the same forces being involved with technology. Ignorance. I must use this app, I must use this phone, oh my gosh, I have to make sure this is always, with me, and I can't, stand by on my own and defend my house. I must always have cameras and have technology do it for me. That's a form of ignorance. Hatred. Oh, I hate you because you made this tweet about me on the web, and the cyberbullying that comes from it as well. You have, and then greed, right? This idea like, okay, you have to pay this much money for all this stuff here, and of course, greed is something. It's like, yes, there's always going to be people, merchants. There's always going to be people who trade, and that's cool. But the problem is with greed is the need, the necessity of money, the necessity that it's the religion, and the necessity of having the best of the technology lately. I need the best latest phone, I need the best latest computer, and this and that, and I need to keep up with the times, right? So it is killing nature, because nature teaches us to be patient, to be kind, to be more mindful of ourselves. When we start to embark in it, we realize there's much more to this world than what we've created, and we can create ourselves when we use our own nature, when we see the nature. So, and then especially when you see denatured realities, then yes, it's something that we realize, okay, we need our simple nature back, we need our real nature back, which is to love one another, as is the best medicine that we've been talking about. So if you want to talk about healing instead of killing, perhaps it starts with the very opposite of ignorance, hatred, and greed. So among the messages that we see and can observe among daily life, it is essential that we can learn through such way. And you see that through this quote: whatever the universal nature assigns to any man at any time is for the good of that man at that time. A quote by Marcus Aurelius. Okay, and this is what it's saying, is that the universal nature, we all live within it, assigns to any man at any time. So whatever the world, the universe, through its ways, its cause and effect, its moral, karmic laws, okay, through the ways of the laws, any man at any time, it's for the good of the man at that time, if a man is to receive a signal from nature, because it is from the natural law. It is from the universal nature. The universal nature is therefore then the natural law, because we see it here in this equation, where it is sending messages to us via karma, via cause and effect, and we see it and we realize that we can make a diagnosis, and that it will become useful for us at that time to move on presently for the future. Makes sense, especially if we want to be present, especially if we want to change the future, especially if we want to unite. Universal would be the way to do it. Natural law would be the way to do it, especially in the worlds of man's law that seeks to instead tell man what to do, instead of nature actually giving the signal itself as it is to do. So it can give us this destiny, this fate, this feeling that we ought to have to know we're in the right direction. Quote, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not to fear the results of 100 battles. A quote by Sun Tzu, I believe. Quote, via Gecko and Fly. I'm not sure. This is a place where the quote came from, but if you know the enemy, so you know who is causing the problems in the world, you know what the source of the problems are, what forces among the problems are, and you know yourself, which is really key as we move forward here as to transcending for change, as we've mentioned before, changing yourself to change the world. You need not fear the results of 100 battles. So you don't care what will happen because you know that you are going in the right direction. You know that you are standing up for the truth. You are standing up for something that you believe in yourself. And you know that the enemy is there and you can identify it. You see it. So you care not for what comes of it because you know the truth. And the truth you believe, and you shall believe, is above everything because it is the truth. It is what is right. It is what is wrong. Shall we listen to the truth? We'd also then know the enemy, right? So we know what's right and we know what's wrong. That is the truth because it consists of both. And yourself, well, you are one such perceivers of the truth. And so therefore, yes, we're all connected here. Evil, good, you, them. Let's see and understand that this is often becoming a you versus them scenario, where you may say the enemy is them, those who choose to rule over yourself, who create the battles with yourself. So therefore, of course you'd risk 100 battles because you found yourself for once. Instead of the battles being pushed onto you, you can be the one to initiate the battle. Not in the violent sense, but in the battle of the mind, in the battle of the information, battle of the knowledge, the battle of the common sense, the battle of the things that, with weapons, the weapons of common sense, the weapons of truth itself, you will not fear what the result comes of it because you know it's right. You know that you are to lead yourself. You know of the enemy and how deceptive they were to leading you to all these battles all this time. So you don't want to go with those battles, but you're willing to take yourself in this new battle, which is for life, which is for truth, because that is the direction that you want to take. You have a desired direction. You see it now clear as day. You will not be distorted from another direction because you see the right direction. So then with our interaction among nature, quote, we abuse land because we regard it as a commodity belonging to us. When we see land as a community to which we belong, we may begin to use it with love and respect. A quote by Aldo Leopold. And what is this mission ultimately? Is it getting people together among common principles? Then we are building communities. Is it disintegrating the system that's kept us from talking to our neighbors, kept us from building community by obligation of having to work together? Then this mission is therefore then also helping with us in building a community that way as well, is creating the obligation to work with one another and put the effort into doing what we want in this world. So that way we get the best desired outcome. So that way we best do understand the world around us because we are the ones doing it. We are the ones living it. We're not just having it received to us by other people who, again, do not align with the truth. And the truth is this harsh reality of having to work for what you want. But the fact that we're willing to just easily abuse the land and say that we are the gods of this universe. So it makes sense that we think that because we treat it like that to the land around us, especially if we say this is how much land you owe, this is how much land that you had to pay for by force. And this force of taxation is not of the natural law. That's why it's commonly referred to as theft within itself. And so land is a community because, as you see, the trees work together and everything works together, but yet people are not to, and they're supposed to create boundaries within the land, which is supposed to work together. It doesn't make sense to me. So the land is the community. People are supposed to be of the community. People, as it is, have been shown to be commodities as well. It's not just the land that's being abused. We are as well because we are among the land. and that's why we're often stepped on. But we're used as a commodity because they treat us as numbers. They treat us as a number line, whether it be in medicine, whether it be in value and income. And so that is not something that will build a community. That's what creates a power differential, not a community. It creates division. Okay, so that's why when you do build a community, you see here by the quote, you would create love and respect. Quote, nature holds the key to our aesthetic, intellectual, cognitive, and even spiritual satisfaction. And I believe we may have gone over this quote before, but it's by E.O. Wilson, just to remind you of the power. Quote, our species needs and deserves a citizenry with minds wide awake and a basic understanding of how the world works. A quote by Carl Sagan. And this is telling to the fact that we all have our great minds, our great ability to do so, our great ability to be awake, not necessarily sleep, or be awake when we choose to and sleep when we choose to. Even though, of course, we have times where we feel obligated to do such in one way or another, question the balance within your life, right? Is it the basic understanding? What is the basic understanding? Is it basic nutrition, like how health works? Because that's been suppressed from the public, just basic underlying nutrition, which would heal most of disease. We already see 80% or more is from preventable diseases. And when you see how easy it may be to just shift your lifestyle, it starts to open your mind simply by then. So you open your mind when you see the truth. So therefore, if you are to understand the truth or want to learn from it, you're asking for your mind to be more awake, and you are awake to it because you're asking for it. So a basic understanding would be natural law because it's quite basic, if you may say, because many people will take it different ways, but it is its objective truth and it speaks for itself. So although many people want to speak for it, like Aristotle said, you might be a fool, or was it Voltaire who said, you might be a fool if you always feel like you need to talk, right? It's this idea that there are certain things that we can all agree upon, and it doesn't require too much debate. But sometimes we like that debate, especially in the internet culture, when it comes to attention and it comes to drama, because that's how the economy works, right? Is who gets the most attention, who gets the most drama. That's how journalism works, media, which is what's consuming most people's lives. So a basic understanding of how the world works. How does the world work? Does it work through the minds of the many people, bringing it to their actions? I'd say so. I'd say that's a very basic understanding, is changing our mindset and how powerful our mind can be and how we can change our mind if we want to change our behavior, if we want to change the world. And so it doesn't matter what happens here and out, as long as this is released, as long as the idea is present, which it already is in many different forms. See, if the idea exists, it exists in some sort of form in the world already, all the time. No matter what, because it can't exist. And so you have this idea that nature's the answer. This is not something that's new, but it's growing in relevance when you see things like technology. So you have this quote, you can kill the dreamer, but you can't kill the dream. A quote by Martin Luther King Jr. Because nothing is going to stop the mission, okay? You can stop a messenger, but that's not going to stop the message, which is part of the mission. Okay, so we may be messengers of a message, but the message is already present. Nature is the answer, so to speak. And the mission is already present as well, because people feel like they need change. People feel like they need something different. People feel like they need to come back down to their roots or find what the truth is. They are seeking it. Some people have this burning desire to find it, and the elites don't want people thinking this way, and the fact that you could know the truth, which is why they keep us so preoccupied and distracted with other things, so that way we don't think this, and which is why this shows even more importance why you should do something about that, being that you're listening to this, being that you have an open mind, being that you see it when others don't. Help them see it. It's not about ruling over them or saying, okay, well, this is what we got to do, so I need to convince you so you can vote for me. It's about teaching others to do what we've done, shall it be right, and tell them how it's right, what makes something a right. I mean, and you wonder why we lose our rights. It's because we don't know what a right is. It's just as simple that you can't kill the dreamer. Nothing will do it. That's why I'm unfearful. Because why should you have fear when that is the biggest limit of all things? I see it as a dreamer within myself, literally a physical dreamer who goes and dreams at night. That's the biggest thing that takes me out of that dream is fear. So fear can stop the dream because, well, I'm not taking action upon nature's the answer, the message. But, it's not going to kill the dreamer. It's going to kill the dreamer's dream. If I cannot take that dream and bring it to the public as I can right now. So nothing's going to stop this when it's released, when it's there to see, when it's there to hear, be, because nothing stops the truth in the universe. It's always going. So you can't stop this desire for people to want to know the truth, because it is in us to have this truth with us, and we know something's wrong, which is why we need to bring action to it. Instead of being stuck in this situation, like not too healthy, but also not too sick, we're stuck in a cycle of complacency, dependence. But rather, that's not a balance, that's a division. What's a balance is understanding all these aspects and understanding that there is good, there is bad, there is a natural law. We have a dream, and the dream is that of wanting good. And that's as simple as it needs to be. Now we can just bring action to it with the knowledge and the tools at hand that have been suppressed from us all this time, which is why I'm trying to bring it to the public. Shall you help me in my efforts of doing so? See, and another good way to quote this is, quote, there is only one kind of freedom, and that's individual liberty. Our lives come from our Creator, and our liberty comes from our Creator. It has nothing to do with government granting it. A quote by Ron Paul. Because government has nothing to do with natural law. They have much to do with man's law. Government has nothing to do with the love in your life or the social relationships you have. If sure, they want to get involved so they can ensure that you have a peaceful, secure relationship with these people, when in reality you'd be far more satisfied when you figure it out on your own, when you have it on your own, when you have this sense of mystery that wants to make you create, because then you'll become more satisfied in other areas of life as well, not just in relationships and social status. So everything works together in that regards. And so, quote, love is the purest form of a soul at peace. A quote by Matthew Donnelly. Because love is a form that you probably cannot say about a government which is not at peace and is always at war. Even the American government for over 200 years, which is most of its lifetime, you can see for yourself, pretty much all the time that America has ever been alive in existence, according to the foundation of the documents, we've always been at war. And as itself, it's not a soul, it's not a person, it's not a thing I could point to and say that is government. It's just a bunch of people who presume that role, which we know is not natural. So why does it exist? It exists to keep us away from nature, to keep us away from the truth, so that way others will have power over us, so that they may transcend to their goals, whether that you want to call it the next dimension, whether you want to call it living longer and forever, or in harmony, quote unquote, with nature, when by the Georgia Guidestones that is just absurd, because they want to be nature in order to do so. But they say it's okay because nature doesn't have feelings, so they could do whatever they want. They can rule over us, they can give us disease, depopulate us, but as long as it doesn't affect them, then they're good. So they can stay detached from the world in their castle with all the satanic statues and them taking pictures next to the satanic pictures and dressing up as satanic figures. But you know what? That is not of nature. That is not of moral, righteous, and God. or anything of the degree. It is actually the opposite. Look at everything they've done. It's creating this denatured society. So to say that they are in any way aligned or in touch with empathy when they're willing to kill many other people, then I can't say they're in touch or aligned with nature as much as they want to say they are, and they worship aspects of it. It's not going to heal them in that case, because they have this mental blockade on part of themselves. So it's not just nature as the answer, it's you. And as we've seen through these quotes, there's an emphasis on you and what you can do and your belief system about it. It's not just about nature. No, it isn't. Nature is just a word, an interpretation of this greater existence that we have here on this earth. So realize that. Realize our attachment, though, to it, and how healing it can be, shall we put it into application of our belief system, and not have these boundaries in place, and have a balance between the left and the right brain to seek the truth. So, quote, we must remember our duty to nature before it is too late. A quote by Margaret Thatcher, and that name sounds familiar, but let's just, let's just, again, take the quote for what it is. Our duty to nature. What is our duty to nature? What do you think? Well, nature doesn't have feelings. Well, what is our duty? Is it to live in harmony as we are to do with the cycle and all things that do? Even living beings that are animals that have lower, maybe you want to say lower levels of consciousness, they still have consciousness. They still have nervous system. They still have much of everything that we have. But they're just a different species. But we have to get into the science and say that we're more advanced, so it's okay whatever we do. That's not necessarily the case. Now, I'm not saying that we have to stop everything that we're doing, but we just have to be aware of what we're doing, because that is enough to set our actions, again, to afloat to the reality that we want to live in. So our duty to nature is to be within nature, to have this harmonious relationship with it, as we do with your wife or loved one or husband or whoever. It'd be either or, obviously, but that's your duty there, and your duty is to reproduce, your duty is to eat. You have these natural duties from nature as you were born into this world, and it starts to be where we've entered a generation that starts to be confused on even the simplest of things that come from nature. So then you wonder why I'm starting this message as a mission. It's in a world where people can't even find themselves to begin with. People don't know how to, they don't know where to, and I would say the answer is in nature for each one of those questions, to some degree of perception and much degree to the truth. And notice that this quote says, before it is too late. Because when is it too late? Is it when we're not able to speak about this anymore, as I previously mentioned? For, again, if you have fear, then you're already limiting yourself. Quote, fear is the foundation of most governments. A quote by John Adams himself. Fear is the foundation of most governments. Now, if that's the case, then it's basically saying that government is built around limitation, built around limiting people in their freedoms. The very nature of government is to limit freedoms. And if you look at natural law and compare it to man's law, you start to see it as such, because one belief is ruling over many people, and one person's ruling over many people, and you start to question, is this a mind game or is it a heart game too? Because now the fear, where's the fear hitting? It's hitting the heart, right? The fear of talking to somebody that you like, the fear of talking to somebody that looks pretty, fear of going out and talking to people, the fear of even going out, the fear of doing the simplest of things. Like I said, now we've been compromised at almost every level, which is why we need nature more than ever. And it's because man's law has so ingrained in our society, and of course it has before in the past, but now we have technology where fear, where could the fear come from? It could even come from the video games, the virtual reality games that we play that create this fear in us because it's so convincing to our brain. The movies that make us cry because it's so convincing to our feelings. Realize how you may be manipulated in even the simplest of ways, or subliminal messages. They know how the psychology works, which is why they've done what they've done and built what they've built. And if you were to say, well, what is the opposite of fear anyways? I would say it's love, right? Because instead of fearing something, you're loving it. It's the exact opposite. Now, maybe you want to strike a balance between the two, right, as all things, but love is still existent. Love is still there. But when everybody's fearful, not even to open up to oneself, not even open up to one information, not even open up to another person about something they deeply believe in or know that is right and know that is the truth, then that's fear. That is deep-rooted fear, and that's going to be their biggest limitation among all things. You want to say statism is a hard mentality? What about all these other underlying mechanisms, which is actually at work? The fear, okay? Because everything, I guarantee you, that is amongst the problems of society is based around some sort of fear of something, because somebody is not willing to look into, to be open, to understand, to reason to some degree, as we are born to do. They were put in this state of fear by these inverse forces, by these forces of evil that have over dominated the scene, perhaps. And to then take into consideration the amount of evil that may then exist, it's like you could just worry about it all you want, but then you might be in a more state of fear. So you don't want to be in fear even when you recognize the truth to some degree. The truth must exist with love, otherwise there is no answer to the fear. And it must exist with love because otherwise we will not be able to problem solve. We won't be able to critically think because we won't be able to strengthen our immune system, as we mentioned before. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stuff like that. We need to know the right actions to take, and this is the perfect time to do so. Love is one of those answers. People want to say love is the answer. Love is the answer. It's a common one among nature is the answer, and nobody's going to deny that. But the problem is, it sounds more hippy-dippy to most people and most of peace when nature has a lot more meanings to it. When nature has love, but it also has everything else. So, quote, I wish people cared about the earth as much as they do about who they think created it. And how telling is that? Because again, we want to point fingers at this person, that person, say that people are in control of all these phenomena, when in reality there's forces behind these people, such as fear, okay? The fear is taking over the person. And so I wish people cared about the mission. I wish people cared about NITA as much as they do about who they think created it. Because I don't want people to think and care about me. I mean, hey, nobody's going to deny that they wouldn't want somebody caring about them. Like, of course, I want people caring about me. I care about everybody else. Like, I love them. But the point is that we have to care about what we're doing, the actions we're doing, because the truth doesn't wait for anyone. It is here, but when it's being replaced or actively manipulated, it's not going to wait for you to appear in sight and play its role through natural law without being suppressed. Because when somebody does something wrong, or considered wrong by some, if you want to say the opinion version of wrong, like let's say, okay, I think this person shouldn't be wearing a mask in the store. Oh, they shouldn't do that. Now, of course, you can voice your opinion about it, but what are you going to do? I'm not going to tell people not that we should just force everybody to not wear a mask. I mean, that is just bizarre. I can maybe go up to them and talk to them, right? But what are you going to do to uphold a law that says you must wear a mask? And okay, well, now you have to go up close to the person to arrest them and bring them to their jail. It doesn't make any sense. Upholding a law to tell someone what to do with their life that they get to decide for themselves, like even such as wearing a mask or not opening up your business during quote-unquote quarantine. What is this world that we're living in? And then you have to wonder how crazy it gets by the day, such as one example from the coronavirus outbreak. So, quote, this quote with people having to care more about the world around them rather than who they think created it is a key, because the world around them has to do with all the people that are in it, all the people that you want to say created it, even people like the Greek gods. You want to say the word God, well, there's also gods, and all the many people that believe in the many different gods, because there's so many that span across human generations, that to just ignore one and just accept one is like saying, okay, I'm willing to just accept this and nothing else. And of course, that's okay. That's your own beliefs, because every one of us is individuals. But have some open mind, have some consideration. Don't knock others for their beliefs. You know, people are going to believe what they want to believe, but we must just agree upon the truth. That's what we do to nature. And nature's a universal concept, is then going to be reflected in whatever creator we believe in. But we must first look at nature, for it is the roots to what we can understand and see the most of. Before this next level, which is this creator. Okay, and so, when there's also the quote that says that nature is the art of God, then you wonder, right? Because we talk about how powerful creativity is and how necessary it is and how it's in our nature to create as ourselves. So we should really be respecting nature, and nature is reflective as to what's going on in our society. So if we really want to fix the world, it's not just about making the environment clean, which is having trees, which is living among them, which is abiding to the natural harmonies in place, not needing to necessarily invent anything new or crazy, but come on, we can use everything that we've done. We've done such amazing things in this universe. Let's not knock ourselves either. So I'm going to contradict myself a lot here, but this is the world we live in a world of irony, which, while people think about the creator, oftentimes the creation is right in front of you. This is the world of irony, and the truth is always below your nose. And so we have another quote by Thomas Hobbes, quote, "In the state of nature, profit is the measure of right." Okay, so again, going back to natural law, what is right, what is wrong objectively? Profit is then that. It's not, oh, look at the fancy car, look at this I have, and no, that's not profit. Having this fancy job that doesn't actually impact the world or go anything according to natural law, but yet makes you a ton of money that is man-made, that's not having to do with the righteous or truth, which tends to be why most of those people are very uncontent with their lives and find themselves having to go to nature a lot, and they have the money to do so, so they might as well in a world full of money. So, they find their own balance there too, because nature still gives them a calling, but the utmost nature would be them not really living a job that they don't want to, and them not really having to deal with all this money and taxes that they don't have to. So it's about doing the right thing. It's always about doing the right thing. So they may feel the right place to go, feel to do some of the right things to bring their life back to a balance, as we all ought to do. But if you question bringing your whole alignment into the right, into the truth, then we might have a big revolution, and we might have a big change, not just in our personal lives, but for the world to come. If you were to look on a collective scale of society, how much is in truth and how much is not, then you'd get a picture of how things are going on. What is in alignment to natural law and what isn't. I would say the majority of things as I speak right now are not, and people don't even know what it is, let alone their rights, let alone their very self. So of course we're going to be in the problematic zone that we are today. And then going about this unification theory that we have here, quote, "Our moral, religious, and political traditions are united in their respect for the dignity of human life," by Robert Casey. The dignity of human life, the right of human life, the ability to be human, the ability to be of life and have foods in you of life, and have aspects that are meant to be of life, like expression of creativity and wanting to do what is right for the world. Of course, that's going to unite all aspects of life because, well, it's right, and life has this blueprint for right. And if I had a conversation with a lot of people about authority and this idea of statism and natural law, they may make presumptions of what natural law actually is, when in reality they don't know much about it or much of the theories behind it, or that there is an objective right. So we have a lot of unthinking people simply in regards to not thinking a little bit more outside the box, I would say, into what is the alignment of truth, how do we unify people, stuff like that. So you have this, right? A quote by Albert Einstein, quote, "Unthinking respect for authority is the greatest enemy of truth." Unthinking respect. So you're not thinking about your actions. You're not thinking about what you're doing in life. You're not thinking perhaps about the foods you're eating. No wonder why you're not thinking also about those who supposedly rule over you when they don't have to. So of course it's going to be the enemy of truth because it has no reason to it, has no understanding to it. And as we know, the nature of authority itself is that of against truth in regards to being of the man's law and moral statute. Right? So the greatest enemy of truth, right? If you were just to cut off even the first part, authority is the greatest enemy of truth. That's good enough on its own. But even unthinking respect, unthinking, if you're not thinking, you're not using your human consciousness, what you were born to do, your nature, then of course you're now going against truth itself as well, because you're not doing what you are to do. And you can have respect for one another. You can have an understanding. You can have reasoning. You were born to have these abilities. It's what's amazing about human beings. Even going back as far as the caveman age, we were able to understand each other because we were all on the same level still of consciousness. It's not like you had one person who was like super intelligent with their words and savvy with their words, may I say, and then you have another person who's like completely doesn't know what to say anything. If that's what we're regarding to ancient times for, I don't know. I don't know how these human beings were, but that's how they're depicted in the movies and stuff. So, take that for what it is. But you don't have that dynamic there. You adapt to what is of the current moment. I can't say there was a smarter generation in the past, because there is smart people now, and technology has more demands of our brain capacity, and you even see sometimes that roller coasters and stuff can help excite creativity, and there's different ways to look at the world. So there's no denying that technology has of some benefit to our nature, because it's of nature. It still came from it. It's not necessarily though that it's abiding to all the aspects of nature. So there's a question there, right? If you were just to sit outdoors, there's not many questions you have to ask there. Because you are already doing as you intended to be. But if you were doing something that came through this, who came through that, which came from this, came from that, it probably has a lot of question as to how meant to be is it. And so, not thinking about your decisions obviously are going to create bad decisions and then create a bad world in response. So that's what we have. We have people not thinking about the world around them, and therefore it created a not thinking system. So now we have a not thinking world, which is basically a world based in untruth because people refuse to see the truth, which is that of our just simple ability to use respect, to use our thinking, to use our own authority. So, this is what it makes sense to me, especially when authority wants to use this for more power hold. And so talking about embracing all things, quote, "Youth is the gift of nature, but age is a work of art." A quote by Stanislaw Lek. And you can just see how, older people are generally supposed to be ones of wisdom, ones who've gone through many years of experience, a lot to pass on, by the way, generation to generation, as we ought to do here, and what we ought to restore. This is all a rejuvenation. This is all just us breaking the boundaries and restoring and rejuvenating. It's nothing adding quite in. We're adding in ideas to what was already not present in individuals, but these ideas have been existent within the universe already, so it's not new there, which is why I have a lot of creative works of my own, which I would consider new, even though they're more of improvisions, as everything much is. But, we have this idea here that if you're old, you're almost dead, and this is bizarre, or that if you're super young, you're just perfect. Everybody has their role, and everybody has their time, they have their experiences. It's just a matter of if we choose to use them or not. Are we using these times right? Because the problem is someone who's super young, who's confused on what to do, or the problem is super old, or the problem is also someone super old and feels like they didn't do enough. And so it's about creating a balance, and then seeing that the most we can learn from in life is often from the youngest ages and the oldest ages. Same thing you could say for our conditions here on Earth, the most extreme conditions and also the least extreme conditions. By extreme, I may be talking about technology. I might be talking about the bigger the government, the man's law. Okay? That's what we're talking about when we're talking extreme. And by extreme, it also means imbalance. So let's understand that, right? Does that mean that striking a balance between the two ages is like the perfect place to be? No. No, they all have their purpose, okay? But we all come to a balance at the end of the day when we realize that all of these are in existence with one another, and that all is just a matter of time, and all has their ways of going. I believe there was a poem too. It's like, the waves, you can have footprints on the sand next to a beach, but the waves will just take the footprints as if there was nothing there. So, there's different ways to interpret this. It is a work of art to speak, it's a work of art to do, because when you follow your doing, you follow your destiny, it is just a matter of time till you create something that hasn't been created before because you see it as something that is really interesting to you. It has a creative insight factor to it, and you will see to it that you'll be more successful by doing something different, by seeing what you can do that's different, by seeing how you can change the world for the better. You can actually benefit a lot by promoting the truth or promoting this cause, especially if you believe in it and want to create different forms of art out of it. So see it as such, and that doesn't really age, because you can see what someone's done in their lifetime. Does that age? Because it can be passed on from generation to generation. The truth, does that age? The truth is always here. There's certain things that just don't age. So question, what do you want to give to the world that won't age, that could go beyond your time and teach the world a lesson after your time and for all times? So for natural medicine, quote, "The art of medicine consists of amusing the patient while nature cures the disease," a quote by Voltaire. So we don't do much, we don't add much value, we just let nature do its thing. So we basically just promote nature, we compliment nature, we say nature is the answer, and you say, okay, that sounds good, I'm going to be in nature more, and guess what? Nature cures the disease. You say, okay, well look, this is the right direction to go, but you need to take this path for yourself. You need to start buying the right foods, you need to start getting the right foods, maybe you need to start doing this along this path. You'll find what you have to do, you just have to go this way. And then nature's like, yeah, I'll take you in my grasp, I'll take you within my realm, I'll show you how to harvest a plant, stuff like that. And other people are going to say, okay, well, you got to do it this way, but then nature's still the one that provides the food. So we have this complementary relationship to nature where we can do a lot, of course, as man, but we still rely on nature for everything. That's everything from making the drugs to begin with, to making supplements, to making all the formulas. Everything is dependent on nature. So nature's never out of the equation. However, when we see that the art of medicine is actually just facilitating nature, then it really just speaks for itself that nature's the answer. And we are just facilitating that as a movement, as a message, as a mission within itself that it's already existent. We're just bringing that into a message so that the mission could be recognized as a movement. So art. Yeah, nature can do a lot. We can do a lot. But, where do we get it from? And how do we go about creating more art? And, what's our inspiration? Well, let's look at this. Quote, "We all have a thirst for wonder. It's a deeply human quality. Science and religion are both bound up with it." What I'm saying is you don't have to make stories up. You don't have to exaggerate. There's wonder and awe enough in the real world. Nature's a lot better at inventing wonders than we are. A quote by Carl Sagan. And to have the comprehensible understanding of even how I made this video and my thoughts are, my intentions, to look deep and beyond things, you start to have this even greater wonder for the quality of something rather than, what could I distract my mind with next. This is not, the ideal in society, but yet I'd say my generation can't sit still for one moment. But, what he's saying here is you don't have to make up stories, you don't have to exaggerate. There's real wonder and awe right here, right now. And nature's a lot better at doing it than we are. We can be facilitators of it, we may have a thirst of it, we may have a quality that's very much attached to it, but the real art, the real science, the real religion is nature, which is why we seek to make so much about it, why we make so much of it. We have this deep connection, and it's bound to us. Among the unification, quote, the environment is where we all meet, where all have a mutual interest. It is the one thing we all share. The one thing all of us share, okay? And this is a quote by Lady Bird Johnson. So this quote is saying that nature is within all of us. Nature is everywhere. And that we all meet there, we all can have a mutual interest in it. And it's the one thing that we all share. It's the one thing that we can all get around. So why aren't we looking at this? Look at this. I see on this picture it says Earth 911, more ideas, less waste. I don't know what that's about, but just think about that within itself. More ideas, less waste. What we've been doing has been creating harm. We're wasting our human potential. Instead, we could be creating ideas that actually use our potential. And we can create more than we've ever had before. But we can unite among the same environment that is Earth, that is nature, not necessarily this government or that nation and this nation or that person and this person. It's about the ideas. It's about what we're going to do here with our minds, with our body, with our soul, with our consciousness. This is what it's about. And so, we are the 911. You call your neighbor for help, they could be there for you for help. We can make this obligation of environmental mutual interest. And I said environmental mutual interest. So agreements between people, but also between nature. Okay, so here you have another quote. Nature never deceives us. It is we who deceive ourselves. Again, the truth doesn't have this feeling to it, but it has many aspects of it, may you say, that also, again, send us messages. And so it never deceives us. It is always just telling us what's going on. It is us who may put fear upon that, who may put beliefs upon that, and limitations and ideas that weren't there, but because we got distracted or because we got programmed a certain way of thinking that it must be this way. What is the original way? What is the intended way? And see beyond it. People will have debates about this and that, and I've talked about this, but see beyond the debate. What is it that everybody's doing that they're not realizing that they're doing? What is it that you're doing that you're not realizing you're doing? Because I bet you can learn a lot from what you're doing, but you don't realize that you're doing. And we all have some of these aspects to ourselves, which is why we require outside forces and other people to help hold us accountable, as a health coach is supposed to do. So nature holds us accountable the same exact way, which is why I call health coaches facilitators of nature. And which is why we can all do that because, well, we don't need doctors to heal our own body. We can all be the health coach. We can all be the health coach for one another, which is why that's the new healthcare model for healing a nation. And I agree 100% with it. Having health coaches instead of doctors, having people more closer to nature, having people more closer to people, having people with their own experiences telling other people, how their own experiences went and guiding them in a people-y fashion, not in a robotic fashion, not needing 8 years of schooling with no nutrition and no basic underlying fundamentals with no human interaction. This is bizarre. Health coaching is then amazing when you consider it in the light of nature and natural law. But, it's the funny thing is we don't even tell people what to do. We just guide them because they know themselves. And the same thing that nature does, it's not telling us what to do. People wish it would just tell them what to do, but it guides us in the right direction. So are we willing to take that direction? And do we see the direction? Because it's there. I'm telling you, it's always there. But do you see the direction? There's many directions you can go, shall you choose to do so. But do you see the directions within your own life? I'm sure you have certain positions that other people do not have currently. in this life. And that's where it comes of use. You were born into a certain family, born with certain traits, all this. Use it to your best ability. There's only one you in this universe, so you can change the world, truly. And so, this is a quote by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and I believe he was also involved with, understanding natural law. Funny thing, but again, this is the foundation to a lot of what brought us here, and through time of it being forgotten, is what created the corruption, what created the problems. So to keep this for generation after generation is going to be the ultimatum once everything is into effect, once we disintegrate the system first. Quote, to be happy, we must be true to nature and carry our age along with us. A quote by William Hazlitt. Okay, so we must be true to nature. What does that mean? We must be meant to be. We must do the right thing and carry our age along with us. So we talked about young, we talked about old, we carry it with us. But guess what? It doesn't dictate our life. It doesn't change who we are. We're just being true to nature the whole time, and we're doing what's meant to be. And that's what will keep us happy, is being content with who we ought to be. Because we are being who we ought to be, so we know that it's right. So it only follows then that we are happy, not just naturally, but the forces of nature will work to make you happy because you chose to work with it. But, it's not some crazy thing you have to do either. Now, it depends on the level of deception or level of integral part you are to the system that is denatured, how attached you are to technology, how many cravings you have, and so forth, how much dependence you have, how much you haven't learned through all this time. But guess what? You can always move on, and there's always other people with you. So don't lose your guard. You can be happy as long as you fulfill the conditions that ought to be fulfilled of that current moment. Right? So be true to yourself. And if you're true to nature, then you're listening to nature, and nature will help you go in the right direction. So that way you may be happy, which is what ultimately everything's about anyways, right? Being happy is being healthy. Right? Quote, the most important thing is to enjoy your life, to be happy. It's all that matters. I mean, hey, I just said that, right? This is a quote by Audrey Hepburn, right? But if that's the most important thing, to enjoy your life and to be happy, is government going to do that? Really ask yourself, is having limitations on our life telling us what to do and limiting our freedoms so they can have more security in their life because they're unhappy and they need it? Or they feel like it's necessary, because at this point most of them are probably just doing it because they think it's necessary, when in reality they're being fooled by someone higher than them in the power structure, who is even more deceived in a different way of, I would say, denaturement. But, do you think they're happy, or do you think they're always looking for solutions because they're like, well, we need to see if this drug will work, or, oh, wait, we need to see if this law will work, or, oh, well, what about this? Well, wait, I need to look at the statistics, so wait. This is an uncontent mindset. This is a mindset that says we always must strive for better, which is okay for creating this new stuff, even though the general public doesn't get to create at all with that. But it also is not in alignment with nature, because they're in this constant strive for wanting to do something, which is good, but what they're doing is not content. It never has an end goal, and if they do see it as an end goal, it really isn't, because it doesn't abide to the truth. So they may, wrap themselves up in this blanket that they want to put themselves in, or wrap themselves up in this illusion of belief system that works for them because of how powerful the belief system is, to think that they can be happy with this. And then, of course, again, going back to nature and all the environments, you see how much these people go golfing and stuff like that. But you have those support mechanisms in place, but they have still problems of their own. And that's why we're willing to help people, of any people, help find themselves, and everybody should be willing to help do the same thing. Question, what really matters here? What is actually innate, though? Not something that we have to necessarily create. And what could we help this prosper within its own works? Because that's really all we got to do. We don't have to recreate anything. We can recreate something just to help encourage something that already exists. I mean, like I said, that's improvisation, that's creativity. But creating something that doesn't have any relationship to truth, you have to question, if every action, especially that you put upon society, if you're in a government, of course you'd have to ask, is this in alignment with truth? But if it is, then it already exists. So what are you doing? What exactly are you doing? You should just be a motivator, a guide, a coach toward truth, right? A truth coach, a health coach. A health coach is a whole coach who sees the whole picture, who sees the bigger picture of life, right? That's how I see it. So if you see the bigger picture of life, which you want to enjoy your life, that bigger picture would then be happiness, because that's all that matters, since matter is everywhere. No, but seriously, all that matters is happiness, because that's what we have when we align ourselves with the truth. Is we feel happy because we know we're doing the right thing, and the world works with us to minimize the harm as much as possible, to where we only receive good things most of the time, and we build good things around it because we know what is good and what is sustainable and what holds its time. You can't say a law holds its time. Now, certain very few drugs that have passed the time over thousands of years, or several 100 years, you can say are good. But all those drugs come from nature anyways, from the first part. But most of these newer drugs that always come out that keep getting recalled, they weren't around that long, but yet they're claimed to have all this great stuff. You have to be wary of the belief systems that people will put on one another, even if they sound super convincing. Because people will convince themselves, even. So even if they want to make it convincing to you, they will convince themselves first. And so you have to worry about this convincing cycle that doesn't necessarily have to do with the truth, because the truth doesn't care what you're thinking. The truth cares that you're acting in accordance to the laws that are present. And, I'm saying that figuratively, of course, but that's just the way things are. So, how hard could it be for some people to achieve and attain the truth, even though it's here? We just have to be open to it. It's not that we have to find it, it's that we just have to be open to it. So here's the thing. Here you have a quote. Make no mistake about it. Enlightenment is a destructive process. It has nothing to do with becoming better or being happier. Enlightenment is the crumbling away of untruth. It's seeing through the facade of pretense. It's the complete eradication of everything we imagined to be true. So the eradication of everything we imagine to be true. A quote by Adyashanti. And again, I don't know who that is, but this is a very true quote, that it is of the harsh reality. The harsh reality. It could take some downs to get up, like repairing your immune system. Okay? It's a destructive process. Some people might want to say, if you take a probiotic, which is something that helps your gut, has bacteria in it, you're killing some of the bad bacteria that's in the gut. You're going to have some bloating, you're going to have some bathroom problems for the first week. They describe it as a destructive process. You're killing all the bad pathogens and the bad germs that aren't supposed to be there, but yet you're healing yourself. So, although it has nothing to do with becoming better, becoming happier, it is simply, just by itself, in its own, word of what it means, enlightenment, this crumbling away of untruth. And so therefore, yes, you could become better, you could become happier, but enlightenment itself has to do with just uncrumbling away the untruth. Basically, getting rid of the darkness that is among, hence enlighten, bringing light to the current. And bringing light to the darkness that was there before, that was keeping the light away from you. That's why it says crumbling away of the untruth. Crumbling away, like as if you were crumbling down a building, for example. Something that was built up, that kept away the light. Hence the pyramid structure as it stands is keeping the light away from the base where most of the public is. So that way they can stay among the enlightenment ego and keep it away from us, from reaching the land. So it's seeing through the facade of pretense, what we are told that is true, what is fake, essentially, what is artificial, What is a virtual reality, right? So it's the complete eradication of everything we imagined to be true. Because imagination doesn't correlate with truth. Okay, we can imagine all we want, but the truth is the truth. The imagination could actually distort the truth. It could change the truth. It could denature the truth into a form that we consider as the truth, even though it isn't. So that's what it is. The complete eradication of everything we imagine to be true. So let's say you were endowed in this your entire life. Of course it's going to be a destructive process. Of course it may put you some mental breakdowns. But is it necessary? If it will generally, at the end of the day, make you happier and make you feel more connected to the world around you, then perhaps. Because enlightenment is of this working natural law. It's there for us to take, to understand, to reason. Again, the very things that we have, that we're born with in our very nature to do. So enlightenment is this process, and that's why a lot of these quotes also from people part of this so-called enlightenment era wrote a lot about this idea with how we are related to this natural law. It's all connected there too, because a lot of these ideas go back many generations and many millenniums. Nature has always been here, okay, and we haven't been there. So we want to be careful with what we do, and we aren't everywhere either, so try not to be nature and start to just look around and actively listen and actively see about everything around you. So that would probably mean being present with oneself. Quote, "No law or ordinance is mightier than understanding." A quote by Plato. So no law or ordinance, nothing that sets the norm, nothing that sets the ordinary. What is ordinary? What is the law when in reality it's man's law? It cannot be as mighty, cannot be as grand, cannot be as impactful as understanding a natural law, understanding why things exist for what they exist. For that's why laws were created in the first place, right? Because you thought that perhaps it would help if a law, based on understanding, would work around all these other people, even though if we just understood that one law cannot work for all people, then that's okay, and that we cannot have the majority of we want to say quote unquote majority of we the people, which is not we the people. It's just, again, the majority is these people in government, and we the people are the people in government who choose to make these laws over other people who did not consent, especially when they are born into the world. So if you were to just understand simple things like consent, simple things like force, simple things like what is the nature of taxation, what is the nature of government, what is the nature of how power changes one's belief system, then that is an understanding that defeats the purpose of laws, or this organized ordinance, may you say. We set up this journey for ourselves, this experience that we can have through the potential that we've created. And within this journey, you don't know what exact paths will be taken. You know the direction to go, as we've talked about, but you don't know exactly what will happen. It is mysterious. However, we must embrace this mystery too, because it can be very beautiful. It is an experience that will go down as something to remember. And when you do something great, something more, something brave, we start to create this sense of experience that is beautiful and mysterious to those of next generation, so they can start to retrace our footprints and understand why we did what we did. So, of course, I'm talking about the mission as the message, but here you have a quote by Albert Einstein. "The most beautiful experience we can have is the mysterious. It is the fundamental emotion that stands at the cradle of true art and true science." So again, at the roots of things, this journey, this mystery, that you see all within nature. If we don't claim to know every bit of the earth and every bit of every science and every bit of every number, you start to wonder, say, what is behind that tree? What is this tree really? What is it? Is it connected to the universe? We start to question more because we don't believe anything we're told, number one, and number two, we're less exposed to other people telling us what is and what isn't. We're now having a mind of our own. So we can have a sense of mystery, and because of that mystery being present, we have a natural more inclination to be more creative and create for the world around us, and have more sense of consciousness as we are to do. So with creation, you have, quote, people talk about creation as a remote fact of history, as if it were something that happened a long time ago and finished at the time. But creation was not an act, it is a process, and it is going on today as much as it ever was. But nature is not in a hurry. A quote by John Muir, and as we know, nature takes its time, but everything still gets done. It's another one of those quotes that we come across when we think about this, when we see about it, when we observe about it. So everything's a process, right? People, they want to say, okay, I want to lose this many pounds. This is their end goal. Meanwhile, the best mentality to have about this is believing that's a process. Everything's a process. It could take time to reach that goal. Once you've reached the goal, you're still going to have other goals. And is it going to be like where, oh my gosh, I'm going to regain the weight? Or could it be a long-term process that is going to be for a long-term gain, which is all just part of one big process, which is all just to make you healthier and happier, right? Not just lose weight or do this or that. It's not just about one thing or another. Everything's a process. Everything's there for a reason. So creation's there for a reason. Creation is here as a process. And through what has already been created, we make more creativity out of it. Okay, we make more processes out of it. Sometimes we process a little too much, but that's why we probably shouldn't be in a hurry, especially if we are going to process a whole lot. And there is indeed a lot to question. There's indeed a lot to process, especially of the current world that we are in, and a world that does a lot of the processing for us, hence processed food and processing when it comes to computers. In processing, like shipping and handling and having to ship things to other people. But notice the words and how they work, as clever as they are themselves. It's all creative work by man, a reflection of nature. And it says here that creation is going to go on today as much as it ever was. The truth is always here. Change is always happening. So nothing's in a hurry. It's just happening. It's just a process. Everything is just always happening. It's all to the all. The all is the all. The truth just is. This is, what it really is to understand the world and not necessarily be so stuck in one mindset, because I can contradict myself a billion times knowing the understandings I have, knowing the amount of perspectives others may have. This is the great ability of the human mind to understand perception and understand others and put themselves in other people's shoes, especially shall they want to heal other people or help them heal other people, so that those people that they're trying to heal can ultimately heal themselves, as they are to do. And I say it again, but medicine reflects everything of the world here, especially when it's basically literally at the root of most of all things. You see the medical empire and how powerful it is, how dependent people are on it, how it's changing people's mindsets, turning them violent, turning them autistic, growing so rapidly. A bizarre amount of things, but you cannot lose your guard. You cannot let that be a set down. You're still human, and that's all that matters. So just get rid of these forces that are denaturing you. And that includes the forces that are of the mind, like the government. Okay, this is not a force that works with you. It's clearly not one that works with natural law. If it doesn't work with nature, it doesn't work with you. Okay, so, quote, it's easy to stand in the crowd, but it takes courage to stand alone. To say, be the oddball in the medical community and be like, I think we can heal this person. He can probably heal himself. He can probably do some water fasting. That's probably better than taking a drug, Might as well risk it that way than taking a drug that probably has a billion other risks. But that person will be like, shunned, like, oh, you're quack medicine, and that's not something that we're trained to do, and it's not something that we ought to do. This is the ridicule you may get for standing out in the crowd, but it's bravery like that that helps set a new standard, and not just that, help people question more. When we question more, it starts to create controversy more naturally. So it's easy to stand in the crowd and just take sides, pick sides, and I'm sure people will through time if this message and the mission gets bigger. But all must emphasize to one another what this mission and the message is really about, which is about standing for yourself. Standing alone as you are to take care of yourself and your own health, for example, because everybody reacts differently to every food. Okay, but it takes courage to want to do what you want to do, especially in a world that easily abides to different things, easily believes on certain things, sticks their mind in one way or another. It depends on their upbringing, it depends on multitudes of factors, which is why you have health, which is to look at this whole condition, and which is why when I address this whole condition, I do believe it is the matter of us basically going against nature at every degree, at every angle. So, do I stand alone? I don't think so. Maybe with this specific message I do right now as I record this, but I know that in time, especially as I get out there, undoubtedly I can get people to agree because I have this ability called reason. I have this ability called understanding. I have this ability called displaying what is simply here, because we all do. It's nothing new, doesn't make me any more special than you. This is what we have here, and Mahatma Gandhi may have been such an example because he changed the mindsets of many people. And simply by doing such, you start to see a change. A change by doing something different that hasn't been done before. And this is a slightly more blurry quote of the matter of how we relate to nature and assume our power over it. But look at this quote. Let us not flatter ourselves on account of our human victories over nature. For each victory, nature takes its revenge on us. Do you hear that? Elites in power who think they can just rule over nature all the time and think that they're winning. Okay, and this is a quote by Friedrich Engels. What this quote is saying is that, go ahead, flatter yourself, think that you're actually winning over nature. But in reality, nature is going to take its revenge on you. It's just a matter of time, it's a matter of karma. And our movement can be such one and works with nature, so we can reduce the harm of this turn that it wants to take. We can reduce the harm by working with this turn that it wants to take. We can reduce the harm by just simply living as we are to do with nature. So that way it doesn't kick us in the butt, but it kicks in the butt the right people who need the kick in the butt. Those who brought us into this situation, those who facilitate this situation the most. The karmic law will be in motion more when it's less suppressed. Right now, if it's being suppressed, there's even more of a delayed reaction in different forms too, to which people learn from their behaviors and they know then what is right and what is wrong. So we can, by promoting natural law and recognizing it and utilizing it, we start to see that karma hits the right people at the right times and the right things happen for the right reasons. Yes, I truly believe that. This is the law of attraction. If we want good, we will receive good, but we must want good. Because the general public right now is not asking for something that's in alignment with truth. And they're not even asking to begin with. Like I said, they're not even using their simple human expression to do so. So let us use that, and let us use it for righteous means. Quote, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter. Quote by Martin Luther King Jr. So, if you're silent, you probably have fear. You probably have aspects of security that is in fake matter, maybe materialism and technology, when in reality you can be secure with something that actually means something, like having a family, like being with others. Instead, technology is actually emulating that, so it's giving you the satisfaction as if it is, when in reality it's just a cover-up for real satisfaction when you can actually feel it, and I am willing to help you to do that. People who are actually willing to listen to others and question the world around them are willing to help others. But those who just want to go about their lives and don't talk to me. You see all these elites, and you ask them a question, a challenging question they've never heard before, something that challenges their belief system. They stay silent. They don't talk. They just walk past. They say, don't talk to me. What organization you're from? Okay, and that's it. And then that's it, because they see you're independent. They see that you're not a mainstream media bought out shill, so they don't want to talk to you. They don't want to be a part of you. They just don't even want to start anything because they know it'll cause conspiracy. They know they can't even speak because they're insecure. So this is what they do, and this is why they have bodyguards with them. They have to do all their private stuff. This is the bizarre society that we've built, where we can put several few people, really, like super few people compared to the millions and billions of us, okay, in charge of us. This is bizarre, and meanwhile we stay silent about them, and they stay silent about us. They just speak when they think they can keep our silence. They speak so we can remain silent. This is the irony of the world we live in. So our lives begin to end, he's saying, the day we become silent. Because, well, it makes sense. To be a living being is to express ourselves as living. Otherwise, how do I know if someone's living if they're not breathing? How do I know if somebody is making noise if they're not talking? Right? So just think of it like that. As living beings, we have this innate ability to think, innate ability to speak, comprehend, understand. So if we're not using that, we're losing what is essentially part of us, especially on a mass scale. And if it's actively being degraded when we're bombarded with chemicals and bombarded by other people's thoughts, so our lives are not being used to the fullest, and then you wonder why people aren't living their lives, and then why people aren't living in general, because they have tons of disease. The body is kept silent through suppressive mechanisms as well. It's kept silent through drugs because it masks the underlying condition. It masks what's actually going on. It masks the symptoms, not the actual cause, because it's not treating anything. It's just masking. So it keeps the body silent from its expression. The body's itself, the body's own expression. So what I'm asking you is to express with your mind. Now, if you want to choose to express with your body as well and heal yourself naturally with whole foods and mostly plant-based diet, then, do that. Great, mind, body, soul, a whole embodiment, healing yourself for truth. Because that's what I believe health is. It's about getting to truth, not necessarily about losing weight or this and that. Everything matters more than what people just see in the front. Because when you really open your mind, you start to see everything that all exists, everywhere, all about. So things that matter, silent about things that matter. What is it that matter? Your health, your very living, your very self of being alive? I'd say that matters. Because your health does matter then, if it has to do with your very own health and living and stature and being able to raise your children and being able to even reproduce. The simple things that were literally born into your own nature. So it makes sense. And this is a quote by Martin Luther King Jr. Again, so telling of the dreams that we can have. But, if we're dreaming, are we still silent because we're sleeping? So when do we take that dream that we've had, and we bring it to the real life like he had, and we speak about it? We speak about the dream that we've had, and we make it a reality. Quote, what we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning. A quote by Werner Heisenberg. So what we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning. This is something that's also very telling. Shall you look into it? I say that a lot, but as anything, you look into it, you're going to find something. You're going to find something. And if we observe what nature is itself, well, it's going to present itself through many different forms. So actually, that's not true. And nature, we just generally say, is this greater existence, as I've said. But nature is exposed to our method of questioning because nature has the answers. So it's simply exposed to our questioning. It's exposed as a response mechanism to our questionings, right? Because what we think is what we act, is what we do, is what our reality becomes. Therefore, it makes sense. Nature exposed to our method of questioning. What are we questioning? Because nature is listening. What are we doing? Because nature is going to enact thereafter. Keep in mind that everything that you do has a cause and effect. This is the natural law, folks, at its best. Quote, some of us think holding on makes us strong, but sometimes it is letting go. And where are we going to let go? Are we going to let go in some person who may not have our best interests and who may actually end up killing us one day by depopulation or some bad science because they are too corrupt and do not have empathy for one another, human beings, so they don't care? Question. What are we holding on to? Is it making a limit? What's making us strong? Like actually strong in willpower, strong to our nature, not just strong by, again, having this muscle car or this car or that thing. It's not about things. We're talking here about consciousness. It says here lessons learned in life. What are we? We're living beings of life. So do we want to be strong? As we are to be, our bones are supposed to be strong, right? If we have the right nutrients. Our minds are supposed to be strong if we use our mind right. But sometimes, it says, it is letting go. Therefore, perhaps being present, being in nature, having fun, doing things that aren't always political, talking about things that aren't always political, talking about not only religion. What is the point of that anyways? If it's supposed to make us happy, but yet it always causes problems, why are we always talking about it? When we can focus on nature, what is here, what is there, what is everywhere, what it heals us. I mean, this is the thing, right? What are we letting go to? By the sense of the picture, I see it's nature by itself. You see birds flying, you see a sky about. I'd let myself go easily there. You know why? Because I'm in good hands. I'm in good hands of the world around me. It's not going to harm me. If I sense harm, I feel harm. Because I'm in touch with my senses. I'm in touch with my nature. But the world around us, as nature itself, is a very comforting place. It is. So, of course, it may have some harsh realities, especially if you are already entrapped within your own deception. But it is the perfect place to let go of all those traps, of all those limitations. So that way you may reach freedom. And as we know, freedom is of the right. It is of the natural law. Because we are innately free. So, you want to talk about some political issue like gun control. I mean, it says it right in its name, right? Control. Who's doing the controlling? Who's the one that would take the guns? Shall you want this quote-unquote gun control? Well, the very government. Do you trust the government? Most people say no. So why would you give the government the very things that you can use to defend yourself? This makes no sense. Using simple logic, we have simple answers. Using simple answers come from nature. Okay, you have here in the picture a Japanese internment camp, which they haven't mentioned until very recently, our government and history books, because it was suppressed from the American public for a while. As most things that governments do, because they're suppressed, because they're masters of suppression. They're masters of manipulation. They're masters of everything that is in opposition to natural law. So what are we surprised, right? So it says here, and it says in a little caption, gun control, because our government would never turn on its citizens. Because what it's saying here is that if we were to give up all our weapons, all that exists here for a reason, by the way, if we were to give it away to them, because they would never turn on us in any degree, so we don't have to worry about it. We can just give them all our stuff, and we don't have to worry about it. They'll keep us in good hands. How do we trust them, especially when they lack empathy, especially when they lack love, especially when they lack all the things that make them of nature? So no wonder why I call them denatured, right? The fact that they're willing to throw a bunch of people, innocent people who have done no harm, into internment camps because of their ethnic background that caused some harm to a little bit of tiny little bit of section of the US, which, give me a break. The Japanese fought for a reason. They didn't just fight the US also for no reason. We were giving them taxes and tariffs and all this other stuff that caused them to start World War II. And people don't know that. People don't know that. And so there's, there's hidden history too, of course, and stuff like that. But do we really need to study that? Do we even need to study that? So just understand what governments do. They cause people going to war. They cause deaths. They cause things that people don't know what's happening. They suppress. They suppress. They suppress. They instate fear. They instate everything that is opposite of natural law because it's not embraced. It's not used. It is not even taught to the general public, which is why it's not used. Because the general public is what gives the government power. Don't forget that. And so the best way to kind of sum up a lot of that, what we've talked about so far, is this quote. As for me, all I know is that I know nothing. A quote by Socrates, Socrates, or whatever you want. I can't say his name. But look, listen. The understanding of this quote is that I don't know anything. You don't know anything. There's so much of everything. Why do we have to set our mind on this and that? Why do we have to say it's one thing or another? Why do we have to say this drug is going to help with this disease? Can we have an open mind to the individual condition? Can we have an open mind to all that exists, including nature and natural law? Not just one way or the highway. Not just saying that, oh, government's necessary, so it must just exist. Can we actually understand that we all don't really know much of anything? But we can know something if it is universal and it's all throughout time, and we have all these messages coming to us, and it's, in every sense of the degree, right. Question that, we know nothing, but there is a lot to know. Right? Because he still says, all I know is that I know nothing. But he knows that he knows nothing. So there's a sense of knowing for sure, as opposed to not really knowing for sure and willing to admit to it. Willing to admit to where we don't have to always know everything. How much will people in the political science realm, religion realm, ever admit to that? Ever admit to that? Because they claim this or that or them knows everything. And therefore, they make either themselves powerful or powerless. And it just shows you the power of the mind again, the power of the consciousness, the power of the human spirit to do so. The power of our ability lies within everything we do, everything we say, everything that we have. And so it wasn't just the Japanese people, it was all people at some point in time, and it still is going on today. Like I said, slavery. This is being done through government. But look at this. This is one of the perfect depictions of this. Quote, before our white brothers arrived to make us civilized men, we didn't have any kind of prison. Because of this, we had no delinquents. Without a prison, there could be no delinquents. We had no locks nor keys, and therefore among us there were no thieves. When someone was so poor that he couldn't afford a horse, a tent, or a blanket, he would, in that case, receive it all as a gift. We were too uncivilized to give great importance to private property. We didn't know any kind of money, and consequently, the value of a human being was not determined by his wealth. We had no written laws laid down, no lawyers, no politicians, therefore we were not able to cheat and swindle one another. We really were in bad shape before the white men arrived, and I don't know how to explain how we were able to manage without these fundamental things that, so they tell us, are so necessary for civilized society. End of quote. And that is a quote by John Fire Lane Deer. Perhaps a Native American, I'm thinking. And, it's funny to me because he remains respectful while telling of a very just, very righteous, very full of understanding quote. And he calls them white brothers. They're brothers to him. They're just a fellow man. And, he's saying that they're making him quote-unquote civilized. And because they didn't have all the systems in place doesn't mean that they weren't living in peace. Doesn't mean that there wasn't any problems. It doesn't mean that there were problems. Doesn't mean that there was problems existent within their own rule of their own selves. So That's why there was sarcasm in this message saying, well, we were in really bad shape before the white men arrived, when in reality, they did perfectly fine. In fact, they had way better of a mentality on their hands. You can tell by the way he simply writes this, and by the things that he mentions when it comes to property, when it comes to money, when it comes to delinquents, and when it comes to prisons. It's all here. No, he says it also, no laws laid down, written. Okay, written. It's a big word there, because do you really need something to be written, what is innately true? No lawyers, no politicians, so therefore no government. I mean, this is all here. It's all here. So you can see how it spread to the rest of the world, and how certainly it still continues to spread through the mentalities of many, including the children that are raised up in this world, thinking that this government is some almighty force that works with the universe, when in reality it has no relationship to working with the universe at all. It is literally the most dangerous religion and the most dangerous superstition. The most dangerous superstition, and the most dangerous belief system. And so we learn from nature, everywhere, right? So, you see a storm, it's there for a reason. You see even this, quote, "It is the nature of a strong heart that, like the palm tree, it strives ever upward when it is burdened, right? If you feel trouble in your love life, you're like, okay, I need to fix this. I need to stand up for who I am and say, okay, this relationship is over. I need to stand up to it, because otherwise I'm not going to be happy. Otherwise I'm not going to be as happy as I can be." So, there's a sense of heart there, and then there's heart as in passion, and the government here, you have to question where the heart is, because all I see is the mind. Tell me where the heart is. I would love to know, where is the heart in government? I'd love to know, because they act like they do, when in reality everything must be calculated and through their laws and through their systems. There's no empathy in such a system like that, because it doesn't thrive on understanding, it doesn't thrive on self-sustainability, it thrives on what is basically written down. So they're all just reliant based on what is written down, and if it's written down in the past, then they especially have no understanding of how it even got there in the first place. So their judgments of every individual case, which every individual is going to be different, is just going to be some mess that they claim they can just always fix through the judicial system. And, we have this system that is based around the mind because of how calculated it really is. If it was more of the heart, it would be open, because the heart opens. If you want to hug, you have to open your arms. If you don't want to hug, then you keep your arms down. A heart is to open, okay? A mind is to close, because we have this ability to just grasp onto things there. And so, our heart is essentially this open gate. Shall we want to open ourselves to accept the truth, to accept the innate love of the universe. And it is like a palm tree where it strives ever upward when it is burdened. We should strive upward. We should take our hearts to what it wants. If you ever feel that need, like, man, these people are not really doing what they should be doing, these people are probably causing a big danger to what's happening, then you should probably, follow your heart. And when people say follow your heart, follow your passion, yeah, that probably means fixing the state of the world when you feel in your heart talking about these problems within government and within politics. It's a burden on our lives. So of course it is burden. Like you see in this scenario, if it's a burden because it's crushing us down, it's pushing against the natural law because it's man's law and it's ruling over us, so they're literally stepping on us, thinking that we're cattle to some extent. Yeah, we're being burdened simply by the nature of such system that we put ourselves in. And our heart wants to seek to do more than that. Our heart is like, we need to do more than that, and which is why it exhausts itself, and like I said before, it's overly pumps, and then we have high blood pressure and all those other problems because of all the stresses of modern society, which we put on ourselves still at the end of the day. It all comes back down to ourselves, because we're the ones still holding them afoot, right? Like, if we're the ground, because we're the ones being stepped on, we're the ground that's keeping them afoot. And especially lifting their feet for now, so that way they can just keep getting taller and taller and reach the next level of whatever they need by just keep stepping on more people. And so this is a burden on our lives if it's constantly pushing down on us. Do we see that natural law is being suppressed? Well, then man's law is being overbearing. So then do we see that government is constantly wanting war? Do we see that government is constantly wanting disease? Do we see that government is constantly creating fake situations of different types even? You have to question that, because if that's the case, then of course we're going to be burdened, and maybe they want us to feel burdened. But if they also have us feel powerless, then we're in the perfect state of, well, really bad health, really bad love, because now our heart, it doesn't have the power to come back even if it wants to. And that's the sad part about this reality, is even when you decide that you know what to do, if they prevent you from being able to do it in the first place, then that's something that is definitely showing that we're in a denatured reality. And so this is exactly what they've done to make it a denatured reality. Quote, "It is easy to cut down the tree of liberty, but not so easy to restore it to life." You know, try that. Try that with the tree. It's easy to cut it down, especially when you have technology to do so, but it is not so easy to restore it to life. Even though life intends to grow that tree and probably, break itself through the different storms and methods of the world. But, the environment will always restore itself, as it is to do, and it's amazing at doing. But we eventually have to realize, why are we cutting down these trees if it eventually kills ourselves? It's not just killing our liberty, it's eventually, at the end of the day, killing ourselves. So the liberty, as freedom, as truth, as natural law, is also represented to our health then, as we know trees give us oxygen. So if you want to restore this tree to life, probably would be best to just regrow a new tree, maybe with a grassroots movement. Starts with the grass, and it starts to build a new tree. That being said, that tree is not always going to last forever either. However, other trees can come to rise of it, and there will be a natural cycle in place where if we can maintain less harm in the turn of that cycle, then we have a generationally sustainable movement that I'm proposing. Okay, so this is a quote by Toussaint Louverture, and must be French, don't know how to say it, but you see that how much do we cut on life? How much do we cut through on life? Because we seek to understand it even, right? It's like opening up the body to see all the organs and everything in it. Because we can still understand the world without having to do that. There's been said that Chinese medicine practitioners did not have to open up the body to understand the body and all the organs and all the functions. I mean, you can even see that in reflections, because the principle of correspondence, you see it in reflections with the solar planets and the different arrays of stars and different patterns within stone. It's all there. And if you just relate all these patterns together, it starts to come together. And just to think that all these people back then had that in mind, in the comprehensible ability to think of it back then. And we want to think it's alien technology. The aliens gave it to us, because we are unable to comprehend with how the fact that they did come up with that in themselves, the fact that they did come to that of their own reasoning because they use their human ability. I'm telling you, when we use our human ability, we will see how much great things we can build, how much great things we can just suddenly achieve because we're using it. And I'm saying suddenly because it's like it comes to you, it hits you, and then you realize, like, wow, we can actually do a lot, which is what the power structure has said. They're like, wow, we can definitely rule over people quite well because we have the power to do so, and people go real easy with it. And it's a level of learning that they've learned, we can learn. Okay, because eventually it'll come down to where only they can learn, and that's not good because we're dumbed down and we're full of disease and this is not the system I want to live in. This is the system that you want to live in. And then let them keep cutting down trees, and then they're going to cut through bodies next because we're just as trees, as human beings. Mostly made up of water, and we can be grounded in place, and they'll still get us because we need to take action to an extent. But we can be super still, and that's great, and patient, but there's got to also be a level of movement. So, this makes some relationships with that. If you're a tree, you can be cut down too. That's all I'm saying. Thank you. Quote, technology isn't the enemy, it is our ally, but only if we adopt a new model that puts people before profit. Okay, that is key. All right, now I'll continue. I realize that we seem far from that model, but I have seen it in action, and it is a beautiful thing. So I'm not willing to give up yet. Hope is the last thing to die. A quote by Justin Sane. Don't know who this is, but very accurate. Very accurate. Notice a model. What I call mine is a blueprint, but it's also a model. Same thing, ultimately. And I never said technology is the enemy, but it's complementary to the enemy, especially if they are in control of it. And I said that as government sort of declines, this rule over technology can decline, or they can use technology as more of a weapon against us, from my predictions, from my understandings. And so just understand where technology fits in with all this. It can be our ally. And he says, but only if we adopt a new model that puts people before profit. So people before profit, what would that mean? Natural law, understanding our real worth, our real value. It's in the truth. It's in happiness. It's not in wealth. It's not in money, like this system has built itself around, because that's what it is. The religion is government. The religion is money. That's what keeps it about. They print the money. They get to choose what happens to the world, and that's just bizarre. We should be able to be in charge of the world that we want. And we give them these taxes. We don't always know where it goes. It goes toward war. It goes toward more disease profit for the pharmaceutical companies. So it's not good. Not good. And he says that we seem far from that model. And now I'm telling you, this is the perfect time so that this model can go into place. And he then says, though, he's seen it in action, however, and it's a beautiful thing. I've seen it in action, too, within my daily life, because as the principle of correspondence, like what I want for this world, how I envision it, is something that is attainable, is something that's super actionable. It's as simple as saying no to statism and keeping a generational message afloat. I've seen it in action by different ways. I usually use a lot of health analogies, as you've heard me already use, and I see that it's beautiful to heal somebody in their body and away from disease. So that by itself is an action that I believe is a representation of truth, because you're healing the body to its state of truth, to its blueprint that is original. So you're eliminating what doesn't serve the body, you're adding in what does serve the body, which by eliminating, you're already opening the body up to what serves it, because the body heals itself ultimately. So by getting rid of what doesn't serve, the good stuff already comes out to tuition. It comes out to focus. You start seeing, okay, wow, this is what's right, because you identify what was wrong. And sometimes it's worth noting what is wrong in order to get what is right. A lot of people don't always want to do that. They want to stay in the right, but then how do you expect to find a balance there? And how do you expect to actually fix anything without addressing the problem at hand? So as much as I want to be all positive, we must also have a level of negativity, but it is in general to promote the positive. So we have to understand where we have our limits, where we have our boundaries, just as everything, right? So he says, I'm not willing to give up yet. Hope is the last thing to die. Do you have hope in what we're doing? Do you have hope in changing humanity? Because that is what's going to keep everybody alive here. And so it's going to keep technology in our hands and not turn it into an enemy. I always say that we need more writers about technology, because this is like such an example. It's like very telling of a quote of what technology can do to our world. But you have all these writers of the past. They did not live in such technological era as we do now. So we need writers now more than ever about technology. We need to think about technology more than ever. We can put our trust in people who run technology and AI programs, but what about even after their time? And what about the very nature of technology and what it grows to do? And like, you can't just say you're helpless and that it's bound to grow no matter what, and so you have to help it in its development. No, you don't have to help it in its development. You can provide guidelines to keep it in its good state, like we are here to do with keeping humanity in its righteous state. We're just creating guidelines. We're not telling people what to do. We're just creating guidelines. So I'm not willing to give up. Nobody should be willing to give up. I'm going to be sending this message as a mission to everybody. I'm going to be promoting this mission everywhere. And I'm not going to give up because I believe in it. And if I know it to be true and I see it to be true in my practice and in everything, then I'm going to say, heck yeah, let's bring this to the public stage because it is universal, it is right. And I have hope for what is right, and I actually believe in it because it's right. And like, it's not something I'm telling myself it's right. I think I know for a fact it is, and a lot of other people can say the same if they study natural law, if they see and observe the world around them and are able to say this is a right action and this is a wrong action. Like, wrong would be theft of the many different forms, whether it's taking someone's property and so forth. So don't give up. In fact, don't even give in. Give to yourself what you need, the essentials, the vitamins, the nutrients, whatever it may be. Give to yourself what you are to have as for yourself, which is your consciousness, your understanding, your ability to be human. And then, of course, then you won't give up because you have the mechanisms in place, so that way you stay up. See, if you create the obligations so that way you stay up, you don't have to worry about falling down. And that is the key to a generational sustainable movement. Quote, life is an echo. What you send out comes back. What you sow, you reap. What you give, you get. What you see in others exists in you. Do not judge, so you will not be judged. Radiate and give love, and love comes back to you. This is simply a quote representing and showing the magic of the law of attraction, of natural law at best, in its most simplest of versions that may be understood. It's this fact that you are to do as you want to receive. And it does work because it works in the laws of the universe. It is the innate laws, as we know. Quote, in all things of nature there is something of the marvelous, a quote by Aristotle. Yes, we've seen already, as we have observed, the many ways we may see nature itself, but if you just look at all the patterns within nature, you see all that we can learn about nature, then yes, it is indeed marvelous, and then what we see as what we can create from nature then becomes also very marvelous. The amount of art and expression that can come from that is a beautiful thing. So indeed, marvel it is. Hence, Marvel as in superhero. I'd say the superhero here is nature, to essentially save us from the situation that we currently are in. And this is represented here by this quote: if one way be better than another, that you may be sure is nature's way. A quote again by Aristotle. So what path do we take toward freedom? What path do we take toward freeing humanity? Perhaps it is that way. Perhaps it is the way of nature, hence the answers from nature. Nature is the answer as the way to go, as the way to look, as the way to see and understand, to be, and then understand that we could be better than ever. Okay, and it is indeed the best option that we have here. From my speculation, there is no movement that is more universally abiding. There is no movement that can shift us into more action in the harmony of the universe and reduce the harm of the cycles when we take it down to its premises. It's a beautiful thing to go down this path. It's like walking down, looking at the last quote, among the marvelous ways of nature, you go down this one path and you start to see the leaves, you start to, it's like hiking. Think of it like hiking. You go down this one beautiful path, you know it's the right path to take, and it's usually treasured for that certain reason. This is the way that I'm offering. It is not something that has to be painful. In fact, it is not having to be that destructive, as we've talked about with the enlightenment process. It could be something that really opens our eyes and therefore opens our health to the potential that it could be, and therefore we could become happier as we ought to be. And with this desire to want to do something, and this desire to want to create a better world, but also this innate human nature that we have playing here, you have this, quote, all men by nature desire to know, a quote by Aristotle. And you have to question, although we desire to know, has that ever been suppressed, our wanting to know, especially if knowledge is power? So therefore, when you apply this logic of man's law over natural law, when they want to keep the knowledge for themselves or suppress the knowledge of natural law, it therefore makes sense. Who is the one that's desiring to know? Is it the people who, are the few speaking out among the many, who are desiring to know, and the many are not desiring to know? So of course they're going to remain in a powerless situation until all people can rise up and desire to know, desire how to know how to change the world, desire how to know how to heal their health, and why they should do that, right? The big question here is always why. So why should we do that? It's because of what's going to happen and what could happen. So we want to secure the future for ourselves, so they don't secure the future for their agenda that is planned in our demise. Quote, art takes nature as its model, a quote by Aristotle again. And we're going to have more by Aristotle, I believe, here. And this is also a quote very similar to other quotes, actually, talking about how this art is also of God and it is represented as nature. So no matter which way you take a look at this, you're looking at nature as the answer, right? Because let's say you want to interpret art, you want to sit back and you want to see all the details. Well, of course, if you were to understand and ask yourself, well, what is the nature of this human being? What is the nature of that thing? You are to understand it. It's like sitting back, taking a moment to relax and think about what is happening, because that's exactly what you do if you were to interpret a painting, exactly what you do if you interpret art. And so it acts as a model, as a representation, and oftentimes you maybe even see artists and people who create art and paintings have their works revisioned and recreated in real life in different ways. It's inspired new people to go on and do different things. Well, nature acts as that, not just art for people to see and observe and take in, okay, because it is a great beauty in many aspects, especially when it's left to its own ecosystem and blueprint of harmony, and it's facilitated. But it's also something we can learn from, something that inspires us to move on as we ought to do if we want to see creativity, which contributes to our happiness and the other things that we've mentioned before. Quote, nature flies from the infinite, for the infinite is imperfect, and nature always seeks an end. A quote by Aristotle. So see that he talks a lot about nature here, even though he was involved in philosophy, right, and in governance, and he had a relationship with God and stuff like that. So you notice the word nature popping up often because it comes of the knowledge, it comes of the truth-seeking nature of himself, as among many others, including Plato, who I believe was associated with him. Okay, and so nature flies from the infinite, it's saying, for the infinite is imperfect, and nature always seeks an end. So it seeks perfection, but it's also imperfect in its very nature. Depending if you want to take this from two different perspectives, when he means flies from the infinite, what are you trying to say here? From the infinite, or is it a part of the infinite? So that's the context I got there for that conclusion. And it says nature always seeks an end. Yes, through cause and effect, through karma. Like I said, it could be a delayed reaction. But if we are to understand that reaction and catch it in its works, we can choose what direction we want to take. So right now I'm addressing and saying, okay, there's a plot for world governance, there's a plot for human beings to be more enslaved than they already are by man's law. So therefore, the best solution to this, now that we've diagnosed the problem, is to prevent the problem, is to prevent this from going on further. So therefore, we're seeking an end here as our own agendas. They're seeking an end for their own agenda, but nature has an end to both of these because it's just the law of attraction, it's the natural law. It doesn't care, what side you're on. It just cares that you work within its laws and all its laws, and therefore there could be consequences to them, there could be consequences to us. But when we see that what they're doing is against natural law, and we don't want to cause harm, and we want to save lives, then yes, we probably want to put an end to what they're doing and seek to put it in a different direction. Okay, and there will always be an end to everything, even though it's just a forever progression, as we see. Okay, because again, he's talking about the infinite, and he's talking about how that's imperfect. And so, we have this seeking for an end. We may say this is how many pounds I want to lose, like I've said before, but it is a matter of progression. It's a matter of the journey, for which, if we want to look at nature from a mysterious point of view and create creativity, then we want to explore, we want to be adventurous, and we don't want to know it all. For this also puts it in perspective, Aristotle saying, the physician heals, nature makes well. So although the physician is doing the healing, okay, nature makes well. And we saw another quote like this previously, and we're probably going to see more here that I have lined up, but the physician heals, but nature is the one that finalizes it. It's the one that says this is what's happening. So again, it's just he's representing, as we saw in the previous quotes, he's representing the laws of attraction, where we are doing something and there is a reaction. So if the physician is to heal and not promote disease, then of course nature is to make well, because the physician is healing. And it's like an equation that sets up for grabs, and oftentimes these people speak in equation forms. May you see it as such. Quote, neither by nature then, nor contrary to nature, do the virtues arise in us. Rather, we are adapted by nature to receive them, and are made perfect by habit. A quote by Aristotle, again representing the law of attraction, and to every extent we see that within everything, but this is very specific when it's talking about how what we do repeatedly is likely going to get us where we are, and how, again, our thoughts become our actions, and our actions become our manifested reality. So although as living beings, as we were taught in science, right, what does a living being do? Well, one of them is to adapt. So if we are to adapt to our environment, we get used to the current conditions. And hopefully it doesn't mean necessarily abiding to what everybody says, as we've been doing, but rather adapting to nature itself. What are you adapting to? Where are you putting your belief system to? This is what matters, right? Where are you putting your knowledge? Are you even seeking to acquire the knowledge in the first place? Those are the questions that come up, okay? Is the very, very premises, the very, very fundamentals to this earth being compromised to this day, where you think we would be more complexified, more diversified, more philosophical than we may ever be. I would believe now would be the best time for that more than ever. Right? If we want to do good in the world and we want to be virtuous, as this quote is also talking about, then perhaps we need to act as virtuous people and make it habit, so that way those virtues do arise to show, to make us be as virtuous human beings. Okay, what is going to set you past your time? What's going to help live on your time? What's going to give people a legacy, after your time? Like, you got to think about what you can contribute to this world, because you truly can in some form. Like I said, you live a different life than everybody else, so you fully have the potential to use it in a very special way that nobody else can. And I'm talking everybody. It doesn't matter who you are, what background you come from. And even the worst backgrounds are sometimes the best to come back from, because you have the most experience in some of the backgrounds that some people just claim to know about, but they don't really know about it at all. It's like somebody suffering with pain, meanwhile their doctor's telling them to do this. Meanwhile, the person who's suffering from the pain knows their condition best because they're the ones feeling the pain. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. This sort of bio-individuality, but also this listening to not just themselves, but the world around them. Quote, everything that depends on the action of nature is by nature as good as it can be. A quote by Aristotle. So saying that everything that comes from nature is as good as it can be. So maybe we don't want to consider it perfect, but it is simply the way it ought to be. It's the meant to be reaction, okay? And it's as perfect as it can get, if you want to use the word perfect instead of good. And I think it would still apply. See, what he's saying here is that nature can do no wrong, being that it's simply through the laws of the natural law that have been built into this system. And it's crazy to me how much he speaks of this natural law, whether he realizes it or not. And he's talking about how the actions of nature, therefore the karmic reactions of what is happening, is as good as it can be because it is designed as good as it can be. There is no, greater than that, because it is simply the laws of God. It is the laws of nature. It is the laws of itself. So it's going to do it as it is to do. Because the truth just is. So everything that depends on the action of nature is by nature as good as it can be. So are we dependent? I'm questioning you now. Looking at this quote, are you dependent on the action of nature? Are you letting nature do its course? Are you letting nature tell you the feelings that you ought to feel, or are you suppressing it? Are you letting natural law manifest within your life? Are you trying to do good to other people to receive good back? Then you're doing as good as you can be. Given your current environment, are you doing the best things that you can of the best ways that you can possibly understand? And I'm sure the best answer to that would be like, well, I'm doing the best that I can. I could only know so much of that current environment, and that's true to an extent, right? Is we can only know so much, but we can seek to learn how to do our best among that environment, so we can be our best, and we can definitely create then the best from it, because everybody's working hard to be their best person, to be the best individual, not the best over other people, just the best individual that they can be of the environment that was given to them. So can we be the best we can be as human beings of nature, the environment that was given to us, instead of ruling over nature? Being the best we can be at ruling over nature has nothing to do with adapting. It has to do with adapting to something that isn't real, which we can do. Something that is fraudulent, that is based in a superstition of a belief system that is dangerous and kills millions of people. Instead, we can go by the nature of the world around us, the natural law, which innately is against man's law and has violations to that. So if you want to have the actions of nature be as good as they can be, then definitely look toward nature, I would say. Find the fact that nature is the answer. Just be open to the fact, understand the fact, understand at least my perspective, not that I want you to see exactly the way I'm seeing things, okay, but understand my perspective, so that way you may still get the underlying premises, which is what I do believe we can all agree upon. For how could we not agree on something that is innate, what that is in nature? So, quote, man is by nature a social animal, an individual who is unsocial naturally and not accidentally is either beneath our notice or more than human. Society is something that precedes the individual. Anyone who either cannot lead the common life or is so self-sufficient as not to need it, and therefore does not partake of society, is either a beast or a god. A quote by Aristotle. So saying that we ought to talk with one another, we ought to be with one another. And if you are someone who just simply cannot be with society in any which way at all, then you are basically unhuman, because we have this need to interact with the environment around us in one way or another, right? And you may even connect this to the quote that Ralph Waldo Emerson makes. He makes a point in his passage called Nature that says that you aren't truly lonely. Now, you aren't alone, but you could be lonely. That's what he said. It is so that you aren't alone because you have nature, you have all the stuff around you. Okay, that's the whole point of nature, is like it's this force that works with you. So you're never alone, but you could be lonely. So you could be unsocial, and you want that social life because it's part of your health. It really is. I mean, we look at even integrative nutrition, they consider the circle of life. One of them is social life, one of them is relationships, one of them is family environment. So I mean, that is three aspects, all of which have to do with social life. And so if, to bet that out when it comes to health is big, because I see, especially in our generation, the time of making this, people are not talking to one another. People are, if they are talking to one another, it's through technology first. It's like saying, government, could you make sure to scan this message before I send it to someone else? Because that's what they're doing too, is data collection and telling you what you can or cannot say. So, and with all their logs and how everything is just public on the internet and how everybody can just, use it against other people, then yeah, that's that's something that technology has created. It doesn't have to be that way. This drama doesn't have to exist the way it always does. And again, just distract us from this greater truth that we could be seeing. So there's always going to be new internet dramas. There's always going to be new things that catch people's attention, but it's not going to matter. It's not going to create a big difference. And that's what they want, because they want you away from their agenda. They don't want you questioning or compromising their agenda, so they don't care what happens. And they're so confident at this point that they're willing to just talk about it all the time. They're willing to sometimes brag. This is how far they've gone with their agenda. They think hundreds of years in advance. And if you don't think that's the case, look up a Freemason called Albert Pike, who predicted the world wars before all the world wars happened. And they came exactly true as to be. And World War III is heading exactly the way he plans it. So this is bizarre stuff, but the people who are in charge of society are pushing it toward a certain direction, and it definitely isn't of nature, being that it's rooted in man's law and rooted in statism. So as long as you get out those, because those are the roots to society's deception, everything just falls apart naturally. Okay, and this is not some crazy thing. Like I said, this is just getting rid of a belief system that isn't meant to be, something that isn't natural, especially natural accumulated to this time, okay, where corruption and psychopaths have risen. So this is not good at all. And I've shown this through already much of the other evidence. We've seen this in the other parts of this documentary. We've seen this through the statistics alone, or looking at society alone. Like if you're looking at people's social life and what they're doing alone, how the art has changed, how the music has changed, how everything has changed, and you will see that each and every single one of those have been denatured, which is why the music isn't as good, which is why the video game industry ran out of ideas and they have to keep making remakes, which is why the movie industry can't make new movies unless they steal someone else's idea or use it as an adaptation from somebody who was like not popular before but will fit in with their agenda and not compromise anything that they're going to say. So this is the belief they have, is that it doesn't matter, as long as it makes us money, as long as it gives us power, that's okay. Then you can be part of the system as long as you don't question it. And people must be willing to stand up and take action, especially if they are in those positions, if they want to create the most change. Okay, so insiders, outsiders, all people. This is what we need. We need to reach to all people. We can't have our seclusive little echo chamber of people. We are by nature a social animal, and we should seek unification between everybody. Okay, so not one of us is a beast, nor a god, and nor do we have to act like one to rule over another human being. So let's unify with one another as human beings, as we are social animals, under natural law, as is meant to be, with the natural medicine, and we are to be as we want to happily be in this life, and just live life free from this influence. And I can do that right now But the problem is, I fear for those in the future who won't be able to. I fear for those now who aren't able to. To consider how many people are maybe in prison or in jail or had a bad life because they did something that was against the system, or they did something that wasn't entirely their fault, or they never got the chance to become a better person, or I mean, there's the countless amount of examples and exceptions that could be made based on our understanding of nature. It makes man seem like a very, very dangerous person. That it's unbelievable how trusted he's been since for all these years. And we need to start waking up to that fact if we really want to change the world for the better in a direction that is innately better. And among this idea of social health, quote, when people are friends, they have no need of justice, but when they are just, they need friendship in addition. A quote by Aristotle. Okay, so here's a very good telling quote too, right? When people are friends, they don't need justice because they're already in agreement, is what he's saying, sort of, right? And perhaps from my perspective, again, I'm just interpreting this, he's saying that they're friends, so they're already agreed to each other. They're already unified. So there's no need of justice, this quote-unquote justice. But when they are just, okay, so when they are just, and individuals are, they found themselves, they did this, the self-speculation, introspection perhaps is a better term for it. They thought about their life, all the influences, maybe fixed up their health. They feel great. They need friendship in addition because they realize that's what's going to help me feel complete. That's what's going to complete my life, and that's what's going to give me the peak optimal health that I need. Okay, so we have this balance in the universe, and that is perfectly portrayed by this quote. And it is perfectly also portrayed for our society, again, where people don't have friends, even if they are a just person and they don't know how to go about it, especially in a society built around, secluding people, having technology independence and stuff like that. So if we can build society around, moreover, nature, moreover, what is right and what is wrong, what is the innate principles that should have been passed down for generations, and I'm bringing it to you all here now, we can do a lot then, and we can pass down a lot more to generation if we really uphold and value knowledge as this mechanism for truth and freedom as it is. Quote, happiness is the meaning and the purpose of life, the whole aim and end of human existence. We might have gone over this one before. Quote by Aristotle, it doesn't hurt to remind people that that is ultimately the end goal of what we're going at, the whole aim and end of human existence. Okay, that should be the ultimate goal, and it still is for people who are in power, because we have this innate attraction that we have in ourselves. But again, when their mind is denatured, and it still has a nature of its own, okay, you have to keep that in perspective. Is like, if you want to understand the nature of something, it doesn't mean that it isn't denatured. Anything could be denatured in some form, one way or another. How denatured is it? Is it farther from birth? Is it farther from simplicity? Is it farther from being in touch with their senses? Farther from being more center brain rather than left to right extremes? So that's going to be the idea here, and you're going to reach happiness through that center path. You're going to reach happiness through finding that balance. You're going to reach happiness by being in nature and embracing nature completely without influence, right? You see people, I know there was a journalist, Harry Vox, who predicted the whole coronavirus thing in 2014, but he got dragged into this mess. I like his character because he's got this no care mentality now. Like, he knows what they're up to, he's known what they've been up to, and he's sick that people haven't taken action at this point. And I am, to an extent too, even though I'm only 19 years old, is I'm sick of people not taking action, because I've heard so much of it. I mean, social media and mass information, it's constant. And especially if you are seeking, a certain circle, certain mindset. If you're in a health field and you're just constantly going to see health things. But if you're not, you're probably not. Even though you might see a lot of health stuff everywhere, but when you're in the field and when you're constantly looking for stuff about it, then you're going to see more of it. It's, again, this law of attraction at work. Okay, so he was a journalist. He exposed a lot of stuff in his lifetime, but he took a break because you know what? He wanted to have happiness. He wanted to have fun in his life, and I don't blame him. He should want to, right? Anybody should want to do that. But the problem is, he kept getting back dragged into the mess of the world. And, because people were posting his videos and saying, hey, look, he predicted this whole thing happening. And he kept getting back dragged into it. And it's just bizarre to me, right? Because somebody will want to, even somebody who wants to enjoy life and just have fun, which most people do, and they'll use that as an excuse to say they don't want to worry about this, they're eventually going to get dragged into this mess, whether it's their children or themselves being at this very fast pace of technology, which is why we need change now, and there's no waiting. Okay, the truth waits for nobody, so you need to take action, and we should be able to just live in peace and enjoy our lives. Harry Vox, I don't blame him. He's a little older of age now, and he deserves to enjoy life, but he keeps getting back dragged into the mess. And it's like irritating because it's like it's the same thing over and over again. The elites grabbing onto more control, they're using more mechanisms, forcing people to do this and that. So this is not something that we can live in peace if they're compromising our very living standards to every degree of every essence. And it's starting to breach more and more to where they're listening to your house and where they see what you say. They can blacklist you for that. You can't even say this on the internet. You can't even post this article. You can't even find this on Google. You can't do this because it's against the law, and you're a small business, so you have to pay this if you're going to do that. And make sure you pay this tax to go into war, and take this drug because it's the only thing that can help you. And we don't learn about nutrition. A bad mindset that is just all rooted in one thing. Okay, it's all this lust and greed for control. That's what everything is about. It's not about health. It's not about medicine. It's about this lack of freedom, this overbearing man's law, this overbearing statism that's causing all the other things in response. Trust me, it's like it's just this root to this gigantic tree that has just grown, and we living on top of it like that tree stump in a lot of movies and stuff. But this is the world we live in. They brought us up like that, and that's they brought us up. It should be the parents, but let's be honest, some of the parents don't even want to raise up their own children anymore. And how sad is that? You can see signs of everywhere that society's in trouble, and people just don't want to see it. They don't want to accept it, and that's a problem. Because if they want happiness, they have to embrace it, and they have to treat it, and they have to target it. They have to defeat the disease, right? Because once you defeat the disease, how good does it feel once you lost weight? How good does it feel once that disease is gone, right? And to live your life with disease-free, not having to worry about even having disease or the potential of it happening because you prevented it. That's what we need on a government scale, because only then can we secure the health of an entire world. And so you have another quote, I believe by Aristotle: if happiness is activity in accordance with excellence, it is reasonable that it should be in accordance with the highest excellence. What is the highest excellence? Okay, so if happiness is activity in accordance with excellence, so doing the best we can do, that's what's going to give us the happiness. Are people doing the best they can do? I give you all these scenarios of how we can create a better world based on abiding to nature, and how all these quotes are saying the best world, the happiest being, is all from being in alignment with nature. And you want to deny that and say that man's law should still be in control of everything. Are you serious? Because the highest excellence would be, if we manage, and which we very well can, especially with the blueprint I'm offering, that we live in the highest excellence. We built this like structure, tools and stones, and sure, it may take some work, but it's a beautiful art when it's finished. It's something that we can look at and say, man, we worked hard to get this. Like I said, and our kids and our grandchildren will be like, wow, look at this statue that they built. How did they do it? How did they do it? And that's what we ask now, right? We ask, well, how did they build those pyramids long ago? How did they do it? I don't know how they did it. It was so amazing that I don't know how they did it. Well, there you go. There's the answer right there. Highest excellence is being happy, is showing this creative expression, is being expressive as you ought to be, being human, being of your nature, being in alignment with nature. It all goes according to happiness, and that is our excellence, is being in alignment with nature. The more we are in alignment, hence, with nature, hence, the more in alignment we are with excellence. And, quote, he who has overcome his fears will truly be free. A quote by Aristotle. And we've talked about fears being the number one limiter, and the number one thing which is causing people to not be happy, the number one thing that's causing people not to love one another. And we know how love is part of this right, is part of this truth that is the natural law. So, hey, and natural law is about freedom because, hey, it is the law of freedom to be free in this world because you already have it as this choice of willpower, of this ability called consciousness. So the only thing holding us back is fear, right? And what is the media's job? Fear. Everything from, oh my gosh, look what's happening in your neighborhood. Oh my gosh, make sure to report on this because you got to make sure that everybody knows about it because you don't know, what if somebody was to do this one day, or what if you would have saw this person and he did this to you? You need to be prepared. So, just fear. But, the funny thing is they don't tell you to even prepare. They just tell you, like, they really just send tons of fear messages. They don't really help you understand anything. They don't really connect any dots for you. They don't give you the knowledge to actually do something or to prevent those outcomes. They don't get to the roots as to why those things even happen in the first place. And I'm telling you that natural law and the simple understanding of the nature of why things happen, manifest the nature of why people are the way they tend to do in their very nature, or how they've become denatured. This is what's going to tell us the answers to the world, folks. This is the answer to everything. And a good quote for this, okay, is, he who is to be a good ruler must have first been ruled, a quote by Aristotle. But see, here's the thing, right? You can be a leader, a natural born leader. Not necessarily born, but you've grown to become a leader by helping people in the right direction, a guide. Not even necessarily, a leader, like of a whole bunch of billions of people, right? I mean, you can think of this like a more tribal situation, if you want to put it that way. You saw the quote before with the tribesmen, I believe, from the Native Americans, saying that they had no laws, no written stuff like that, but they still had morals. They still had civil, like just being friendly with one another. Everything was fine. It was a simple life. We didn't have to make it complex. We didn't have all these prisons and fancy systems that just made things worse half the time. Okay? So what he's saying here, Aristotle, saying if you want to be a good ruler, first be ruled. It's not saying that you have to be ruled in order to be a good ruler, but you understand what it's like for one to rule over another. And now we should be able to understand that more than ever, so that way we can then rule ourselves, right? Wouldn't that make sense? Especially now knowing natural law. And, Aristotle, of course, is not somebody who's like completely anti-government, as we see with the other individuals, but we've debunked that in other parts of the documentary heavily. You have to look also at the cycle of life and how these governments have fallen and risen up, and how they thought they can just keep improving and make new forms of government. This was like just the foundation of most of the philosophy here with Aristotle and Plato and them. They were just first thinking out, and then we had this whole new thing with the foundation of America, which I consider is a bridge further toward nature, being that it recognized what we had in nature. It was based on more of the natural laws, but a lot of the natural law elements were taken out or replaced or manipulated, and there just didn't exist the emphasis on natural law. Now it's the most forgotten thing. You have judges like Andrew Napolitano, I believe, who's saying that government's a myth, saying that natural law is being attacked by the courts and that they don't want people knowing about it. So a judge himself, right? This is the thing that we need to look at. And he's a proponent of super small government. But the point is, it doesn't have to even be that, doesn't have to be any of these forms. It could just be our true alignment with nature, and we don't have to look toward that necessarily end goal. Could we at least get somewhere close first? Because right now we're just getting farther and farther. Unless we unify and come together, nothing is going to change. They're going to keep steamrolling ahead with their agenda that is to just continue ruling over us by a large extent, even though, again, they're just still the same few people. You see the cycle of government again, rises and falls and stuff like that, and how even if you, let's say, in this case, the quote, you became a good ruler because you were once ruled, it's what about your children? What about those after your time? Because you could only exist for so long, just like the laws itself, before they become irrelevant or cause problems. So what we're looking for here is, again, reducing harm to the maximum and doing what is utmost right with nature. So this is not just proposing a right form of government, but it's also proposing the right form of health, the right point of mentality, the right point of where humans want to go with their existence and their potential. We've seen that we've been able to use nature as a way to achieve happiness, creativity, and all the other aspects. It's not just one, it's not just the other, it's all these things in combination. It's a beautiful work of art that we have here. So then going about that, quote, the knowledge of the soul admittedly contributes greatly to the advance of truth in general, and above all to our understanding of nature, for the soul is in some sense the principle of animal life. A quote by Aristotle, and it's saying that our understanding of nature, above all, is among the truth in general. Okay, and the truth must be understood through a way of knowledge that helps us advance toward this truth, is having the knowledge. So first, having the knowledge, which is considered, having natural laws, is a sense of knowledge and understanding that's involved that helps bring us closer to truth, because it's speaking on behalf of the truth, if it's underlying, if it's innate, if it's universal. And then we're therefore understanding nature, because the truth and nature go hand in hand, as we've seen, and then we're relating it perhaps to the soul, if you want to, because this is a spiritual law. The laws of nature are spiritual laws. For the soul is in some sense the principle of animal life. This having this consciousness, this willpower, it's a spiritual element that people tend to leave out. What does it mean when someone says human spirit? Having the courage, the bravery, having the sense of creativity, all is connected to it. And you start to see that whole aspect is taken away in our society, where you see people who are openly satanic or becoming more satanic and indulging themselves in heavy rock music, like heavy stuff that isn't good, and is like clearly trying to turn them to dark ways and not trying to open themselves up or enlighten them or pierce through the boundaries that might be set in stone. It's not delivering a good message. Even the rap music, for the most part, is not delivering a good message, and hence why that music is often promoted by the establishments that be, and they may change the people who are represented in those music videos and by those artists. They want certain images out there because they know those images will be reflected upon the people, because those images are what's being exposed to the people, which is why my movement is here to deliver like a image, as you see in the corner, I believe, of this video. You'll see the image. It's something that we can use as an image, not just to show that, okay, I created this video and it's about the movement, but it's also about the fact that we're the one counter agenda. We need to show our image. We need to show our presence as a humanity species coming together as one, in some way, shape, or form. And one way we can do that is by counteracting with their imagery, counteracting with their subliminals. And not to feed the fire, because we don't need an image after all this. I mean, the whole point of this is for knowledge and understanding, not for image, not for logos and stuff like that. But, I consider that a work of art of my own. Just the image by itself, that's all I really see it as. It doesn't have to be anything more. It doesn't have to be praised or whatever. But it stands for, NITA. You see it in the logo, and the tree and the sun and simple things like that. And so that's as simple as it needs to be. As for the logo, it's just there as a bridge, as a mechanism to help initiate change on a greater scale of things. And this sense of balance that we see within our own lives is really key. So, quote, he who cannot be a good follower cannot be a good leader, a quote by Aristotle. See, I wouldn't include these quotes in this thing if it oh my gosh, if it didn't go with my agenda. Like, no, I don't do this because I have an agenda or a certain way of looking at the world, but I do have a way of looking at the world that I'd say is more deeply rooted, and I'm willing to admit to that. If I feel like it's behind all the other ideas, if I feel like it's behind all the other things that we talk about, then yeah, I'm going to probably talk about it. And I'm going to probably promote it, especially if I want to unify people. I'm going to want to promote one particular thing that we can all get around very simply, especially in a complex world. This is the idea, is that we need to start thinking, what is the blueprint? How could we advance with the blueprint? What could we actively do for change? How do we make sure it works through generations? And I'm openly willing to hear everybody's thoughts. And that's the beautiful part about step 3 and moving on to the next steps in the stage. Once we have our representation out there, once we have our presence recognized. But first we must have that out there. It must be with our presence, right? Because only with your presence I can hear you, right? If you were present speaking to me, only with your presence you can talk to me. Only with your presence I could see you. So the very same thing goes with this message as a mission, as a movement, is only with its presence can it first manifest, or at least grow into what it could further be, more presence, which is using our human abilities, using the nature that we all have to create and engage in dialogue and engage in discussion for critical thinking, common sense, and so forth. Right? So being a good follower and being a good leader, it's basically what it's saying. It's a balance between the right brain and the left brain. That's ultimately what it is. And what we have today in our society is you have the leaders, extreme left brain, and many of the followers taking very extreme aspects of the right brain. Some of the people who are among those of the extreme right brain order followers, slave thinkers, are then a very left brain, and they want to lead other people toward their doctrine, but guess what? It still doesn't mess with the leaders who are left brain dominant, who still press on ahead and actually want some people left brain dominant in certain degrees and certain things to push their agenda still. Okay, because as long as they're in power, it doesn't matter what people are thinking, as long as it doesn't go against their agenda. And if people are thinking in different ways, it's still not going to matter as long as it doesn't affect their agenda. So here's the thing, right? We can think differently. It's not going to actually create change until we start doing something. So it's going to take time to manifest, and this is the best time to do so. And so it's a natural process of elimination. It's a natural process of transformation, rather. If you were to do a diet, the best way is transformation, not elimination, not just eliminating the problem. Like, yeah, you can eliminate the problem and then the solutions are there, like we talked about with the boundaries, but even better is adding in the good, adding in like the fact that, hey, look, you can use your brain, you can use your consciousness, you can use the knowledge that is here within the environment, so I can show you that, right? And then by showing you that, the problem naturally disappears in their life because they see the truth that was suppressed from them all that time. So it's not just about eliminating or getting rid of that, getting rid of this. It's about actually introducing. Everything's about introducing. It's like opening a new portal for someone to really explore a new world that they've never seen before. Like, this is what we're building for ourselves, and it can create so much potential. Shall we choose to use it? You see here on the picture is somebody drawing something on a piece of paper. Do that. Do it. To lead yourself. It's like drawing something that's never been drawn before, as I did with my logo, what I did with the blueprint, and I'm trying to be as I say, and I don't have to even try because I've turned it into practice. I believe in what I'm doing, and I believe that it's right. And so I'm going to keep going with it, and I'm going to share my thoughts with other people, and I'm open to their thoughts as well. This is the process of using our human ability to the best of our ability. Another sense of balance you see in this quote: through discipline comes freedom. A quote by Aristotle: there's a level of work required to achieve what we want to achieve, which ultimately has to do with freedom, as I talk about. Health is freedom. There's a level of work involved, like a level of discipline saying, maybe I shouldn't eat that, or maybe I shouldn't always eat, when I'm hungry. Maybe I should just, let myself be a little hungry sometimes. Maybe I should start drinking more water. It's all just forms of discipline and accountability. I like to say the word accountability a lot. It's basically discipline in the sense of the terminology. So through discipline comes freedom. Through accountability comes freedom, right? Me telling you, well, why don't you look at what's innate? Then we can be free. Why don't you start looking at yourself? Then we can be free. Why don't you start evaluating the world around you and start looking at nature? And then we could be free. So there's a level of accountability necessary to do that, of which we can get oftentimes through other people around us in our environment and throughout our life. So it's definitely a level of discipline, not just for ourselves, but of other people and other people onto us. As you'll see, people get into fights with one another and stuff like that. And sometimes people learn, sometimes people don't learn because of cognitive dissonance, or because they believe their belief system is even more just. But there's a level of discipline always necessary, and I feel like if there's ever a situation where people just cannot agree, I believe they still can agree somewhere, sometime. And why aren't they seeking an agreement? That's the problem. Then I could say both parties are at fault if nobody's seeking an agreement. Because the end goal of all means should at least be an agreement somewhere, sometime. Agree to disagree, for example. There could always be some sort of agreement that could be made, and that's how we're going to unify humanity. Now, this is a very telling quote for all these people who call themselves patriots, or people who are like, America first, and 1776 in America. And I love the principles that America was founded on, don't get me wrong, but understand that this quote kind of tells it all, and keep in mind Aristotle was way before his time, according to, what we know of this. And he says, quote, republics decline into democracies, and democracies degenerate into despotisms. Okay, and a despotism is like the word tyranny, or a dictatorship, or a totalitarian state. So that's exactly where we've led. Even though we're a republic, and a lot of people want to say we're a democracy, which is funny because they're kind of representing this shift. But it even says so in the anthem, to the republic to which it stands. It says republic in multiple different places according to the foundation. However, sure, call it democracy. It's all government at the end of the day, right? It's all man's law. It's all against natural law. So, of course, they're going to degenerate. They are degenerates by the very nature. It starts to be where, why is somebody ruling over my life? And it's a despotism because it's tyranny. The fact that they start to crave this control, and they think that it's necessary, and so they lose control of what it actually was started on, which was just like people actually coming together and like, okay, maybe there's limits to government. Like the whole idea of our foundation of America was limiting government, and we failed to do that. So if we failed to limit government, and we tried all our best efforts, then honestly our best effort is to simply eliminate the government. And I know it sounds maybe very strange, but that is our best efforts, being that it is most aligned with natural law. And if we have the principles to do so, hence the golden rule and non-aggression principle, we have simple principles and recommendations that one another can hold each other accountable through discipline and so forth, then yes, it is very possible. Within our own lives, we all take our own actions, and we all defend ourselves, and we all just simply say no to statism. We all just don't believe in statism. That's all it is. We don't believe that one person should rule over another like that, and it's fine. Everything's perfectly okay from there, because everybody will hold each other accountable, and no government can rise without statism. So it's basically a situation where our freedom is kept, and the freedom is kept for sure. See, and it's hard to, if you're going from, let's say, you're taking the perspective, you put yourself in the shoes of the founding fathers of 1776, which, by the way, was also the same year the Illuminati document was founded by Adam Weishaupt. This, for the record, Bavaria, Germany, May 1st. Anyways, 1776, you put yourself in their shoes. Okay, they're escaping the British, so they still believe in government because they believe it's necessary, especially to rule over all the people that they now have at their disposal. So, there was no question to if there should be no government. There was no question to that. Now, George Washington said government is like fire, it should be feared, and so forth. And John Locke saying, okay, well, our natural laws should be upheld. But there was no such thing, or the existence, or the belief that there could not be a government in existence, and that it could just be ran by the people themselves. They believe this was probably the best form of government that there can be because it limits government, but it turns out to be that did not work, and it isn't working, and people think that we can just try to uphold it and keep it accountable and it'll be fine. Well, what about technology? What about other countries getting involved in international parties? You have to think on a world scale of unification, not just in your one own little nation, little bubble that you want to live in. It's this grand scheme of things. Look at the bigger picture of the world, and you'll see natural law, nature, human beings, team humanity using our expression, just being human. These principles will work along everything, and yes, we can work out everything as such be, having that blueprint. Quote, what it lies in our power to do, it lies in our power not to do. A quote by Aristotle, again, representing this balance in what we do, what we don't do, what we have, what we don't have, what we can do, what we, this is just the balance of life, and understanding this is then keeping ourselves accountable to not falling to the extremes of anything, right? As you can't just say don't do anything, at the same time we can't just say do everything. There's a balance to strike in between, and this is just simply understanding our humanity. It's as simple as understanding nature, that it's not perfect, and that both must exist. Evil is good to learn from for good. I mean, this is just the simple principles that have been here for all this time. We're just learning. This is all just a learning process, and this is the learning stuff that they should have had through school, because there's so much we can learn, in fact, that it would just be a school of just forever, and it would open the minds and would inspire so many kids to want to create, and they'd actually enjoy school. But they don't have a system like that. They have a system built upon man's law, which actually limits kids more than anything, and does not represent their true potential, their true creativity. Quote by Aristotle, I believe we may have went over this before as well, but or this affirms what we also mentioned before. Quote, the more you know you don't know. Okay, for again, representing the balance of just knowledge itself. Quote, every man is fallible, by Aristotle. Okay, every man isn't perfect. I believe, used this term before, actually, in the previous quote. Funny enough, but the fact that we are not perfect, the fact that it's meant to be in such way, and don't wish that it was, because our world is very fun, actually. When we have these imperfections, we do learn a lot. We make these crazy discoveries, and it's actually a beautiful thing to see again in its art form, for what it is. And it's like, if you didn't mess up on paintings, if you didn't mess up on making a song track, and then maybe we wouldn't have what we have, actually, because a lot of the inventions we've made were due to mistakes. They were due to some problems, and you have to think in the light that it's sometimes you make a problem and you can actually make it actually something better than it ever was. Practice takes perfect, and different lenses of looking at things all starts to come together. So, quote, art completes what nature cannot bring to finish, by Aristotle. So this supplemental, this complementary is best to say, to nature, right, is how could we be complementary to the mission that is already in nature, so that way we may finish and do the job that ought to be done for the human species, which is to recognize who we are, our true potential, how we could bring people together, the most people that we can bring together, not the fewest people to bring together, the most people that we can bring together, and live as best as we can, with the most people that we can on this earth. Like, let's try to optimize our living here, not try to deplete it, not try to destroy it, not try to dehumanize it, not try to denature it. Why can't we just always think big, think good, think positive, think law of attraction, think natural law? This would get us so much farther than we've been, which is just rooted in deep ignorance, but also deep like thinking also that they can't do anything, thinking that there's no thing we can do, and we're just powerless humans who other people have to tell us everything what to do. They want you to think that. They want you to literally think that. Now with this knowledge at hand, hopefully you see that. Quote, not in depraved things, but in those well-oriented according to nature, are we to consider what is natural. Okay, so we like to say, the FDA likes to say, oh, well, what is natural is simply not artificial. Well, that can give us some learning insights about the world that around us, but no, what is truly natural is something of nature, something that is oriented according to nature, right? So if I were to say, oh, a human being, they're natural, right? They're not putting up makeup, they're not putting stuff like that. They're oriented according to nature because they're living out as they ought to do. And they are being meant to be. Now, am I saying girls shouldn't wear makeup and stuff? No, but clearly it's a stigma. Clearly it was pushed onto them by the industry. Clearly most guys, I think, personally, don't actually care a whole lot about it, and they've also been conditioned to it by movies and stuff like that. So, if you are well oriented, shifted, well on the path, in direction, toward nature, toward nature is the answer, then the answer is then a natural outcome because you are in alignment with nature. Think of it like that. And so then what is natural is more of nature, perhaps you may say. And you can say that about natural foods because they don't have artificial this or artificial that, but those foods could still be harmful. Things in nature could still be harmful just because they're in nature. So just keep that in mind. When you consider nature and oriented toward nature, it's going to be better generally, and it's going to be more considered natural. And this term natural is often thrown around a lot, but I think we could learn a lot more from just the simple term of nature. Quote, going along, by the way, okay, before I go into this quote, going along with how we must change ourselves to change the world, this perfectly puts it into perspective. Quote, knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. Of all wisdom. So, we talked about how knowledge gets us where we want to be. Again, awareness, knowledge, action, wisdom. Because action is wisdom, and then it creates this manifested reality that we want to live in. So, knowing yourself is where it begins, becoming, knowing home before opening the door to what could be something else, right? Like grabbing your weapon before leaving the house. It's preparing yourself for what's to come. It's focusing on Earth rather than Mars, focusing on Earth rather than all the planets out there, because we have work to be done right here, right now, not elsewhere. Not focusing always externally because the problems are here right now, not pointing the finger all the time because the problem is here at you yourself. Okay, when you realize that you yourself is the answer among nature is the answer, and that is the beginning of all wisdom. Okay, because now you have the knowledge of yourself, and now you have the knowledge of nature to go about yourself in the environment that you are partaking yourself in, which is of nature. Maybe some denatured forms, of course, that we've observed, but you now know also what is of the best nature, what is of the meant to be nature, and that is what you probably want to go toward, because now you have wisdom, discerning right from wrong, knowing what helped transform my being, what helped gain me the weight, what helped me lose the weight. That is the key here. The knowledge, the diagnosis, diagnosis, I believe, its Latin roots means through way of knowledge. So, it's just in its own Latin roots. So wisdom, right? It's like if you were to receive wisdom from an old person, they know a lot, right? They know how to navigate you through life. They know everything about everything, perhaps. They know, simple things. They keep it real simple most of the time, right? It's not a whole bunch of stuff. It doesn't have to be. They could go on, but it's rather simple at the end of the day as to what is true, what is not, what you should be done, what shouldn't be. And it's just that simple. So once you know yourself, it starts to all come into play. And those of older age, they start to relax, they start to unwind, they start to be more in touch with themselves because they're less involved with the world around, and they've had their experiences, and it's all sunk in. It's all turned into this reflective moment for themselves. So they're doing a lot of reflecting, and it turns into wisdom. So an elderly person is supposed to be more of that figure of wisdom, and they should be passing down the knowledge for generations. So if they know themselves as they have with their own experiences, you can know yourself now regardless of what age you are, and you can start creating wisdom regardless of anything, and you can start helping people in the right direction. Not claim to know it all or whatever. Help people go in the right direction with reason, because reason is going to be the real tool there. Reason and understanding, because that's how you use the knowledge, right? That's how you portray the knowledge. That's what's going to then create the reasoning and the understanding, and the more reasoning and the more understanding, which then all this comes down back to wisdom. Okay, is being wise, and instead of a kingdom, let's have wisdom. Perhaps you want to say, having this wise array of people. This is what's going to help change society. It's changing yourself and creating this ripple effect to saying, hey, you know how I did it, or what caused my transformation, or this is the truth they don't want you to know. This is the powerful information, right? I bring you information that I've applied in my own life, that other people have, that people have seen, people have woken up to. This is the beauty that it is, that we make discoveries by ourselves and we can share it with the world, especially through the internet. Use your tools to your best ability. I mean, this is wisdom at best, right? It doesn't matter what it is, as long as we're working in alignment with nature. That's all that matters then. Thank you. Quote, the worst form of inequality is to try to make unequal things equal. A quote by Aristotle. Okay, so we have this idea of, do we bend the will of nature? Do we bend and twist it to the way that we want to be? Because that would be the denaturing that we have been doing through man's law. So is it that this world has this natural inequality to it, where although we seek balance, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to seek equilibrium? Okay, yes, balance is seeking equilibrium, but could things be perfectly equal? And that the answer to that is no. And I think to a lot of people who think that they can just put things into law are just, they think that's a permanent solution, and that it's the best solution and so forth. But we've seen that the best solution is being in accordance to nature, as we've seen by previous quotes. And so what he's saying here is, by saying the worst form of inequality is to try to make unequal things equal, is that when we try to make unequal things equal, it could actually feed the fire. It could actually make things worse. Okay, so understanding our limits and boundaries, keeping ourselves accountable, is key as we move forward, right? Because how would one know what direction to go, especially in a certain situation? They usually have a coach with them. I mean, there's a whole reason why health coaching is rising in the various forms that it is, whether even in gaming, you have nutrition, you have all these different types, and they're all going to fill this void that hasn't been there within Western society, in particular, of doctors being very left brain oriented. So they're helping to make things more equal, but this idea that things could actually be worse when we try to make unequal things equal, because you have to understand the context of this quote, is that to make unequal things equal, what he's saying is to make the truth changed, to change the truth, because if it's innately unequal, it cannot become equal. It is meant to be unequal. And so nature is designed this way, where it's not supposed to be equal. Sure, there's a balance to which we may see to the extent of perception. There's a harmony that we see, but there's also there's always a polarity to the situation. There's always an irony to this situation, and especially to us as human beings looking at this situation. So the fact that if you just take that one part to make unequal things equal, it tells you that you cannot change the truth. The truth is innate. So you are feeding the fire by wanting to change the truth into something that it's not, by wanting to change something that it can't be and it's not supposed to be. And so that's what we've done through much of time, is change things to the way we want to be, even though it's not supposed to be like that. So now coaching is an exception, because if it's trying to fill a void, it's not trying to make things more equal, okay? Because the system as it is already, made something unequal into something that is claiming to be equal. And actually what health coaching is doing is actually helping recognize people as individuals, not as herds of sheep. So therefore, we're actually helping the cause of promoting the unequal, not the equal. Okay, in the irony that we realize, okay, yeah, there is a left and right brain, but everybody's brain is different. Yeah, there is a healthy way of eating, typically, but everybody's different, and you cannot have this one mindset upon everyone. So oftentimes what man's law and man's government does is set that to an equal standard, when in reality nature is simply unequal by its nature. Humans like having guidelines. They like having knowledge. As we see, they have this natural seeking for it. So if they have this natural seeking for knowledge, they like to naturally know what they're doing for their actions. They don't want to do something blindly. But in this society that has become denatured, we start to want to do things blindly. Now, at intention, at heart, when we actually use our heart and intention, we realize that we do want to do things knowingly. We want to make sure that we know what we're doing in this life, and we're not just leading ourselves astray or to some place that we don't know. So we want to have direction in our lives, but we've been led to think that we don't always need to have that direction, because especially somebody else can provide that direction. So think of this quote in the lens of natural law and having the guidance as human beings, because at best, that's what the law is serving for most people, is this sort of guidance to beings. They feel like they need a set of guidelines. They need something that they can work with on their day-to-day life, even though they should just realize at intention that they can lead their own lives, and we can all provide guidelines for one another as human beings. And it doesn't have to be these very, very foreign people who rule over entire nations of millions of people who decide the fate of those millions of people, again with those people not having the consent and many problems arising because we don't even know those people. So, quote, at his best, man is the noblest of all animals. Okay, so right off the bat, man can very well be, especially with the higher levels of consciousness we may be able to tend with, right? So then it says, separated from law and justice, he is the worst. So when we're separated from these guidelines, from the innate laws, the laws from nature, and we're separated from what is right, what is just, because that's the word justice, essentially. If we're going on right and wrong, it's based on natural law. All the systems that we have today are built on natural law, but yet it's been so hidden, it's been so pushed down, and this have been admitted by many people. It's been just completely forgotten, and which is why we're losing the roots to which what built this tree. And if we realize what these roots are supposed to do, and if we want to make a generational sustainable model, then we have to be thinking differently than what we have been thinking for over these hundreds of years. So he's saying separated from law and justice, yeah, we're the worst, because again, we don't know what actions to partake because we don't have the knowledge of the law. We don't have the knowledge of what to do, what is right, what is wrong. So we're going to just do things unconsciously. We're going to do things without realizing the consequences, because natural law is all about the law of attraction. So what you give off is what you receive, right? This is a consequential reaction. It's cause and effect. So if you don't understand cause and effect, you don't seek to learn cause and effect, then you likely will probably do things that aren't in your favor, because you're not in alignment with natural law. You are probably going against natural law. You're probably going toward wrong, and you're probably being swayed by man's law. And so I would still say man could be at their worst separated from natural law, because he didn't specify what law man is separated from here. right? But let's be honest, the natural law stays with us. It is something that it is innate within us. So if we just don't recognize and learn what is actually here right now, and we're separated from that, I feel like, yeah, we will probably become our worst because we don't realize what we can actually be. He says, at our best, man is the noblest of all animals. At our best, so our most optimal condition. Would you say our most optimal condition would be living our lives as intended? Because I would say that is the case. And then when you see everything going on in the universe, and you're perhaps one of those people out of the many millions of sheep around the world, not to put a light on anybody, but to just wanting to have more of an open mind than the crowd, and that could be in any situation. Okay, you are immediately wanting to innovate, you're immediately wanting a challenge, and you don't have to have the worst of intentions just to question, something that even other people think is obvious. This is the thing, right? So you have, quote, no great genius is without an admixture of madness, a quote by Aristotle. This is also proven by people like Nikola Tesla who say, that being alone and having all these thoughts about the universe and stuff can drive people mad. Albert Einstein, a whole bunch of people, right? I mean, even looking at them, you think, okay, wow, their hair is all over the place. Oh my gosh, their mind is all over the place. But this is the thing, right? There's so much to take in with this universe, and when you open your mind, especially as an individual among many who aren't, you realize there's so much to grasp and take a hold of and utilize that nobody else is using. So you feel like you have to even go about even more, and you feel like you have to keep pushing yourself even more and more. It actually turns into this strive where you just keep going and going because you realize nobody else is. Nobody's seeing what's in plain sight. Nobody's seeing all the many, many things that could be observed. So it drives you insane because it's like, why don't people see this? Why aren't people talking about this? Why is nothing happening? Why is nothing changing? And that's driving some people mad now, right? And to be fair, I think it drives all of us mad if we're seeking for the truth. And I'm saying us, people who are long searching for truth their whole lives, people who, like me, we're looking for what is going to free humanity, what's going to help everybody in society, not just me. Okay, it's not like I, again, have any personal gain out of this. I could just live my life and be fine, but I choose instead to see how we can help society as a whole because of what we see where it's leading and what we see in the greater aspect of things. Like if you see natural law in the plain sight that it is, not being promoted, not being taught, not being used, even though it's a universal principle that we ought to be using, then you have to really question, why is that? Are people being denatured? Are they being distracted? Are they distracting themselves? Are they denaturing themselves? Are they giving away their power? Are they giving away their literal humanity, which is why they're dying? I mean, this is symbolic in so many ways, but then you wonder why people are driven mad, because one person could say, this can cure cancer, and another person will say, no, you can't do that, and you're not allowed to do that, and you're not allowed to say that, and and nobody believes them, and meanwhile he could have been right the whole time. So this is the situation we're in. We see a lot of the great inventors of the past being ridiculed for their inventions, when in reality they helped shape the future. And when you see this craze, you often see passion as well, right? Quote, pleasure in the job puts perfection in the work, by Aristotle. So pleasure in the job puts perfection. Like, it's just striving for perfection. Not necessarily just like them driving themselves mad for no reason at all. It's still there for a reason. They drove themselves mad because they were maybe exposed to something for a long time. Maybe it was an accumulation of stuff over time. Maybe it started to get into their personal life over time. You never know what could have done it, and you have to understand all those conditions if you want to have an open mind and understand the individual, right? And the individual can have a lot to offer depending on the more that they may see within this life. And there's many individuals who see what others perhaps don't see, and that's why they speak up. Okay, because what if they didn't? What if They did not. What if people just went about their lives and then more danger would be put on people? See, this is again all about reducing danger. So pleasure in the job with perfection in the work. Are we striving for the optimal condition of humanity? Or are we striving for an optimal condition of denatured humanity? Because while we think it's still optimal, yeah, it is, but perhaps not in the most natural ways. And we have to question that. And we have to question this stuff sometimes deeply. I mean, it's not just like you just go on a diet and you lose pounds. Like, this is a mental process. Everything is, especially when you are trying to achieve change. This mental process is necessary, and that's why it can sometimes be very destructive, as we've seen. It can sometimes be very empowering over time, and it can be something that takes a lot of work, a lot of effort, and outsiders as well. So, quote, quality is not an act, it is a habit, a quote by Aristotle. Making something an obligation is something I say a lot often within my works and stuff around health. Is, how do you obligate yourself to feel healthy, to be happy, to have the things that you want? How do you build your life? In other words, how do you build your life around the things that you want? Because then it obligates you, it gives you that motivation, that natural incentive to go and do something that you want. And so it becomes a habit, it becomes a routine, and therefore that's where you get your quality. If we're looking at foods, you realize that, wow, okay, people consuming mass amounts of food, quantity, and mass amounts of calories, quantity, but yet there's no nutrition in those foods. Maybe if they had some nutrition in those foods, quality, they wouldn't have to eat as much food, quantity. Okay, so they would have more quality for less quantity. Again, bringing a balance between quality and quantity. Not necessarily a super equilibrium, like scientific, like according to my calculation, this and that and this. No, but rather quality, quantity, both. And making it a habit to understand where does that fit in within our lives as an individual. Because we will have time to act, and we always do have times to act and take on opportunities. But do we make it a habit to deny those opportunities? Do we make it a habit to take those opportunities and give them a try? And try our best every chance we can. What is your habits? Because it's going to often make up your life, right? These habits play a very big role. I mean, think habitat. If you're living in your own body, you're living in your own home, you want to protect your home, you want to protect your body. It's about quality, right? What do you have in your home to protect yourself? Maybe a weapon. You don't need a whole bunch, but you need a weapon, and you need to make sure it does the job. That's it, right? You don't need a whole bunch of weapons. You need to make sure that weapon is able to do it. That's the main point. And in fact, you might actually save money with just one weapon of high quality rather than a billion weapons of really low quality that you maybe don't know how to use. And it's about putting your focus and getting direction, as we've talked about with your path. So, and applying again to the body. So everywhere you can connect these dots, I'm sure you can connect it to a tree, to what habits it makes on a daily basis. Is just living, breathing, doing its normal thing. And when you see autoimmune conditions, for example, in society, when the body attacks itself, or when it's unable to breathe for short periods of time, like sleep apnea at night, you have to be alarmed in today's day and age to see that sort of thing, because then it's like an interruption of what is supposed to be a natural breathing cycle. What is supposed to be the body naturally working the way it's supposed to be. But we start to have that question now, every little thing. And you have to question, is that a factor of denaturing of our society? So therefore then, where is the answer then? In nature. And let me ask you a question, do you think nature focuses on quantity, or do you think nature focuses on quality? Well, okay, it's not a perceivable thing. I don't know the true answer. What am I going to speak on nature's behalf? Well, I mean, if I just take an observation, though, everything's supposed to work together, it seems like everything is of the highest quality that it can be, right? Again, like what can be And being is a great question within itself, and I think we're going to get into that more here. Quote, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. Quote by Aristotle. Again, bringing the balance between the different parts of the body. So same thing with the different parts of the world and the way the world does that. There's a level of quality there. It's not a level of quantity, right? How many things you teach your mind versus how many things you teach your heart. It doesn't have to be like that. It could just be how much are you using your mind? How much are you using your heart? Not necessarily how much you're feeding it, either one. Think of it like that in some regards too. So it's not just this or that. It's about understanding the bigger picture. It's always about that. Quote, we must free ourselves of the hope that the sea will ever rest. Okay, we must learn to sail in high winds. A quote by Aristotle again. So, and you see these words here. There's 4 that are highlighted in this picture: free, hope, will, and learn. And we've talked about hope. We've talked about willpower and consciousness. We've talked about learning, and we've talked about freedom. So I'm sure you can bring all those ideas together and all those quotes together and come up with something also really marvelous here, as is the truth, right? But we must free ourselves of the hope that the sea will ever rest, okay? Because the sea will always be at motion, and we have to learn to embrace it. Embrace the motions of the waves, the tides of the waves, of how things can go up and down, how there might be cycles through time. It's just a matter of learning to sail in the high winds, how to beat the tide, how to live on this earth, which is a body of water, live in our body, which is a body of water, learn how to sail among the many tides that all go many different ways. For example, division upon different society topics such as politics, religion, blah blah blah. Guess what? We have been able to take on all those ideas and bring them together through something called nature, which we use here in this sense of analogies. And so it within itself is like, okay, we're on nature. We're in nature, this world that isn't really ever at rest. It's always going about. There's always something always happening somewhere in the world. And we must learn to live with that and strive among the forces of nature. Okay? And what we're doing here is, I think, the forces of nature are still fighting back at us, otherwise we wouldn't have disease. It's all still an expression of the body. It's like, if you want to talk about your self-expression, there's expression of nature through many different forms. One is such, and disease is not a bad thing when you consider it like that, but having to learn from disease, having to learn from the problems that have arisen, having to learn from the blueprint that is designed here. High winds, yes, high turmoil, high mileage questions. There's a lot of things that we can understand, especially also if you were high, right? When you see how all the music came about, when people were on drugs and people were inspired, they had this sense. What sense did they have in them that gave them this power to create? What sense did they have in them that made them a better person, or did that lead to later our demise? You have to question what happened then, what happened now, and these questions, I'm sure some people will just listen to this and maybe just skip over it, I'm sure, and just go on about it, because the main message at heart is that nature is the answer, right? But having these simple little things that also intervene, you never know where somebody will say, spot out and say, wait, we have to remember this too. Wait, we have to keep in mind this, right? It's like keeping in mind that you have a family, keeping in mind that you have a house. You can go on about your life and just keep thinking that that you need more or whatever, but in reality you have a lot now. So it's like, what is the things that you're keeping in mind? What are the things that are on your mind and constantly reminded to you? These are the questions that often can hit more of a deeper level upon our life. And among with coping with what we have in nature, And, not having this necessary addition to these responsibilities and um, to these forces by way of man and technology when it's supposed to make things easier. And they're always going to keep saying it's going to be easier if you're going to be easier if you're. Meanwhile, you see people struggling in their health, struggling with their mental health, struggling with much of their life, and just going about super fast paced. And I mean, I don't like it. I don't think society likes it. I don't think nature likes it, from the point of view that there is so much war and deception and disease, and not just simply living as one should be. But you see this quote: "There is only one way to avoid criticism: do nothing, say nothing, and be nothing." A quote by Aristotle. And again, like I said, we're gonna talk more about being. But this is also really symbolic, because if you were to talk to anyone of the elitist status, right, somebody who is in a position of man's law or man's power, you'd see, okay, they don't like to talk. When you ask them a question, independent media goes up to them, asks them, well, what is your thoughts on this? They don't say anything. They do nothing. And therefore they are nothing, because they don't contribute anything to the universe. They are simply demising and embracing this power that doesn't truly serve them, that they think can serve them over time, or for their twisted agenda, which is what it is. It's twisted, it's out of form, because it's not with nature. It is exactly taking nature and doing whatever they want with it. It is the ultimate goal of scientism and those left brain ideologies. But I digress. We're going to keep moving on here. We're going to stay on point. Quote, "Hence poetry is something more philosophic and of graver import than history, since its statements are rather of the nature of universals, whereas those of history are singulars." A quote by Aristotle, saying that, well, poetry is more universal than history. History is, most of the point, just talking about singular events, not looking at the bigger picture, not connecting the dots. And I would have to agree with that big time, not just because I write poetry of my own, but I feel like you can learn a lot more from it. Whereas history is not trying to teach you anything. You still have to get a level of understanding. It's like knowledge in a way. History can be like knowledge, but there still is a level of understanding and reasoning that must be at work behind it in order to understand that knowledge. So in poetry, it's something that it's meant to be interpreted, and it shows all over, usually its writings. And they use different analogies to represent a single point. So they give you the perspective also not just through the lens of having to believe everything they say. Since poetry is mostly rooted in a lot of natural emphasis, a lot of question in analysis, whereas history is like, okay, we can question what happened, and that will probably be great for learning of the past, but you can't question this, you can't question that, because this is what surely happened, this is what the report said, this is who wrote the textbooks, and there's a lot less questioning, I'd say, within history than there is poetry, where we can just look at one phrase and sit there all day saying, well, this is what it can mean. And some of these quotes are kind of like that within themselves, right? You've seen how I've gone on and talked about them, moreover. So when he says of graver import, he's saying greater importance than history in a way. I believe, like something that's more of importance than history and more philosophical, something that has more depth to it. It's not just, oh, this person did this person did that, like they do on the media. And if you analyze, like we talked about love, we talked about fear, and if the media's job is to put you in fear, then they're, by definition, we are not promoting love. We are pushing out love. We are not promoting it. And while they may think it's good to just report on this or that, it's, again, not connecting any thoughts. It's not philosophical. It is not universal. They're not speaking on behalf of nature. They're just keeping everything singular, refusing to connect the dots for you. And then it's like, even the weather has problems of its own. Yes, because you're always looking for the next day, the next day, the next day. You're not staying present. and you're less self-reliant in looking at the sky for yourself. I mean, if people looked in the sky more, they'd see that there's some weird lines in the sky from perhaps some strange airplanes they don't know what that is. And if we were to question more, and if we had a more public basis around question, guess what? More whistleblowers would come out. More people would not be afraid to speak out. And they shouldn't be afraid right now, but I mean, these people, some of them, it's their job, and they don't want to compromise their job, right? If you were in their position, would you want to compromise your job if you had a good job and you had everything in the world? No, you don't want to compromise your job, but at the same time, you want to do the right thing. But, what good is it actually going to do you at the end of the day if you feel like it's not going to do much and nobody's going to learn and nobody's going to be willing to back you up? So you have to keep that in mind, that if we built a support system around those who are able to just simply express themselves and be human, express their human nature, then we are promoting the natural law at work for karma to manifest, where, okay, if somebody actually did something wrong and somebody is not speaking up about it when they should, then karma could be less of a delayed reaction. We won't find out that there's these pedophiles or there's these people doing bad things behind the scenes that we don't know about. See what I mean? So bringing things more to light is all about this enlightenment process. Quote, "No one finds fault with defects which are the result of nature." A quote by Aristotle, again, reinforcing this idea of nature, where you cannot find problems. You can't find fault with defects which are the result of nature. Okay, you can find some things that you may consider as problems, but they're just a result. They're just the consequences. See, he says result of nature. They're consequences to our actions. They're consequences to the manifestation of different actions throughout the universe. So no one finds fault with defects which are the result of nature. And I'm saying that 3 times, especially if it's a harder to quote to kind of grasp, and then I'm going to say it over, especially even for myself, to try to let it sink in. And this idea that there are just holes in the blueprint, I don't think so. I think our world was intelligently designed, and it was designed around us. And if you realize that, then you realize the great potential we have and the great beauty of the universe that we can live in. But instead, people want to say, okay, well, we've got it all figured out. You live in nothingness. You live in meaningless. And this is the very problem with where society has been leading to denaturement. Okay, and it's not that they're just denatured to think that. They're convincing themselves, because again, this is a self-process, and it's a self-transcendence process. What you think is what's going to cause a lot of other people to think. A lot of the world is going to manifest in such way because of their actions then being done. So it's about awareness. It's about talking to one another and not being afraid to do that at any case or scenario. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to talk to people. Think about what those people did. These people who even started movements like Gandhi and Malcolm X and Martin Luther. All these people. They weren't scared to just talk to strangers. They weren't scared to just voice their opinion on the streets and in the markets. They tried waking up people everywhere they could. And that's how they gained their following. They didn't gain their following by just sticking around those who they trusted, by just wrapping themselves in a blanket of security like these people in power do. No, they opened up to the potential of not just truth, but the potential of having other people with them, as we ought to do as social human beings that are meant to interact with one another and trade. They did that, and guess what? They became powerful. They became influential, is the better word for it. They changed the minds of the masses. So, you can do the same. And I say this again, and I will say it again. This movement has nothing to do with me. If somebody were to refer and say, okay, well, I believe nature is the answer, and then one person's like, oh my gosh, well, why would you believe nature is the answer? Because he says this, and then he believes that. It's not about me, excuse me. It's about the message itself. And if anything, the person that's promoting nature is the answer, ask them why they believe that. But it's about the message. It's not about me, and it's about all of us together. So, I mean, that's what really makes up this movement. And so it doesn't matter what you and I believe differently. What matters is that we can come to agree on this one similar term of natural law. There's one similar term of nature being the answer. That's the essential of this. We don't have to agree on everything. That's not the case or scenario. In fact, I think the better word for that is just understand one another. We should seek to understand one another regardless, and always have reasonings behind our actions. That is what would matter more than anything. Okay, people always looking for agreements. That's not where you should be looking. It's like saying you should look for the destination rather than the journey. No, you gotta embrace the journey. Just like how we said, you have to embrace the faults that are in there, in nature, that are natural. Even though there are no holes to this blueprint, everything is just a consequence of one another thing, because this world is intelligently designed. So and this website that we have here, NITA.ONE, as you may see, is among that in the sheet, which talks about what natural law is, why nature is the answer. Like, those are the two most unifying factors. It's not going to be me. Now, maybe I'll be influential toward that, toward this idea that have been existent way before my time. Yeah, I'm just proposing an idea. I say I'm a fellow messenger. That's all I am. I mean, I don't even need to title myself with anything extra, like, oh, so what, I'm an integrative nutrition health coach, and I love health coaching. But many people will love what they're doing too, and they may believe in that too, and that may relate much to the truth as well. So hey, it's like, people have such a great role and duty and puzzle to contribute here, and I'm just promoting an existent idea. And I'm not afraid to talk to people about it. Like I said, talking to strangers, that shouldn't be hard, over the top thing. This should be something that is normal. Excuse me. I mean, I'm sorry that we have cars now where we don't even have to look at each other's faces. We can just pay attention to the road and the signs on the side, even though we probably don't need the signs half the time either. And people just drive like maniacs even with the signs. But what I'm saying is, it would make people more aware themselves if there were signs. Just some questions, some thoughts. Not saying, anything among that, but the conversation is always needed, especially for what we've built ourselves on top of nature. And for the record, building a flat land is not hard for us, the people, to do ourselves. And if we need it, we will do it. It's just that simple. Just like how we need food and how we make food now. We don't have to pay taxes on that necessarily. So, be brave to speak to one another and to get these ideas out there. It doesn't matter who you are. Okay, this is the idea here. Is it doesn't matter who you are. We can unify everyone. The idea here should be, we want to unify everyone. Everyone. Okay, quote, I count him braver who overcomes his desires than him who overcomes his enemies. A quote by Aristotle. Okay, braver who overcomes his desires than him who overcomes his enemies. We may have enemies, right? Some people will call it the state. Some people will call it statism, which clearly it's a problem. But who is the one that's contributing to statism? It's us. It's ourselves. And so our desires, what we want, is it material possessions that we want? is it material possessions that we want more than the sun? Then it tells you right there what's being prioritized, nature or man-made creation. So question that, and you don't want your desires to run your life. You want to overcome your desires to where you are brave to do the things that you want, instead of just sitting back saying, okay, I want this, but I don't know how to achieve it, or I want this and I don't know why, and I don't see the reason why I want it. And there's just like a craving. If you have like a dairy craving, a sugar craving, you would want to know, well, why do you have that desire to begin with? It's overcoming that desire by being brave enough to also decide, well, what is it actually, and what is the actual problem here? And Our desires can lead us toward many problems. If we put our, especially like just like our beliefs, we put our beliefs in the wrong places. That's how we're going to end up in wrong places. So it's just that simple. A relationship of you want good, do good. What truth is just is truth, and you know, braver is braver. There's nothing that's going to change that word. It's just the word itself. This, like how we say 1+1 is 2. There's a level of left brain, like determinism, that is there. So just to get an idea of where I'm going with that. And then among the idea of wanting to be a leader and having the right skills to do so, you must also be a follower to some extent. You have this quote, "They who are to be judges must also be performers," a quote by Aristotle. So if you are to judge others and their actions, we've talked about judgments, right? They must also be performers, one who is putting out as well to the world, right? Performers. And creating these forms for ourselves through our expressions, what forms us into the person that we want to be. People are going to have judgments of us, but when we are to judge others, we should probably also make a judgment of ourselves, right? And so we have to be careful that we don't reflect the shadow onto other beings just because we feel that way ourselves. And so if we were to get clear on how this would go, and more among than the 6-step speculation and the other graphs and depictions that I have about this movement, which again is just like for my own personal reference, it's just like some ideas and thoughts about going around the cycle of life. And so it says, quote, "First, have a definite, clear, practical ideal, a goal and objective. Second, have the necessary means to achieve your ends: wisdom, money, materials, and methods. Third, adjust all your means to that end." Okay, and this is a quote by Aristotle. So, first, have a definite, clear, practical ideal. What is our goal? What is our objective? It is to unify people, first and foremost, to get representation out to the public. It is step one. So I'd say each step is kind of like this own process. And so we can just stick with step one for this one. The goal and objective here is to just help represent the cause, demonstrate to those who perhaps don't represent why we are representing, having an understanding of why. It's all about achieving understanding, not just being different from the crowd. Okay, so second, have the necessary means to achieve your ends. So what is the necessary means? I mean, I just said actually understanding, which then is wisdom, which then is knowledge, which is then belief system. It's all in the mind. And having the necessary means, like the flag, like the website, would then be very important. And having all your means toward that end would mean, everybody devotes their time and their effort toward the cause. They maybe talk to people in their own lives, depending on how important they feel like this is to them. And I feel like it will literally change the world. So, I mean, if you're out there, I'm going to give you kudos. I'm gonna speak of you, and hopefully not to boost your ego, because we don't want that, right? But to say in good accreditation that you're trying your best objectively, and we can see so by all the evidence that there is from other people, the belief systems that have been changed. And basically, it's not even that we're changing belief systems, it's that we're just knocking down the ones that don't serve them, right? And we're just introducing one that has always served them all this time and still continues to want to strive and is just being pushed down. So adjusting all our means to that end, I mean, see how I create a documentary, I'm writing a book, I'm doing all this thing for one particular end at the end of the day, which is happiness, right? So, and that is what this is all about. Maybe you want to say it's nature, being as close as to nature as we may be, not being like super what we want to call caveman like, but living amongst the trees and just being as we ought to be, as close as to where that we have less disease and have less problems, people are going to have different perspectives of this, but generally speaking, we all have these means to achieve the ends that are among understanding, that are among reasoning, that are among knowledge, that is among sharing, discussion, and having those steps of bringing this to a generational sustainability system where they can pass down knowledge, pass down wisdom, keep natural law afloat as the objective morality that it is. So it's an objective as well for us to just understand. And so if we adjust all our means toward natural law, man's law naturally falls apart. If we adjust all our means toward natural medicine, well, then perhaps we don't need man's drugs and man's medicine because we're toward natural medicine. So, this is the idea here of, again, focus. What are we putting our focus to, and where are we devoting our focus to? Where are we putting all our attention, all our attraction to, hence the law of attraction, to then receive the outcome that we desire? Because we can also be stuck in these desires, and because we saw even the previous quote, it's overcoming your own desires. You don't want to be stuck in your own desires. Eventually you want to grow content with, where you are in this life and say, okay, this is good. We can stick with this. We don't have to make this more complicated. Because I'm sure some people will want to, because they don't feel fully content yet within themselves. And that will be a problem, right? But it's just, again, a matter of understanding, a matter of reasoning. And the desire to want to reason and desire to understand, it's then just understanding that we shouldn't want to desire those things at the end of the day, because sometimes it can just exhaust us, and rather we just want to free ourselves. We want to free ourselves of all those things that bind us, like desires and belief systems and things that could potentially limit us. Now, if it's not necessarily a limiting factor, that's okay. But again, looking at it in an individual case of scenario, what is it that's binding to you? What is it that's limiting your freedom to the utmost? Because freedom is the utmost optimal health. Quote, therefore, the good of man must be the end of the science of politics. A quote by Aristotle. So does it say it best when this quote is here? The good of man must be the end of the science of politics. So the science of politics, this left brain again, science of having to have every little thing figured out, of politics, of what it is just wanting to control over society, wanting to maintain that control and see how we can control. It's all just around control. There's no idea of love, there's no idea of limiting fear, and they obviously are about limits. That's one thing for sure. And the limits are just obviously suppressing nature, even if they think it's for a good thing. If they're limiting in any degree, that can be seen as a bad thing. So, politics in its very nature, as we have described and seen, is a dangerous philosophy, which, at the roots of its philosophy, as you see from people like Aristotle, it's like, why we shouldn't have to pay this much attention to politics, but a lot of people are now. And it's because the systems we have are not working. The systems we have turned corrupt. They have turned bad to the point where you need a new system of quote-unquote politics, but in reality we just need to end the science of politics to actually have a good political system, which is the good of man itself, right? The good of man itself. And how do you maintain that unless you know where the touch of humanity is? And that is, I believe, nature. Being in touch with your nature, being in touch with the nature, it's all around us. And so if the answers are all around us, it just makes sense that we don't need to have this written down on law and enforced by people who claim to be more than human to us. So it only makes sense through all the logical scenarios you may apply this to. And some people, I know some people who are like, well, why would you believe that government doesn't exist? And that's a myth, even though even a judge, Andrew Napolitano, says that it's a myth himself. He's a judge. It's like, why would you say that? Well, okay, natural law, and because I mean, even you say that we shouldn't obey this and obey that, and we should think for ourselves. So isn't it a little counterintuitive to have something that in the very Latin meaning means mind control, and in the very nature of it is a belief system that is not in alignment with the natural harmony of life, and that was created to destroy and control the natural harmony of life because of insecurity and wrong factors that now gained a foothold over society because people who are good let it happen in its manifestation because they didn't have the knowledge of the way of diagnosis to address that problem and then solve it and then prevent it. So that's the situation where we're in. We let it accumulate. We were unconscious that it did, and it happened on a global scale rather fast through few individuals, and because it was upheld for hundreds of years and there was slavery and there was a lot of violence involved, it forced people to believe in government, and then through propaganda, education systems, media, they can then also convince people that it's a real thing. So that's where I stand there with the whole myth argument, which I 100% fully agree, simply based on what is natural, what is innate, what is simply that is provable by every degree of every sense. So even Aristotle says himself, quote, "I have gained this from philosophy, that I do without being commanded what others do, only from fear of the law." So what others do only from fear of the law, he does the opposite. He's not doing what others are doing because they're fearing the law. Okay, he's embracing this natural law. He's embracing what is innately true. He's not having fear of the law. In fact, he's actually, if anything, creating the law because he's one of those philosophers. He is part of the making of the law. He's part of the design of the law because, well, if you even take civics class, they tell you, well, a government is supposed to be of the people, by the people. But yet, I don't see that as being the case. Again, if nobody consented to the government, if nobody essentially created it, and it was created 300 years ago, and somehow it applies now to this time, and that there is no problems ever with the law, and so people will have fears of it, even if it's for a good reason. But is fear again going to help our situation? Isn't that just going to feed the fire? So I agree with this quote. We probably shouldn't feed the fire. We should probably do what others aren't doing here, because others are likely in a state of fear, whether they even like the law or not. It doesn't even matter at that point. They're in a state of fear. So look at the state of the mind, because that's really going to tell us. Even if you're a truth seeker, simply by wanting to open your mind, I think you'd have a more objective, more reasoned view on all of this. See, what this is representing is consciousness. What people do. Are people just doing because they're doing based on what they are not supposed to do, or are they doing because they know it's innately right to do? Are they using their consciousness? That's what this quote actually comes down to. And I know I give different interpretations of this already. Some of them it's like different perspectives because there's no like punctuation. I don't know if there is in its actual quote, but it's a very unique way of writing this. And to say like that I do without being commanded, that's the confusing part. What others do only from fear of the law. It's not an English perhaps that a lot of us are used to, but he's saying that most people are just acting out of fear. They're just acting out of fear. They're not acting out of just being a sovereign being with a consciousness. I think that at heart is perhaps what this means. Quote, "To run away from trouble is a form of cowardice, and while it is true that the suicide braves death, he does it not for some noble object, but to escape some ill." Okay, now if you're going to go on to the topic of suicide, obviously suicide has grown really rapidly, especially among younger people. It is not something that is good ever. But to run away from trouble is a form of cowardice, okay? And so, there's a difference between something that you feel like must be done and something that you are actively choosing to do. And you can compare the same thing with moral obligation and an obligation or stuff alike. But it says, while it is true that the suicide braves death, so he's being brave from death, he's not doing it because he's trying to be noble or trying to become better. He's just trying to escape a problem that is there. Now, what could we learn from this, right? Like, why would I go over a quote like this? It's if anything, rather depressing, perhaps. But it's to say that, what are you actually getting here? It's the fact that our society is in danger, especially when you see, the rising suicide rates. It's because they're trying to escape something. It's a sign that they're not free. Society is not free. And we're in a state of slavery, as you see in this picture. Like, he's got shackles that is keeping him away from even just standing the way he normally is supposed to stand. So he says to run away from trouble is a form of cowardice, because, I mean, again, it's like, are you embracing the fear to wanting to turn it into bravery? There's a situation there, right? It's like, you can either fear or you don't have to. You can either laugh or you can cry. I mean, this is ultimately, it is a decision of yourself, and maybe you feel more obligated to go one or the other because of other things in your life, because of an illness, because of the denaturation, or because of other people pushing it onto you, and subliminals and all this other stuff, and music caving into the feelings. And you have to keep that all in mind. It's like, what is causing you to feel this way? Why do you feel that way? And that will help give you your self-power back, which is what this all is about, right? If you have your self-power, you will likely get in less trouble because you realize the power that you have. Now, some people will say, okay, they realize the power that they have, so now they can cause trouble. Yeah, I mean, it goes both ways. They can choose either or. There's still a level of understanding and reasoning behind this. But to run away from trouble, when trouble is lurking your way, is a form of cowardice, because you can either fix the trouble, you can diagnose the trouble, you can understand it, and you can seek an end to it. But to run away from it is like saying giving up on a situation that could rather be addressed. Okay, it's like people not addressing statism, people not addressing what is clear as day problems in our society. And that is ignorance, which is, in this terminology, cowardice. Okay, and so while it is true that the suicide braves death, he does not do it for some noble object, but to escape some ill. People do things for a reason, but also you have to keep in mind things happen for a reason. So are you going to take it on for yourself to create action, based around the cause, the root cause? You don't have to commit suicide because you want to brave death and you feel like that's something that you need within your life to free yourself. You could, in fact, just target the ill right at the hit. You find the ill. You have to diagnose the ill. And you may not know what that is, but you have to look for it. You have to investigate, and you can't give up. And you need to find the sources of your life that help you stay in the game, stay in this life as somebody who's seeking the answers, for which I'm telling you nature is the answer. So where it can probably heal you to an extent of just being outdoors and doing more stuff outdoors, or talking to people outdoors, or getting involved in the outdoors, whether it's on a farm or in the sun. The sun is, gives you melatonin, great for your mood. Eating more foods of nature, so like cacao is great for your mood. You see antidepressant activities, and if you were to mix honey and vanilla and black pepper, maybe some cinnamon, maybe cocoa powder for an aphrodisiac because it helps you fall in love. I mean, that's how powerful this stuff is, right? But that's what we have here, is we have tools to use, and those are like more temporary mechanisms, right? Using those foods and stuff. But understanding what's actually causing the ill, that's going to be the big one. That's going to be the hard one, could be. And maybe they just want to escape that burden itself. But again, then going back to the beginning, if you're running away from trouble, it's a form of cowardice, and you don't want to go down like that. You don't. And you're probably asking yourself, well, why do I care? I mean, nobody cares about me anyways, or whatever. Find somebody who does, because I bet somebody will. Somebody will. I mean, I do, even though I don't know you, right? Which is crazy to say enough, right? But it's because I care for humanity that I'm even making this video. It's I care for what we're doing in the future. So there's people who care out there for no matter what the cause is. I mean, trust me, there's people out there for crazy things. I mean, you of all people should know that, with the internet and all the trendy stuff lately, people of all kinds exist. So it's like saying there's a fish in the sea for everyone. Yeah, there's people out there that can help you. And there's always people somewhere at some time that can understand it better than you. So it's definitely good to have help and have other influences with you to keep you from your own demise, keep you from your own ignorance, from your own cowardice, away from trouble. It's like, is it better to have two people than one if you were fighting a boss or fighting an encounter? Yes, obviously. So it's just something to note, and you can find those people. But again, are you willing to be brave? Are you willing to talk to strangers? Because that is the key here. You can find what you need, and with reasoning, with understanding, we can understand and give ourselves the bravery that we need to overcome that and talk to enough people and realize that some people may full out reject or not lead us in the direction that we want. And that won't let us down either. Doesn't mean that you have to be a complete loner or that you have to do everything by yourself, but we do know self-sustainability is good. And to an extent, this is a problem that you have to fix by yourself, but you just need a little bit of guidance. You just need a little bit of assistance, somebody there willing to listen, someone there being willing to listen to you. And you can even say that to your loved ones. It's about awareness. So even bring awareness to those who perhaps don't or haven't had it. I mean, it's about trying to bring the truth everywhere you can, and that's the idea here. And with that, quote, courage is the first of human qualities because it is the quality which guarantees the others. A quote by Aristotle. So having the courage to do it, having the bravery to do it, and if you don't think it's in you, I'm telling you that it is. And again, when you do, you realize you find the best of the stuff that you need. I mean, you have to question why others aren't feeling depressed or why others are feeling fine and so forth. Like, you have to question it's because of their environments, because they have things keeping them on their feet. So you can have that, but you have to have requirements to get what you want in this life. You have requirements to achieving what you want. And I specifically talked about that scenario because of people who may be watching this and have more depressive feelings or have feelings of downness. And I don't want people to feel that way. They should actually feel more empowered. The fact that these people in power feed off of you being not in power. They want you to not be in power. So like you having power is really kicking them in the butt, and it actually gives you the power that we all need to overcome this. So use it as a funny enough, use it as a motivational factor. The bad in the world, use it as a motivational factor to bring you to the good in some regards. But don't feed the fire. Have courage, and do the best that you can for the scenario that there is. I'm sure there's many people that can help you out there, like I said. So human qualities. There's many human qualities out there, and feeling bad is just one. It's just one. There's people who feel anxiety on a daily basis. There's people who feel many worse ways than you even, and have to actually live with it and can't do anything about it. I mean, there's people out there who, again, there's people of all types, and he says human qualities because it is the quality. Notice he says quality over and over again because we talked about the importance of that and how that guarantees the others in quantity, right? The quality is now determining the quantity here, which is kind of important too in health. Where you see eating higher quality foods can contribute to less eating foods in general. And so it takes courage to even buy something new, cook something new, decide to do something new. right? Instead of just doing the same old, and just keep going about that, because you might not be content and might lead to problems down the road. If you're willing to address that, then it does take courage, it does take bravery to do it, the part of creating the transformation, not just information. And then going back to this idea of habits, you see here there's a quote from, I believe, a book here, or maybe his own writings. Probably not, because it's in quotations. Quote, "These virtues are formed in man by his doing the actions. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. The good of man is a working of the soul in the way of excellence in a complete life," which is very telling to being whole, right? Complete goes very hand in hand with whole, which is health. So if you want to achieve health, again, it's this obligation, it's this habit, it's doing what we want to do and repeatedly doing it. Even if we fail sometimes, it's repeatedly trying, repeatedly having the same intention, even doing it, repeatedly wanting a certain thing. It's just that simple as the law of attraction. Okay, and it increases our chances, which we are to some degree. There's no like magic here, but there's chances, depending on how you want to perceive it, on what we want in this world. And so, he says these virtues are formed in man by doing the actions. So by taking actions, you will have virtues, you will become virtuous. We talked about this. Quote, "Love is a chain of love as nature is the chain of life." A quote by Truman Capote. So, knowing that love is a chain of love, law of attraction again, and nature is a chain of life, life itself. Quote, "It is not once nor twice, but times without number, that the same ideas make their appearance in the world." A quote by Aristotle, which is also why I say that I'm not the only one with this idea, or not the only one who came up with this stuff over time. I mean, there was many people, saying that nature is the answer. I mean, it came up to my mind. I don't think I was influenced by anybody. I don't think I saw it anywhere, but it came to mind, and I thought it was something catchy, but also something very true, to which is to every regard, and making their appearance in the world. The appearance in the world, the light in the dark, if you will. Yeah, the fact that once an idea exists, it probably existed in some form before, or it exists in some form now. And so it's important to recognize the fact that we can keep ideas through time, and they can appear through time, especially in higher relevance, and sometimes more than others. Now in this time, I'm saying, I believe it is more important than ever to use the time that we have now as wisely as we may best do with the ideas that we all have to make the world a better place. The appearance of the world will be as what we seek to appear it to be. And if we seek to be more in alignment with nature, what do you think? More plants, maybe? Less government institutions and buildings over places that probably don't need to be built up like that. Don't need to have fake people smiling all the time and giving fake lectures and fake ideas with fake money. The appearance itself makes a difference, because we see people who are being real, expressing themselves, simply not being afraid to speak their mind. Yeah, that's what I'd see the appearance in the world to be. And we would see it many times if we did express our nature, so that would be good. And I feel like, yeah, these ideas are still in existence, not once nor twice. They're still in existence in some form. But I think in the general whole scheme of things, I think there's less ideas overall in today's society, even though there's more people, because people's ideas are being expressed. I mean suppressed. Their manifestation, their ability to act is being suppressed. That's from what I believe from the denaturing of different things, such as technology, which incorporates many different ideas, but often of very few individuals as well. Now, don't get me wrong, technology can also involve many people's ideas, but the point is that those ideas then get contributed to maybe millions more people, and those ideas are like, wow, okay, maybe it's amazing, But then others, that they just take it for granted and they just use it, and it consumes their life so much to the fact where they could be instead creating ideas themselves, or just taking action in general, and instead they're not. So it's all about action then here, but also inaction, and the fact that we should enjoy our life and be free from these influences, all these desires that bind us, right? So, quote, the aim of the wise is not to secure pleasure, but to avoid pain. A quote by Aristotle. So it's not that we're trying to secure the perfect world, the perfect, utopia like they want to build, actually, in this government system that we have here. But the idea is to avoid pain. That is the main idea of everything here. I've said it so many times before. It was already so evidential. But even in the blueprint itself, the whole reason behind doing this is to avoid harm, which you may say is also pain. To avoid war, to avoid forced taxation, and then if you don't pay taxes, you go to jail, and to avoid families being broken apart and being separated, and then wanting to be separated from family because they have no community and neighborhood. And because the society is so torn apart because of technology and having to travel 30 minutes out to your job and not having local businesses and family businesses, so the families have to keep spreading apart and having to marry and move off somewhere else. Then the family's even more apart. It's like, that's going to cause pain, and then somebody, is hurt in the family. Now the whole family has to come together to the spot across the world, across the state, just to go there. Do you realize how much we've built for ourselves that isn't really in alignment to what we're naturally supposed to do? Even just moving to a different country where your ethnicity is not really supposed to be. This might be, of course, a controversial one in today's society. They make it controversial because they want people fighting with race and stuff. I don't want people fighting about this. I don't want to even talk about it because I don't even care. But the fact is, people come from certain backgrounds. It's just genetics. If you want to be super scientific, it's just understanding that we all have certain backgrounds. We all have certain ways of digesting food, and we can't just apply one thing to everybody. It just doesn't work the same way. But they want to, and they've programmed us to start to think more like that, so they can intervene with this more global plan, which has been planned. Okay, a plan has been planned. This is what they have in the works, and it's just a matter of time till we work up something of our own, which I feel like is of necessity right now. So you saw the last quote saying that, well, it's about avoiding pain, but then you see this quote, we cannot learn without pain, a quote by Aristotle. So while we want to avoid harm and avoid pain, we also cannot learn without pain. Well, that's why I say now that we can learn more than ever shall we choose to, especially with technology, but especially with all that's existent. And you can empower yourself more than ever because you have that ability to learn from what is existent, from all that is from the past, because time is always moving forward. So we have this ability to learn more than ever. And especially when there's pain and suffering in society, we can learn even more because we understand, why do people feel a certain way? Why do they feel depressed? That's due to a lot of factors. Why do they feel, down all the time? Or why don't they feel content? Why do they feel like they always need material possessions, and if they don't, they feel pain? Or why is it when that a baby cries when they're not near their mother? Why is it that if you don't give them eye contact? Why is it that if you stare at someone wrong, they feel a sense of pain inside, and then that transcends to when they're older? Why? See, we can learn from pain in many different forms. We can learn from harm, from bad, in many different forms, but it doesn't mean we can't reduce it. When there's pain everywhere, there's so much to learn everywhere, which is why also, again, we turn into madmen. But we can reduce overall pain if we learn from the pain. Again, it's understanding what's happening now, diagnosing the problem. So the problem is pain, diagnosing that to learn from it, and then prevent pain. So having pain, and this is just the beauty of the universe and how it works, how if there's something overbearing, something happening, we have all these messages showing us what is the right path, what is the right way. So, if there's so much pain, it actually allows us to learn more. And then we learn more to avoid pain. And then when there's more pain arising up again due to something, we can learn more from that because, well, more just came from it. More just came from the pre-existing condition. So this is just the beauty of the world we live in, that there's always this balance and there's always this cycle, and we can learn from all things, no matter what it is. But we can learn a lot from the bad. And people don't want to address, they don't want to identify the bad, but that's what's going to help us discern what is right from what is wrong. And the perfect way to describe this to all these people who still do believe in government through its forms of man's law and violating natural law by the very nature, quote, "It is not always the same thing to be a good man and a good citizen," a quote by Aristotle. So it's not always the same thing to be a good man and good citizen. People like to equate, again, good citizen to good man, or having fear of the law as doing the right thing to the law because you fear of breaking it. So it's actually about having a good mentality on behalf of yourself and your environment. It's about using your consciousness wisely. It's about utilizing your human nature to be philosophical, like Aristotle does and is symbolized by his quotes and maybe by his actions. I don't know what he did in this lifetime, but we're just looking at the quotes, right? So a good man and a good citizen. Well, a citizen would be of a government, but a good man could be of anybody. It could be of anybody, a human, right? And a citizen, a citizenry, perhaps. Being able to defend for ourselves against the government, as the United States of America was even founded on. It was just defending ourselves against the government. But being a good citizen involves then being able to defend ourselves against the government, because that's what it was founded for. See, there's a question to this. And then understanding that just because you're in alignment with man's law does not mean you're in alignment with natural law, because that's essentially what this is saying. So it's basically that. What are you attracting? Are you attracting simply what somebody's saying, or are you attracting the objective morality, the objective right that exists within all of the universe? Quote, "Be a free thinker and don't accept everything you hear as truth. Be critical and evaluate what you believe in." A quote by Aristotle, again, representing this growing use of the consciousness that we have. So we are conscious, we're able to freely think, we have a free will, and therefore we have willpower, and so we have the decision of that, because that's power, to use knowledge, which is power, and help us see the truth. It's this line of frequency to which we can align with the truth as much as we can, and we can be critical of ourselves, not just the world around us, and evaluate ourselves, not just the world around us, what we believe in, because everything is essentially a matter of belief. Quote, "Before you heal the body, you must first heal the mind," a quote by Aristotle. Now also I wanted to say that, talking about the objective right, some people will say that, well, everything's an opinion, no matter what, everything's an opinion. But you can't agree that there is some things that are innately right, no matter what, and that nobody can change it, no matter what? Could you not agree upon that? Think about it and really see that if you apply the natural law into your life, or you have an understanding of it, that it cannot be denied. It cannot be just completely undermined, because it is the natural law of the universe. It was something that founded these governments for a reason. So now we just need to understand, why is it that these governments aren't lasting? Why is it that it's causing more corruption? Are we not abiding to natural law as much as we are, or are needing to? And that is often the answer. So, quote, "Before you heal the body, you first heal the mind. You must first heal the mind," a quote by Aristotle. See, he's not just a philosopher, he's also somebody in medicine. This is what I'm telling you about the relationship between all things in the universe. Okay, and having that relationship is key to understanding the relationship that you have within this universe. So, I'm talking about the objective right and understanding natural law and all this stuff. Like, As long as you just have an open mind and you're able to make common sense out of everything, then you are already mostly working with natural law, right? And I think it's best to often just leave it to Mark Passio himself, who's the leader of natural law. I'm sure he has a lot to say in this matter, especially if we arise on this movement. And so, quote, with this quote, with healing your body and first healing the mind, think the same thing with the world, the body of water that is the world. We consider it this greater body, and the mind is just one part of it. So I would say that what about you heal your mind before you change the world as well? Because that is really telling to changing the actions thereafter, changing the mind, to then creating the manifested reality that we want. And this idea of understanding how much harm we are in, how much pain we are currently in, how much darkness we are currently in, it's really well represented by this quote that represents how the truth is needed, especially in an age of deception or deep problems, before things get worse, before more people are hurt, before more harm is inflicted. And if you don't think that is the case or that won't happen, then mark my words, because I know it will happen if nobody does anything about it. I know it will happen if nobody takes action the way this blueprint is to set up, as it is a natural process. It's not like I'm fully intervening into people's lives. They're just suppressing us from doing what we're supposed to do naturally. And that's the point. Because if we were to do what we were to do naturally, they would not exist. So this is the point, okay? It's not that I'm even telling people what to do or to interject upon their lives into telling them what to do. It's just that I'm showing them this is what you're supposed to do anyways. Okay? So, quote, "It is during our darkest moments that we must focus to see the light." A quote by Aristotle. During our darkest moments that we must focus, okay? The precision to understanding what is it that we need. We need natural law. Can we unite? Because that is focus, right? Focusing on one thing, the one counter agenda, I call it. Focus. Where do we put our minds? Are we putting our minds in the right direction? Are we putting our heart in the right direction? Are we putting our lives in the right direction? Because that's where we want to put our lives. This is the question. And are we putting ourselves in the public stage? Because if we are, then we're in the light. We're in the perception, in the eye of the public life. We are to be seen. Okay? If you are in the dark, you like to be in the dark. If you are in the light, you want to be in the light, and you want people to see the light, because you realize how healing that light is. You realize that the sun, it gives you those components that you need, like vitamin D and melatonin, the full spectrum vitamin D, by the way, and the best of the best that you can need, because the sun is the former of the world. It is the essentially like represented as the contributor to all of life, right? But I'm not saying the sun is the answer. I'm saying nature is the answer. Everything, all of the all, right? It's all of the all, and this takes work. This takes dedication. This takes effort. But this idea of the light and the dark goes really well hand in hand, because you cannot say that you are promoting the truth, that you are promoting the light by wanting people to get out of the dark, if you're not in the light, if you're not promoting your very own essence and body and soul to the light. I mean, you're not seeing the sun. You're not seeing other people who are forms of the sun. You're not seeing other people who see you in a light. It doesn't matter what light that may be. They may not have a good light of you. They might put you in a bad light, but you're still in the light. And you know what light you're following, right? You're following a light for sure. And you know that some people are not even following a light, number one. And some people are just in complete darkness. Some people don't even want to see the light. But it doesn't matter, because you know if this light is healing, you know that this light is of focus. And it actually helps you focus more the more you follow it. So see, ironic situation. You put work into it, you get work out of it as well. Nature gives to you when you give to it. It's like, are you going to put the work into gardening and planting and organic foods and superfoods like cacao? Of course I am, because guess what? When I consume the cacao, I'm super more productive. I'm super more on point. I'm able to think better. I'm able to work better. So yeah, heck yeah, I'm going to do that. I'll put the extra work into it so I get more work out of it. So that way my body heals itself and works the way it's supposed to work. It's just the way life is to be. Quote, all paid employments absorb and degrade the mind. A quote by Aristotle. And you have to question, how many politicians are paid even for golfing, for example. They're paid for this, they're paid for that, just to make a speech somewhere, just to inspire some people here. They're paid for it. They may not even have the passion themselves. They're robots. They have scripts. Other people even write the scripts for them. I mean, what more, do they need with that? But, they're just never content, and they have this constant need to control, and they're put there, and they're wanted to be put there by those even higher than them. So, consider that of a politician, but also yourself. If you are somebody who's paid underemployment, which pretty much likely everyone is, are you being absorbed and are you being degraded? Because if the mind is not being able to use itself as much as it should and wants to be, then it's probably being distracted, it's probably being absorbed, and it's probably being degraded. If the mind is not doing what it wants to do and the mind is not expressing the way it wants to be, which by the very nature is sort of a self-employment, which most people would rather if they were given the choice, it's because of that reason. It's because people want to be able to use their mind, they want to be able to express themselves, they want to live a better life. And so what am I saying here? I'm saying, okay, well, if we did have more family businesses, you knew what job you were having, and you can decide what to do from there, right? And you can still obviously have options. I'm not limiting our human potential, but I feel like these elitists will probably do so, hence man's law is all built around limits. And if they make some obligations, they can want anything done. For example, they even put a lot of emphasis on technology and building computers right now, well, because it goes with their just having technology dominate everything agenda, basically. And you see that in Agenda 2030 that is coming our way, right? And different documents, different plans, as you've seen in different reports and different bloodlines talking about it. But regardless of that, as a employment, not an employer, what's happening here? You're just used as a pawn. That's the very sense of the word. You're just being used as somebody under another person. And you still choose to do so, and that's the difference between that and government. You're still choosing to do so. You're getting something in return, so that's okay. That's okay with you, especially more okay than that of government, which is why government tends to bother more people. They have this inner mind that tells them, well, government is not always a good force, and that the system is probably not as good as it could be. Okay, they have that in them. I know they do. But in this employment, you have a different situation, and you're still choosing to be employed. You just have to realize what it might be doing to your mind. What it might be doing to your mind if your mind is still not getting to express itself. So question your employment. That's the point here. Are you able to use your mind? And if not, if you're not able to innovate the way you want to, and you're not innovating maybe outside of the work life as much as you want to, then you have to question how much of your mind is at use. And when he says all paid employments absorb and degrade the mind, you really have to question then your career, which is an essential part of your life, which is an essential part of your health and your mental well-being. And so when I also talk about understanding all the time, what does it mean when I say understanding? How do you get other people to understand as well? If you're trying to seek an understanding through use of reasoning, for example, and you're gaining an understanding of a lot of these topics and a lot of these quotes, what is it that you do to others? Well, you kind of just do what I'm doing, right, in the sense of the bringing different analogies together, connecting different dots together, using different words to portray a similar point. It's, quote, teaching is the highest form of understanding. Quote, again by Aristotle, saying that, well, if we teach, that is the highest form of understanding. And you see this as well as a naturopathic principle in medicine. Naturopathics are doctors. actually, and they say, doctor as teacher. Now, why do they say that? It's so that way you can understand your own body for the own ailment that you have, for the own conditions that you have, for the own environment that you have, in case maybe the whole root cause of all your pain is just sitting a certain way. I mean, only you would be able to figure that out half the time. And of course, they can ask you more questions and help you investigate more, especially a coach, because they have more time to do that. But teaching will be the best way to help you understand this relationship between your body and your mind, and how this disease manifests in the first place. It's a matter of teaching, right? So if you want people to understand their body, teach them what's happening in their body. So if you want people to understand the world, you teach them what's happening in the world. If you want people to understand politics, you teach them what's happening in politics. You know, and at best, if you want to get down to the root of, you know, what's happening in that, it's asking the why, and it's asking the natural law behind it, right? If you're asking, okay, well, what's happening in the world? You know, it's well, teaching them, like, okay, well, what are the mechanisms in the world that cause things to happen? Why is it that things happen, essentially? Okay, it's not necessarily the what, but also the why. Quote, good habits formed at youth make all the difference, a quote by Aristotle, saying that if you start early on, it's gonna help pave the way. So that means when you are hearing this, when you want to take action, start now. There's no delay, there's no waiting on that. If you want to create good habits and you want to ensure a better future and you want to increase your chances, you start now, and you start as early as you can, because it makes all the difference, being that you're only going to spend the rest of time with the manifestation of the habits that you did previously, right? It's like saying, okay, the law of attraction is always at work, and it's going to be, right now it's at work for what you've done in your past. So understand that what you've done in your past is what brought you to your present. Okay, so what you do in your present is then what's going to help you come to your path and to your future. I'm sorry. Okay, so what you do in your present is what is going to help you go to your future. So if you start good habits now, you start good habits in your youth, whether it's good eating, whatever, it's going to help make all the difference later on in your life as you develop, right? As you develop, it's a journey. It's not a destination, it's a journey, it's a progression. And it's always a constant progression because the law of attraction is always at work. Quote, life in the true sense is perceiving or thinking, a quote by Aristotle. See, it's not about titles or this or that. It's like, I mean, understanding all these elements is not going to make you this or that. And I mean, maybe if, you know, you just keep delving into it, but you can just understand things for when they need to be understood, and get a face value of things and see the bigger picture, get different perspectives of it, so you can may understand other people and then appeal to them in case you want to help them understand this cause. But it's the true sense, life in the true sense is perceiving or thinking, is what he's saying here. So going back to this idea that, you know, everything is an opinion. I'm not disagreeing with that. But there is things we can objectively say is right and wrong. But we're still perceiving that. We're still thinking of that. So there's no denying that we're still doing that. But the life in the true sense, you know, he's saying true sense. It literally, by the word usage, again, sense, what we see, what we taste, what we feel, is perceiving or thinking. Because, let's say I felt something, I'm just thinking of how something happened. You know, I'm still perceiving it. So he's saying at the root cause of all these senses, it's perception and it's thinking. So if something happens to you in your life, you're going to make perceptions and you're going to make thoughts of it, and it's probably going to form your later actions in life, I'd be assuming. Naturally. You don't even need to necessarily super duper learn from it. But you have this natural sense to want to change things because it turns into your perception. And as we know, perception turns to action, action turns to reality. I say this so many times, but it's because this is only so relevant with all the quotes that we have when it comes to the law of attraction. Quote, friendship is satisfied with what it has without requiring what it needs. Okay, so satisfied with what it has right now, right here, the present, without requiring what it needs in the future. Okay, and desires. So we talked about desires, how that can rule over one's life, how we can just live simply content with what we have, as we know the truth is here, right now, right here. We don't need more. This idea of needing more is actually, in fact, the enemy. So we need to get rid of that in our mindset, because in fact we're just wanting more because we're unsatisfied with other aspects of our lives, with pre-existing aspects of our lives. Understand that relationship, and then you understand that you need to take action based on what you have now, based on what has been manifesting, and what can then help you move on for the future, taking all this into consideration. So this is a quote by Aristotle. Quote, for imagining lies within our power whenever we wish, but in forming opinions we are not free. Okay, perhaps I can say that even better. This is a quote by Aristotle. For imagining lies within our power whenever we wish, but in forming opinions we are not free. Now, I say this sometimes wrong because there's a lack of punctuation, but I think that can actually help us provide more meaning to the quote even. So he's saying that if we imagine lies within our power, so with the power that we have, the willpower, the consciousness that we have, if we're imagining lies, imagining things that don't exist, whenever we wish, we're just making up lies whenever we want to, but we're then forming opinions because of these lies and because we don't have reasons and understandings behind our actions, then yeah, we are not free. So if we're imagining lies, and it's all about, but it's all coming down to opinions, and because the opinions is not the objective morality, the opinions is not the objective truth, then we're not free because we're not following the objective truth, we're not following the fact. The fact of the matter is that we cannot have lies, we need truth within our power. And truth is in power is not whenever we wish, but it's seeking, what is here with the power that we have. And we can make imagination based on, the reality that we have. That's what makes it fun, is having imaginations. We don't have to push that on others, though, and make this a reality. For goodness sake, imaginations are going crazy, right? We imagine zombies, now we have an actual zombie apocalypse in the world that we live in today. But then it says, but in forming opinions, we are not free. So this special wording, like I said, can probably be interpreted in many different ways. Maybe some ways that I'm not seeing here. Please, of course, comment. Let me know what you think about this. And different, you can place your comment anywhere that you wish, just to open the conversation to anybody who wants to interpret perhaps this quote, or they, timestamp. You can give them a certain time in this video and say, this is the quote I want you to look at, and this is what I think about it. This is something you can do too. If you like a certain quote, you can timestamp it, share it with other friends. And so in forming opinions, we are not free. It's just the fact that we aren't following the truth. We're not following fact. And so that's key if we want to move toward truth and stick with the facts, right? I talk about fact checking. Well, perhaps we should align it with what is actually in accordance to natural law, because it is what is innately true, what is innately not. And this one is also great sum to a lot of things. It takes things on a more deeper perspective that, again, require, even understanding these quotes, again, require a level of understanding, a level of consciousness, a level of frequency, perhaps, that makes you able to comprehend this in such ways that makes it similar to that of the intention of why it was written. And other people can help us, which is why I encourage you, share your thoughts. So it says, quote, we make war that we may live in peace. quote by Aristotle, we're always talking about how we need peace. We need peace and security, security and peace. It's often one of such propagated strategies to gain control over people. So in that very efforts, it's kind of like feeding the fire, and we're actually causing more war. Why is that? Is it because it's a fake form of peace, perhaps? Is it because the fact that we say we want to live in peace when in reality this world requires a little bit of war involved, even though we generally just want to reduce overall harm? When we say a war, it depends on the context. So we're not talking about, in this case, we're not talking about necessarily about governments engaging in a super world war between many countries. Maybe we're just talking about wars and conflict between different parties, right? And how we make war that we may live in peace. That the fact that some people are not willing to live in peace. Some people, these are the people who are often propagators of the war, causing the conflict, is what I'm saying. They don't always agree to the peace conditions. They don't agree to the peace that is provided. Now, the difference here with this movement that I'm creating is that I'm not providing a peace, I'm providing a blueprint that moves us toward nature, which is not necessarily peace, but is moreover peace if you're going to look at it on the scale that government is creating these so-called wars. But on this case of scenario with the quote, making war with what we live in peace, I mean, you're talking like just people, which is actually where the expression should be. It shouldn't be living in these politicians and few people that rule over the many. It should actually be, within us, rising up for what we truly believe in. So we make war that we may live in peace, saying that, again, under certain peace conditions that certain people may not agree with. And what I'm offering, I don't think is peace. I mean, what I say is pro-freedom, pro-humanity, and one counter-agenda. There's nothing that says pro-peace, like hippy-dippy 60s time, right? But I don't think there is a reason for government war. Now, there may come times where people feel like it's necessary to put a war against each other, but what is even the reason of that? It's because they just can't live within peace with one another. They have some sort of problem with the fact that things are not, they have some sort of problem with the agreement, which is literally what peace means, is an agreement, is having two things in abidance to one another. So by that very nature, if they don't like that, it only makes sense for them to create a war because it's compromising the agreement. And if you consider the amount of times people have said, oh my gosh, we gotta live in peace, and we have to live in peace, and we live in peace now because of the war ending and stuff like that, it still creates a war because people realize that there's still other problems going on. So, there's all this peace talk and peace talks, and we're going to do peace treaties. But in reality, it's just creating different wars here and there in different places if you just shall understand that there's always going to be a degree of both within the universe. And that when we say that we want to live in peace, it's not really a realistic thing that we can say this is peace, this is world peace. But it's just saying that we agree to non-aggression principle, to the fact that you don't harm one another, like I don't harm your property, and so forth. It's just that simple. I would say that would be the closest thing toward peace. But there's always going to be conflicts here and there, natural between different people. And non-aggression is just about keeping property, not avoiding theft and avoiding wrongdoing. Which, if you want to use, again, the context here matters. Like, war is a term, it could be interpreted different ways. And what he's saying is just the fact that I believe that many people are talking about peace, peace, peace. People are saying that they want to live in peace, and when they do live in peace, it just makes more war, and it makes people want to have war because they cannot live with the agreements that have been made. There is no agreement that is naturally universally abiding. There's some problems within that peace that seeks to compromise this quote-unquote peace, and then because there's quote-unquote peace, it messes up the whole situation because they had to put a title on it. So that's how I see it. You can never make everybody happy. Everybody's always going to have some conflict among one topic. It's just natural and it's a part of life. Quote, I was really too honest a man to be a politician and live. A quote by Socrates and, or Socrates. Sorry if I say it wrong, but yeah, this is a quote where he's saying that if you are just if you are human, if you have a human nature that you're using, you are down to earth. That means you're too honest, a man, and too honest to be a politician, which often people may correlate to liars, and live, which we know if you are of life, if you are of the good, the truth, and in the world, you don't want to rule over your fellow men. Quote, the art of being wise is the art of knowing what to overlook. A quote by William James. Okay, so he's saying that being wise, knowing what actions to partake in life based on your knowledge. That's why he says being wise is the art of knowing, the art of knowledge. Okay, so action coming from wisdom, and that allows you to know what to overlook, what to see as BS, what to see as not necessary in the universe, what to see as you probably shouldn't fall under this belief system, what to see that the fact that there's other things to see that are perhaps more important for your attention span, more important for your focus, so that way you put into focus the things that you want to put into focus. Now, in the context of the messages, the mission, try to apply that to this quote. Try to apply nature to the quote here that is at play, okay? Quote, our first responsibility is not to build the church or even to get souls saved. It is to represent Christ and to bring his message to the world. As God beholds us in Christ, so the world must behold Christ in us. As Christ represents us before the Father, so we must represent Christ before the world. A quote by Cornelius Stam. Now, the reason why I chose this rather perhaps Christian or Catholic quote, if you will, is because you can replace these words as God or Christ as nature, and you can still see a similar message, a still underlying similar intention that is represented here by the quote, okay? So when he says our first responsibility is not to build the church, not to build material things, or even to save lives, it is to represent the wanting to save lives. It is the representation what matters. And you know the first step, part of this process is representation. So what are we representing? We're representing truth. We're representing good, right? That's the general message. Anyone that wants to do good, they can represent through this way and help bring out their voice of good to the world. Okay, so bringing his message to the world. Okay, that being nature, what has long been here, what has long been the past, what has long been agreed upon, we're bringing that to light, out of the darkness, out of the caves. We're bringing people out of the caves and into the light. Okay, so as God beholds us in Christ, so the world must behold Christ in us, saying that we are part of nature. We're one with nature. Have you ever heard that before? I bet you didn't think of it in a religious sense, but this is, again, like getting the perspective down to the roots as to what really means here, what is actually having meaning. And so as Christ represents us before the Father, so we must represent Christ before the world. We must represent the truth, basically. We must represent the natural law before the world as it's meant to do for the world. It's our responsibility, as it says. The better word for it is moral obligation, the need to do something because it is necessary and only growingly necessary as time moves on. Quote, throughout the universe there is order, in the movement of the planets, in nature, and in the functioning of the human mind. A mind that is in its natural state of order is in harmony with the universe, and such a mind is timeless. Your life is an expression of your mind. You are a curator of your own universe. For as a human being, you are free to will whatever state of being you desire through the use of your thoughts and words. And apparently this is an extract from Time by Sir Lawrence Olivier. Sorry. And this is very telling to what we've been talking about with this harmony, with this balance, and with our own movement among the many movements that have existed, right? The movements that are even natural within the universe. I'd say it's natural for humans to want to rise up in a landscape that enslaves them. But perhaps that feeling has been suppressed and been distracted and been replaced with other things that aren't the real root cause. For example, it's like blaming something else as the disease when in reality the disease is something else. And so you can agree to this something else being the disease, but you have to find out what is the actual disease. So in a way you know, but in a way you don't know if you're being distracted and you're being denatured, for example. So we have this connection, we have this want for harmony, and we have this need for order, as there is a like in the universe. What they want to say, again, anarchy is chaos, but yet if anarchy is natural through natural law, then actually, if the universe has order, then this is just a representation of order, and the growing need to use the human mind to promote such order in our personal lives. Because if you feel like there's no order, you feel like there's no order. You in your current environment, like, where are you looking? Like, you should be looking at your current environment, your personal life. That should be what matters, right? I mean, we care for the world, of course, and we can see the bigger picture, but it does start with your own life. It starts with your own mind. And so that's why this quote even says, a mind in the natural state of order and harmony. We saw how important the mind is and how everything starts to manifest from that, as it says your life is an expression of your mind, and saying you're a creator of your own universe. And not to get too long that route, to be left brain dominant, but it's understanding that we do have free will, and we can be in whatever state shall we desire, using our thoughts, using our words, using our actions, all alike, all to be together. I mean, we don't want to say one is more important than the other. I will say that there needs to be more action, only because we have so many words on the internet. The internet isn't action. The internet is just a bunch of words. So we have to prompt ourselves to action, and that is in the real life, not through social media. And people are starting to get the hang of it. I mean, here I have a screenshot of a YouTube comment. It says, quote, "The government doesn't care about natural rights because there is nothing natural about governance." And this is one of the top comments in one of the videos that I saw. And people said, well said. Yep, agreed. You know, this is something that's becoming more well known. And trust me, you can find many people out there who agree with what I'm saying, or agree that of what's going on in the universe today. Maybe not in the exact context that I talk about, but that's okay. I don't expect them to. They're not supposed to. You know, I'd rather everybody has a mind of their own like that. But we can agree, you see, on these simple premises. Now, all the details that come from it, like I said, they may use that as a way to help promote argument and division. So we can't let that happen. We have to live on the premises and use that premises and base everything off of that premises, for we know it is innately true. And then going back to this idea of law of attraction, as we tend to do because we see how much it's involved within our lives, quote, "What you love, you empower, and what you fear, you empower, and what you empower, you attract." A quote from an unknown source. Okay, saying here that whatever you put your mind toward is what you are essentially to create, kind of going back to the other quote we just talked about. So empowerment should be what it's about then, don't you think? Because if the power lives with the few, then how would you get the many to want to self-control themselves, self-govern, and be self-sustainable? It's about empowerment, giving the power back to the people, where it belongs, they say, right? Because it does belong there. And so if it truly does belong there, then government doesn't need its presence in our world today. For what they are attracting, you have to question, are they attracting love or are they attracting fear? I'd say the primary expression of government, as we've also studied, is fear. Quote, "Everything on earth has a purpose, every disease on an herb to cure it, and every person a mission. This is the Indian theory of existence." A quote by Morning Dove Salish, I'm not sure, but clearly a Native American quote that I found, and I wanted to share it because you see that everything has a purpose, everything has a reason, as we've talked about. But also that every disease has has an herb to cure it, has some sort of natural plant found in nature to help. And it's worth mentioning that the Native American populations, as many populations in the world, have undergone much trouble and have not gotten much back. They still sometimes, the very traditional Indians and Native Americans still live among their very old traditions while living amongst the modern life, but it's hard still for them, and yet they have very close families. They do quite well, it seems, or at least in their wisdom, from what we can tell. I don't know any personally, so I can't say, but I mean, I've done readings on how there's some in the West who don't have much water, but their families are very close, and you're talking like there's camps and stuff of just Native Americans who have like not that much, but they still live with much at heart. And that's a really key thing to having them strive amongst the modern life. And so then it says, just really important right here in the quote, every person a mission. We're each going to have our missions. We're each going to have our own health goals, our own goals among this life. So it's important to know, well, what is the one thing that can be the goal for all of us? Would it be unity? I would say that's the number one goal. I would say the number one goal is, how do we promote the planet in the best way possible if we're looking at the whole macro scheme. And so therefore the natural law would be the best thing to look at if you are to look at a collectivist point of view while still promoting the individual. This is, quote unquote, the theory of existence, so it therefore makes sense, being that natural law is all of our existence innately as it is. Quote, everyone is at different stages of consciousness, and there is a certain stage you reach where your intent is to only speak your truth, not convince others of it. You begin to realize that everyone has their own path. In other words, you cannot convince a baby they should be walking when they are at the stage of crawling. To convince them of that truth is irrelevant. So part of what we want to do and part of what we want to accomplish and have others do is you have to understand the natural way of life, how there's a natural transition to each thing, which is why I have stages within this movement, within itself, because everything has a process. Everything is a journey. You want to look towards a destination, go ahead, but it's still all a progression, still all a journey, a forever process. But the point is that we do have consciousness as human beings, as we talked about with the willpower, and using that consciousness righteously. There is a level of consciousness, as it says, different stages, where we can grow as human beings. But you also have to question, is there a stage where we can fall and our consciousness is not being used, or our consciousness is being pushed down? People like to often compare this to frequency, right? Saying that if you align yourself more with truth, you're aligning yourself with the line that is truth. You're closer to the truth on a wavelength scale. And Mark Passio perfectly describes this in his Natural Law seminar as well. But having this intent, is to only speak your truth, and then you realize everything is an expression, right? So, and not to convince others of it, because everybody's at different stages in time. You realize that because everyone has their own path, they can eventually understand what you're understanding, but it does take paths to reach that, in particular if you want them to reach a particular type of understanding. And this is really important when you want to appeal to other human beings in this life. Therefore, it's why I emphasize that I'm not pushing anything onto anybody. If I am, I'm giving recommendations, and it's like you have to have support mechanisms behind it. It's the whole reason why you have a health coach and not necessarily just a doctor that just tells you what to do, or a nutritionist that just tells you what to do. But you have a coach, someone to be there with you on the path, seeing where you are on that path, so we can kind of make it more actionable and more guiding, rather than authoritative. So this is important to understand, is where people are in their stages of their life, and if you want to convince them, go down to their level, understand where they are before you just push something on them, because it could be either overwhelming on them, or they may shut you out and you may not have a better chance to convey your point. quote, those who are able to see beyond the shadows and lies of their culture will never be understood, let alone believed by the masses. A quote by Plato. So it really is up to the masses, the many people that do watch this video and watch or just look upon a lot of the resources we provide, because if the masses are ignorant, if the masses are not nescient, which they clearly aren't most of the time, they are ignorant. They don't want to hear people who challenge their belief systems, right? They have cognitive dissonance, and that's often what keeps them from seeing this light, even if it's true or not, right? Is seeing this light of openness alone, let alone, critical thinking and the aspects that allow us to become wise, not even having to agree with the point. But when you do see the lies in plain sight, you do see the problems in plain sight. Our culture, it could be fallen because people are not seeing what's in plain sight. What if there's things put in the culture to make people just more ignorant and more indulged into the lies? Then it's not good. It's going to contribute to their lack of understanding even more. And so it's a sort of feedback system, as I tend to call it, where you are feeding them your not just your conscious energy by putting your attention into things that they want you to put in, but by being easily manipulated. People have grown in vulnerability because they've made themselves vulnerable. And so if people want to believe those few that are exposing the shadows and the lies, start with an open mind. Start looking for yourself. It's not that you have to believe what they say, but it's really important to know this, because the quote even says, those who are able to see. The first part is those who are able to see, and then it says beyond the shadows and lies. So those are two different parts, I would say, because you have a denatured society, and it says of their culture will never be understood. And this goes back to that quote that says controversy is dreaded by the advocates forever, or I think Ralph Waldo Emerson even said that to be great is to be misunderstood. So people are not going to understand me. They're not going to understand many things because they refuse to see more of it. They haven't done the introspection themselves. They haven't done the research. They haven't looked into it as much, and they don't want to, and they don't care. And so that is, by definition, ignorance. And as we know, by the very pyramid structure and the nature of it, those at the bottom of the pyramid are the ignorant masses that are covered by darkness, who have the light far from them, and those are the majority of people. So if you find yourself with the majority of people, then you likely are missing out on a lot of what is actually going on in this government system, that is. If you're with the majority of people in the government system, because that's only where a majority of people can be, FYI, is in a government system, then you know that you probably shouldn't be following these sheeple if you want to seek the truth. It's first starting to create a counter mindset, a mindset that is willing to question, a mindset that's willing to be open to other information. Then going about that, you can see all the many people in the world that have done such great things, or revolutionary things at least. Quote, here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the roundheads and the square holes, the ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules, and they have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them. The only thing you can't do is ignore them, because they change things. They push the human race forward, and while some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius, because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. A quote by Jack Kerouac, and I think this is a really powerful quote, because when you start having, I guess you can say, more of a revelation of saying, okay, well, we can actually change the world. We can do it, and we could do it this way, we can do it that way. Everybody had their moment of history where they said they've seen an aspect of time, a certain condition manifest, to where they can say, This is the time to act. This is the time to grasp the opportunity and do something more than what has been here. Do something different than what has been here. And that's what then creates this innovation naturally, this challenge of not just questioning, but bring it to the next level, but to action. You'll see that not just all of these individuals questioned, they also acted. And many of the people in the truth movement, I can say, will question, but can I say that they've acted? I don't know. I don't think I can say that they've acted, which is why it's an obligation for myself too, as I see that of growing demand and of growing need. This blueprint is simply one that had to be put out there. Okay, it's something that I saw as something within this time, something that we can grasp, something that we can definitely use to our advantage, shall we want to move in the right direction toward truth and do what a lot of these same individuals did and continue to do. Some of them are still alive. I see there Luke Radowski in the corner. And so, these are great individuals who I believe are doing their best to create change. And with more people, we can do even more. I'm just another fellow being among him. So we are more people together. And that's what's going to matter, is when we are together, moving forward in the right direction, one counter agenda. Quote, enlighten the people generally, and tyranny and oppressions of body and mind will vanish like evil spirits at the dawn of day. A quote by Thomas Jefferson, saying that, again, through this enlightenment process, taking people out of the dark, out of their ignorance, tyranny and oppressions of body and mind will vanish like evil spirits at the dawn of day. So, what he's saying is that naturally, these systems that are corrupt, that have done bad or are doing bad, will go away because people have brought knowledge to themselves, they've brought wisdom to themselves, they've brought the truth to themselves and the environments that they've cultivated based on the knowledge and the mindset that they've cultivated themselves. Now, one really important part, and you're going to see some other graphs I believe here, this one is called the Tytler cycle, something I believe invented by a Scottish professor, Alexander Tytler, and it talks about this around 200-year cycle of how you see government starts to keep creating. So our job here is to understand this cycle and see that what would happen if we just keep falling to the hands of statism. If we keep falling to the hands of statism, we have this continuous cycle where, although there may be a shift to, okay, let's change the government back to good again. Oh, it gets bad, now we gotta shift it to good again. Oh, it gets bad, we shift it to good again. There's no sustainable model. There's no long-term, generational, sustainable model that works through all the generations. And the problem here, the biggest reason why our mission in this movement is designed to work in its nature, naturally, is because if you look at the very top of this cycle, bondage to faith to courage, that particular area involves harm. Where you have this, it's actually, the harm is more dependence and apathy. Right there is the harm, and that's where the people start to oppose the conditions, as it says. So people start to oppose it around there, and then it sometimes can cause a little bit more harm from bondage to faith, but that's when people start moving things back in the right direction. Now that's the same direction we'll do when we initiate the movement, but there's going to be a different cycle thereafter: faith, courage, and liberty. Because abundance is where things can change. That is the focus on material things, abundance. And material things, we know, is already not of nature. So nature is intervening right at the abundant stage. And of liberty, we're redefining it not as something written on paper, but as something of natural law. And as long as natural law is present, man's law cannot be present. And statism, as long as that is opposed, there can never be a government that turns into selfishness, complacency, apathy, dependence, and bondage. So this is a really key cycle to understanding the nature of the cycle of government, which is really key to know as to how things would go if people do not follow the course of nature, they do not follow natural law, and they keep following government and thinking they could just keep making it better. There will always be ups and downs in life, but it'll have major downs, especially as we move on with technology and other things, as I mentioned, that will increase the harm done. And what we're trying to do is reduce the harm so that this cycle can be one rather only on the right side, only on the right side, and nowhere near the left side. We can just keep it going from abundance back to faith, right? Realizing, okay, these material things, we need to find faith, go back to ourselves, faith in nature, faith in God, whatever that may be for yourself, because that helps you seek the spiritual, which the material is directly opposed to. You study Satanism, you know that its elements is supposed to be crushing the consciousness, crushing the spiritual with the physical. So at that turn of abundance, we can bring it back to faith, and that can be a continuous 4 cycle rather than this complex 9-step cycle. So thank you for understanding that. I know this could be a little crazy in the fact that over 200 years, this happens to most of every government, and we're reaching 200 years now with the United States of America. So why even say that if it doesn't exist? That's the thing. We have to get this illusion out of people's minds, because this illusion is what's creating the cycle, and we're not learning from history clearly because it is a cycle. And I'll remind you, yes, there's cycles natural in nature, which is why that happens, because nature opposes those bondage. Nature opposes that dependence, right? The natural law is like, okay, you've suppressed me way too long, but they are getting away with it now, and that's what I'm scared with. As you see, this cycle is even being prolonged because the 200 years have already gone by. This is the first time a government has gone by over 200 years. You have to question why that is. It's because people are so dumbed down now and so left up to less power that they really feel like they can't do anything about it, and there is no escape from bondage, from what it's coming to be. So, and they're carefully planning out their bondage too. It's not like they're going right to bondage. They're carefully planning it out, and that's the problem too. Is little steps. They're taking it real slow. They know that past governments have not worked. They're taking it real slow, and they're making sure to assure that their efforts are completed in the way that can work out in the long run. So what we're looking at here is also a long-run agenda, but the diametrically opposed agenda, because we don't want government. We want the exact opposite. So funny how that works. If you study them, you can know exactly what to do as the opposite. It's just like saying, okay, well, if you're going to see this herd of sheep going toward one place, you want to be the exact opposite and probably not follow the herd of sheep. Okay, so this is the irony that we live in. Here you have a quote about the Tytler cycle, and it talks about who Alexander Tytler was. He was a Scottish advocate and judge, and he formulated the idea over 200 years ago. He was born around 1747 and died around 1813. Okay, he said, quote, "A democracy is always temporary in nature. It simply cannot exist as a permanent form of government." And as we know, republics are also democracies from the previous quote. I mean, this is like saying Republicans and Democrats are one and the same, which they are. Okay, then it says, quote, "A democracy will continue to exist up until the time that the voters discover that they can vote themselves generous gifts from the public treasury." Right? I mean, does your vote even matter? They say the vote is your voice. No, your voice is your voice. See how they denature certain things? It's like changing the definition of a rainbow, for example. I'm just putting that out there. Right? People will see things differently based on what they put in your face on the media and in the movies. Okay, this is how powerful our human bodies are to believe and also to manifest things in our lives. So realize this power, not just done onto you, but the power that you have, that you allowed it to go into its motion. Then you realize that you are truly powerful, for the record. Then it says, quote, "From that moment on, the majority always votes for the candidates who promise the most benefits from the public treasury, with the result that every democracy will finally collapse due to loose fiscal policy, which is always followed by a dictatorship." And as we see, we have some really bad economics, and we see a collapse happening in civilization where many people believe it could be divide and conquer. for even more control, especially since many people will be begging down to the government. So we really need to think different, and this is one of our best times to do this, even though this is something we could do anytime in case you're listening to this. So you have to take the action anytime you can, as soon as you can. So the average age, it says, quote, the average age of the world's greatest civilizations from the beginning of history has been around 200 years. During those 200 years, these nations always progressed through the following sequence: from bondage to spiritual faith, from spiritual faith to great courage, from courage to liberty, from liberty to abundance, from abundance to selfishness, from selfishness to complacency, from complacency to apathy, from apathy to dependence, and from dependence back into bondage. So what could you learn from this Tyler cycle, being that we followed all this? Like I said, I think it's the nature of a government, essentially, in its cycle, looking at the greater scheme of things. And this is important to know, being if we want to create change in the future as a sort of movement ourselves, we're going to have cycles of our own in nature, but we want to make sure that that cycle doesn't turn into one of bringing up government again, because that's the main goal. And as long as that is kept out of the equation, we should be good as a human species, because government has been the very main suppressors of the human will and of the human consciousness. Now, technology about that, like I said, if you have governments mostly in control of technology, and they may press it when people are opposed to their agendas. However, people, again, are also in control of the technology. We're in control of everything. So they may have control over some technology, but as governments decline, I assure you that technology will likely decline with it. And in fact, you'll probably have more freedom on the web and so forth like that. There's going to be a lot more alternatives to Windows. And like I said, there's going to be a lot more potential, a lot more innovation occurring, and where you want to say, okay, well, that's more abundance. I think right now we live in a state of abundance, but we have this great material push, whereas I think in the world I'm talking about, we have abundance, but we can also have much spiritual worth, because people will be promoting that more often, being that they see the importance of nature, being that their voices aren't censored, and that if it's actually working for them, then it's definitely something that is going to help them. And it's keeping each other accountable is a spiritual practice, through using our consciousness, and then recognizing natural law is a spiritual law. The very idea of abundance turning into something more than what it is not going to turn into anything worse, especially since government isn't existent. So it wouldn't turn into dependence and dictatorship, because who's the dictator if nobody's in charge? You see what I mean? This is what along the lines I'm going with. Now, if we were to do more research then on Alexander Tytler and his views on government, we'd see this, quote, all government is essentially of the nature of a monarchy. Okay, it's just, to me, it's just so funny to me how I see this word nature thrown around, and I'm telling you, it's something that can really help us understand the world around us. And so you see it time and time again, and you see it among every leader that you've heard of under the sun that has been assassinated, or every leader who spoke out against the system, essentially. So, quote, the people flatter them of the sovereign power. These are, in fact, words without meaning. It is true that they elected governors, but how are these elections brought about? In every instance of election by the mass of a people, through the influence of those governors themselves, and by means the most opposite to a free and disinterested choice, by the basest corruption and bribery. But those governors once elected, where is the boastest freedom of the people? They must submit to their rule and control with the same abandonment of their natural liberty, the freedom of their will, and the command of their actions, as if they were under the rule of a monarch. So he's saying at the very nature of any government, it's still the same thing as a monarch. It's just a different leader. It doesn't really matter. The same belief systems are being done here. And that's what he's going on, right? His belief system. this whole idea of selfishness to abundance, these are belief systems, which is why I believe this cycle is actually really, really crucial to understanding government. Is it's not just talking about what's happening, it's talking about the belief systems, it's talking about the why things are happening. So that quote was very powerful within itself. I encourage you to read it over yourself, in fact, if you want to look into this. And so then it says, quote, "Nothing better than a utopian theory, a splendid chimera, descriptive of a state of society that never did and never could exist, a republic not of men, but of angels." What he's saying is that men is trying to be God, and that governments are just trying to seek as a utopian theory, So, he's specifically talking about some of the more optimistic visions of democracy as written by other people who say that, okay, government could exist perfectly within this society or perfectly within that society. He's saying a republic not of men but of angels, it would have to be essentially of gods, for a utopian world. Well, guess what? Actually, funny irony enough, natural law is God's law. So if you are living under natural law, you're living among the angels. You're living among the gods. You are under God's rule, not some man who is fallen to Satanism, most likely. Then we have, quote, "While man is being instigated by the love of power, a passion visible in an infant and common to us even with the inferior animals, he will seek personal superiority in preference to every matter of a general concern." This is just so powerful to me, because this is now then talking about the nature of man and how man is seeking the love of power, and it's like a child and they're inferior, as we see Mark Twain is saying that we're the lowest animals. This is just so key. Okay, he will seek personal superiority in preference to every matter of a general concern, saying that they just want control everywhere, which is why they love war and they love material things, and it's just something that they constantly do within a daily life. Like, this is their practice, essentially. Instead, people could be practicing things of natural law, as I'm encouraging to do here, practicing love, practicing self-reflection, practicing, healing your body. That's all a practice. Instead, people are putting their practice toward superiority, toward these unnatural things. So guess what's going to manifest? Exactly that. Okay, that's how powerful human beings can be, but we are not gods at all. Okay, but you can definitely see the resemblance and the connection that we do have, being that is. Okay, then he says, quote, "Or at best he will employ himself in advancing the public good as the means of individual distinction and elevation. He will promote the interest of the state from the selfish but most useful passion of making himself considerable in that establishment which he labors to aggrandize. Such is the true picture of man as a political agent." So going again based on the nature that man is, becoming this political animal, political agent, and always going toward his own demise in a way. So then you have here, from the Wikipedia, it says, Tytler believed that democratic forms of government, such as those of Greece and Rome, have a natural evolution from initial virtue toward eventual corruption and decline. In Greece, for example, Tytler argues that, quote, "The patriotic spirit and love of ingenious freedom became gradually corrupted as the nation advanced in power and splendor." Right? They just have everything and everything is going great, which is why it started to go away. And you started to see that also with that quote, that very ironic quote that to live in a state of peace, it just created more war. Like, this is the irony that government has been creating. It's this play on the irony that is naturally existent, and it's making it more dangerous. Okay? Quote, "Patriotism," okay, so listen to this, patriots. "Patriotism always exists in the greatest degree in rude nations and in an early period of society. Like all other affections and passions, it operates with the greatest force where it meets with the greatest difficulties. But in a state of ease and safety, As if wanting its appropriate nourishment, it languishes and decays. It is a law of nature to which no experience has ever furnished an exception, that the rising grandeur and opulence of a nation must be balanced by the decline of its heroic virtues. So this is so amazing to me, because he's saying that this decline in nations, and he's rooting it back down to mentality. He's rooting it back down to the roots as to why is it that these nations are rising? Why is it that they're falling? And he says the law of nature. I mean, is this any more descriptive than what it has to be for what we're talking about? This is just incredible to me. And you could even do research among others who studied the cycles of governments, and one such people is also Ton B, somebody who I'm also not too familiar with, but I came across one of his works where he studies the cycles of governments, and this is what he has to say. Here you have the quote on the Wikipedia. It says, he argues that for civilizations to be born, the challenge must be the golden mean, that excessive challenge will crush the civilization and too little challenge will cause it to stagnate. Now this is also very reflective as to what we should be doing and what the mentalities are happening as well. Notice there's this also emphasis on mentality. Okay, so now we continue. Civilizations continue to grow only when they meet one challenge only to be met by another in a continuous cycle of challenge and response. Kind of like you want to maybe say problem, reaction, solution, right? But instead of us choosing the response, perhaps it's the elite saying, okay, this is what must happen in order for this to must happen. And that's how they've gotten a lot of control, is through setting up events and making sure events happen in the way that they want to, or they always have a backup plan so it works up in the way that they shall desire. He argues that civilizations develop in different ways due to their different environments and different approaches to the challenges they face. He argues that growth is driven by quote-unquote creative minorities, those who find solutions to the challenges, who inspire rather than compel others to follow their innovative lead. So, as you know, we've been talking about creativity is what allows people to move on and innovate. This is something that's going to be very crucial to moving on any movement such as our own. Okay? So he says creative minorities find solutions to the challenges a civilization faces, while the great mass follow these solutions by imitation, solutions they otherwise would be incapable of discovering on their own. Okay, so there's going to be people who find creative things. There's going to be other people who find creative things, and the idea here is to bring those ideas together and allow the masses, the many people, to also express their creative self and understand this creativity and its purpose among this cycle of life, okay, and the reasoning behind its movements, in this case of civilization, which is a movement within itself, which is why we are the one counter agenda, okay, a movement against such movement, because they want to move us in their direction. We want to move in the direction of nature, in the direction of righteous, moral, objective truth. Okay, in 1939 it says, Tolkien wrote, quote, the challenge of being called upon to create a political world order, the framework for an economic world order, now confronts our modern Western society. Now, this is really telling to a lot of people in the truth community. Using even the specific words, world order, we know that we have been living in this new world order, and what they've wanted to be formed for quite a while into forming a world government, so to speak. You may call it a conspiracy all you want, but they write about it in their own writings as well. The bloodlines, those at the very top of the political structures. And that's why it says political world order, and then it says economic world order, because those we know who control the money supply control the rest of society. This is even said by the bankers themselves again. And it says our modern Western society, as we know the Western society is often the most manipulated, often the most under attack, and often the ones who receive it the most from perhaps even other nations. Now, on the topic of breakdown and disintegration, Toynbee does not see the breakdown of civilizations as caused by loss of control over the physical environment, by loss of control over the human environment, or by attacks from the outside. He sees it rather that it comes from the deterioration of the creative minority, which eventually ceases to be creative and degenerates into merely a dominant minority. Okay, so this is really key, because if we are not using our consciousness, not using our willpower to create new things, who are the ones that are innovating? Those at the top, the dominant minority, those who just simply want to control others, given the current environment, given any environment, they seek control. So if you do not have a creative minority, this creative group of individuals who can help bring this new side every once in a while to change things up, you do have this degeneration into a dominant minority. This is what he's saying as his theory for this cycle of governance. And he argues that creative minorities deteriorate due to a worship of their quote-unquote former self, by which they become prideful and fail adequately to address the next challenge they face. So they are not innovating, essentially. They are not being an innovative society. They're not moving toward as much as they should. And of course, this is specifically talking about a civilization, a government, okay, which does not have creative minorities. It does not have these creative aspects that are essential to the human cause. And when you realize that these creative aspects are rooted within nature, and that nature is what provides a lot of this creativity, and seeking our true selves and our true destiny, because we each have our own creative place, when you realize that's coming from nature, not from the governments, then you start to connect the dots even more. So it says, results of the breakdown. The final breakdown results in, quote, positive acts of creation. The dominant minority seeks to create a universal state to preserve its power and influence, and the internal proletariat seeks to create a universal church to preserve its spiritual values and cultural norms. So a universal state, a universal church, perhaps a universal monetary supply, I would assume then too, right? And everything else universal coming from that government, because they need a system to maintain this quote-unquote universal state. And as we see, as he even described by world order, we start to connect the dots there, and it starts to make sense. A new world order is supposed to represent this world governance, to which a universal state, as he describes here, does then make sense. And being that that is breaching the Western world, it's just a matter of when people will wake up, if we want to get rid of that system from manifesting in its works as it is right now. So, and we have to be careful, right? Because we see this accountability, we see this decline of creativity. We see that right now in our society, where that's giving way to a dominant minority. Okay, and we have to understand that when we have creativity, when we have human consciousness, when we have natural law, and then when we have man's law, a lot of these things are going to conflict with one another. And we have to understand, how is it that they conflict? And this, one of these researchers, like him and Tytler, they're just more examples of how we can understand our world a little bit better through the lens of cycles and progression. And he goes about this idea that without creativity, you have these norms in place, these societal norms, these standards, these boundaries, if you will, from creativity, shall you see it like that. And he even made a prediction here. It says, it remains to be seen what will come of the 4 remaining civilizations of the 21st century. You have Western civilization, Islamic society, Hindu society, and the Far East, from his predictions, right? So he says, Toynbee argues 2 possibilities. They might all merge with the Western civilization, or Western civilization might develop a universal state after its quote-unquote time of troubles decay and die. So we see projections if we were to continue in this lens of government. But we also see what creates government, what helps disintegrate it, and that is the key, shall we want to move forward in the right direction, right? See, you have to understand the enemy before you want to destroy it, or you want to get rid of it. And again, we can't get rid of it in its entirety, but government is something we can indeed get rid of, because it does not exist. It is an illusion of the mind. We can't get rid of evil, we can't get rid of bad. There's always going to be a level of that to which many people are going to have, their versions of that. But we can seek out what is the objective wrong, what is the objective right, And then we can determine from the natural law that the man's law is not of the objective right, and it is inherently immoral because of the backed violence, because of the push above human life as if they are God. And so you have here, quote, when the people fear the government, there is tyranny. When the government fears the people, there is liberty. A quote by Thomas Jefferson, and this is exactly it, is this fight between anarchy and statism has always existed. People wanting to be free and people wanting to be slaves. And that is essentially what it is, because anarchy is ultimate freedom and statism is ultimate slavery. To the very essence of you're following someone's belief, and you're trapped in this belief system that this person should rule over your life. That is statism, whereas anarchy is this idea that you shouldn't have anybody rule over your life, but you can still live in peaceful coexistence. And so if the people fear the government, if they fear the statism, but they don't have fear, right? There is tyranny when people fear the government, because people shouldn't have fear, right? But when the government fears the people, now the government's in fear for great reason because they've created much of the fear. Now the people are standing up saying, I don't want to fear anymore, I want to be in a state of love. Now there is liberty because the people, which are the ones that give the rule to the government, are those who are choosing, I want my natural law here manifesting in its work so that love may manifest in its work and not fear. And fear is not the overbearing ruling over our lives. The limits are not the overbearing rulings over our lives. Moving with this all, quote, to learn you have to listen, to improve you have to try, a quote by Thomas Jefferson. So to learn we can listen to the messages that nature has to give us, right? And that's how we learn. The best teacher, the best physician, we know. But to improve, we have to try, we have to put effort, we have to put action into the things that we learn, into the things that we know, into the things that we say. So to actually improve, right, we have to try. And to get the desired result that we want, we have to try. But at least we're trying. Any action is action. If we want to improve, we have to prove a point. For even this, quote, it is error alone which needs the support of government. Truth can stand by itself, a quote by Thomas Jefferson. So why can't we, stand by ourselves in support of one another, not in support of some foreign entity that we don't know of, very few people, of an illusion that doesn't exist and goes against all that is natural and of nature? And this is the reason why they suppress that knowledge of nature from you. And they don't want it out in the public, is because it would eliminate their control because of our belief system, okay, that says that we do not support the government. We do not believe in this illusion. That is what it is. For if we stand for right and we say that we believe in the right and that we want right, the right objective moral truth, then it only makes sense that we don't believe in government, because it is of the wrong. It is of the man's law. So that's why government feeds on error, because it is based on illusion. It is based on wrong. So by doing wrong, by wanting wrong, by not following natural law in the way of right, we are supporting government. We're supporting forces like that to rise where harm can manifest itself, because truth is not in the stand. It is not represented by itself as people are to do themselves with their own expression, with their own creativity. For the truth, it has no error, right? But government, what we do of man's law, has error because it's consequences. We consider it error. It's bad consequences, things that are not good, that happen through time because of karma, because it is of the wrong according to natural law. So that's why we understand what government is, that it is mind control, and that we don't want to be a part of that. If we don't want to be a part of error, if we want to do the right thing, then we simply, by us wanting to be good and right, don't believe in government. And I had better ways to word that the first time, but that's what happens when you have to repeat it 4 times because the recording does not work right. But okay, we're back on track. Quote, "He who knows best knows how little he knows." A quote by Thomas Jefferson. We saw how this is also literally the same quote that we saw like 2 times before. Now, is it a coincidence? Maybe did they get some inspiration from the same ancients? I think they did, actually. I think that they got a lot of their philosophy from the past because it helps teach us for the future. And I think that's really where it's coming from here. And that's why I'm reminding you of our past so we can move on for a new future again. Because just like what Thomas Jefferson and George Washington did, we are creating a whole new existent playing field that has not existed before with this movement. So we must know how little we actually know if we want to have a good moral ground and not root this life in ego which the governments and power systems of man's law left brain dominance has. Quote, "The end of democracy and the defeat of the American Revolution will occur when government falls into the hands of lending institutions and moneyed corporations." A quote by Thomas Jefferson. This cannot be any more true of our current condition, being that, like I said, we have a lot of banks that are in control of the nation, being that they are in control of the money supply. That's exactly what he's saying here, the defeat of the American Revolution. Because how is it American when you have other countries that particularly run the money supply are often leading what's happening here through the Federal Reserve and international monetary funds? This is not a system that was originally thought out to be created by Thomas Jefferson and George Washington. From what I saw, they did not create the Federal Reserve. They did not intend for an international body like that. They did not intend for technology. So now we have to keep in mind all those things that do now exist. Quote, "The man who reads nothing is more educated than the one who reads nothing but newspapers." A quote by Thomas Jefferson, also representing this idea of fake news that has risen up in recent times, because there is a lot out there that you could believe that isn't necessarily true. But as we know, the best teacher, as the best physician, as all things, is nature. So that's where you're going to get your education from. And the most natural education is also from your parents, by the way, because your parents are to help guide you, especially if you're younger or of lower consciousness naturally, because you are to attain a higher consciousness, and through your parents, through your creative works, through your imagination that you are given greatly as a kid. This is the great nurturing ability of nature itself. People want to say nature versus nurture. They're one and the same, folks. They work with each other. They're both there for great reason and in support for each other. So, reading nothing? Well, we can still read. People say reading makes you smart, but what are you reading? What are you listening to? Where are you putting your focus? Again, that's what matters. Where are you putting your heart? Where are you putting your mind? Are you putting it in something that doesn't really exist? Are you putting it in something that is of a denatured reality? Are you putting it in something that is based in man's law or objective wrong? Is it based in something that's immoral or backed by violence? Quote, "The earth belongs always to the living generation. Every constitution, then, and every law naturally expires at the end of 19 years. A quote by Thomas Jefferson again. And we see here that the earth belongs always to the living generation, saying that nothing can truly last for all its time. So that's why he's saying every constitution then and every law naturally expires. Okay, so what he's saying, and what he's saying by generation, every 19 years, if you want to look at centuries and then generations and so forth. So what he's kind of like insinuating here is that the Constitution must change or live with those of the living body of that time. So he knew that things would change in time. So if we are to apply universal and timeless principles, we probably want to talk about the things that are universal, the things that are eternal. And the Constitution had much influence, it seems to be, as we know from our investigations and other works that I've shared, based on natural law. And it was still, though, a model based in government, in having that government existent and always to be obeyed still. However, they just always talked about keeping that government limited. There was always an idea of keeping it limited. But is there any abidance to natural law that talks about limiting government? Did we not know that there would turn into other countries affecting us? Or did we not know that technology would soon cause our interference with this limitation of government? We have to keep those things in mind. In the earth itself, how does it keep itself maintained? How do people themselves express their consciousness without being limited? And then employers and international corporations getting involved. These are questions to ask, and so it's a lot for one man of any time, especially back then, where we couldn't observe all this in its works. As we see now is the best time to learn. So you can't blame these people if they did not know it all, and they definitely had some faults of their own. Okay, so you have to understand that nobody is perfect, and as we know, nobody knows it all. Nobody knows the entire law, but natural law is something that has been taken over hundreds of thousands of years and into the consideration of more recent governments like the United States of America for the great reason of freeing the public as much as they can. But if we believe that we can free the public more than ever through doing what is right more than ever, then we shall grasp that opportunity, and if we have a blueprint to do so, we should likely follow it. And that's not just speaking on behalf of myself, it's speaking on the many people who have studied this intensely in different ways, okay? There's many different people who are among this. I'm not the only one. Quote, "The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants." Okay, patriots and tyrants, okay? So that's said by Thomas Jefferson again, saying that the blood of patriots and tyrants, because the patriots are the ones that are obeying those leaders, whether they're good, whether they're bad, it doesn't matter. It's their obeying. So, doesn't mean we start creating violence, because that could be insinuated here with blood, but what he's saying is that the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time by eliminating the source of the problems, eliminating the problem, so that way freedom can manifest, which, as we know, freedom, by limited by the nature of the government, is then taken away. So if we eliminate the limits of freedom itself, which could be through these individuals that many people presume over their lives, then yes, we are restoring freedom, because we're eliminating that belief system that held them in place, which we like to call statism. Quote, "Experience hath shewn that even under the best forms of government, those entrusted with power have in time and by slow operations perverted it into tyranny." A quote by Thomas Jefferson. Okay, so it's funny because we come to similar understandings that through time things could still get bad. But the problem is, he's saying the best forms of government. Perhaps the best thing was to say there was all forms of government, under the all forms of government, because they tried to make the United States the best form of government, right? Because they were the ones that wrote the law, they were the ones that wrote the Constitution, even though the Constitution was just talking about our natural laws, okay, and it just got added on to with some stuff that didn't really need to be written down, and that belief that it needed to be written down was actually the problem itself. Okay, that is the very thing that we're dealing with. So he's saying experience has shown, and what he means by that is that we've learned through history, we've learned through the past. Okay, so the best forms of government, even entrusted with power, have in time slowed operations, perverted into tyranny. Entrusted with power, what does that mean? That means statism, that means believing in the powers that be. Just believing that they can always help you, believing that they always have the solution to your problems. That is what he's talking about here, is having that entrusted with power. So there's a level of self-sustainability you must be, even if you were to have the best form of government, in order to keep that government system with low control. Right? But if the government is in its very nature to control, it's kind of counterintuitive, don't you think, to talk about people having their own self-control and then have a system over them that is supposed to control? So what's the point of that government? And then people say, well, it's to protect your natural rights. Well, it's to protect your natural rights, but it's not in alignment with natural law. So do we need to understand that? Because if we understand natural law, we understand things like the non-aggression principle and the golden rule, then we understand that we actually don't need those systems in place to be basically coexisting in peace. And that's all that it comes down to, right? Is this self-sustainability through holding each other accountable, through expressing our humanity as we ought to do, and then through such, naturally, tyranny cannot exist because we are being as we ought to be. Tyranny, by definition, you may see as dehumanizing, as denaturing, as something that has grown too out of control itself, despite having control of others. Do you see what I mean? They are denatured in their nature. So they lack control of themselves and they seek it in others, so they control others. Meanwhile, this is the shadow effect at work again. And that's the reflection of tyranny, which by its very definition, like I said, it is this denaturing, to which by their operations, slow operations, a little at a time, they can edge out your freedoms with limitations. And with this idea of control, it is also said by this quote, it is neither wealth nor splendor, so not abundance, not materialistic stuff, okay? And he says, but tranquility and occupation, which gives you happiness. A quote by Thomas Jefferson, saying tranquility, which is peace in many regards, and occupation, self-control, because he's talking about you, what gives you happiness, which is the ultimate health, right? Which is the ultimate ultimatum of all ultimates, right? It's you want to live a happy life. You just want to live your life. You want to live as you ought to do. This is the idea of occupying the life that you have, having control over yourself, and then freeing yourself to the world that you belong in because you love that world and you are willing to release yourself to that world because you love it. But the system we have now, you don't love it, but you release your soul, you release your whole body toward it. And for what? And for what? You're not getting anything back, really, of worth. You're getting material, you're getting imitation. That's what you're getting. You're getting illusion back because you're believing in the illusion. So you're not getting anything real. You're not getting anything happy. You're not getting anything true or of truth, which is why it is of wrong, which is why it is of something that you need to get over with yourself. It is a mental transformation. It's a mental process that is, in many ways, destructive because of all those boundaries you have to take down to reach peace, right? So like war to attain peace is this idea, right? But no, it's peace to attain peace. Through other people talking, through human consciousness and willpower. That has nothing to do with war. War is not an option. Okay, the war is an inner war. It's always an inner war. The reason why people go to war externally is because they have a war internally. They can't control themselves again, so they seek it in other people. This is an internal warfare that is going on. We want to push it and point the fingers at other people, but in reality, we've got to point right at ourselves. We need to occupy our mind and our body and our soul if we want to achieve our self-control and over our own lives. That brings us to this quote, I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery, a quote by Thomas Jefferson. This has gotten quite famous over the years, as especially in the anarchist movement, which people are holding each other accountable to as to what anarchy really means, as to opposed to the Bitcoin anarchy, as opposed to the leftist anarchy, as opposed to the this weird forms of anarchy which has nothing to do with no rulers. It just has to do with causing actual chaos as much as possible and not even having reason over their actions. So, you have to discern this anarchy from that anarchy, which is why we're better off just sticking with the term nature. And it's not a mask for anarchy. Nature is the answer. You can say nature is the anarchy is another way to put it, but I think it's better to say it as an answer because there's always questions to be made. There's always self-accountability to be made. You're not living in anarchy. You're already free as it is. So there must be a seeking, there must be always a seeking toward which is nature, which is what is right, what is natural, what is of the natural law. So to me, that's more of a better, more perfect word to describe the better, more perfect world that we ought to live in. And so, when he says dangerous freedom, it's because freedom has its dangers, right? We want to live amongst the good and the bad and embrace it and have those challenges to overcome and become our best selves. That's how we become our best selves, is being faced by this and that and allowing karma to arise and allowing trial and error to happen, allowing cause and effect to be more clear to us so we know exactly what's going on. And then it says over peaceful slavery, because slavery, we like it because it gives us peace, it gives us security, but meanwhile we're slaves to the system and giving our power away to somebody else. And that's the problem, is why do you want to be a slave when it is against not only your world and the world that we're supposed to live in, but it's peaceful in a way that it's not supposed to be, because there is supposed to be good and bad, so we can understand the difference between the two objectively as there is, so we can learn from the two and become better than we may ever be. And here you see the quote by James Madison, quote, "What is government itself but the greatest of all reflections on human nature?" Okay, so he asked this as a question. What is government itself but the greatest of all reflections on human nature? So what he's saying here, is from what we are doing, our belief system, the reflections on human nature, our belief system is setting afoot what this government is created from. If we are ignorant, our government is likely highly ignorant and doesn't care. Right? And if it especially sees that we're ignorant, especially of their control and our role of our having natural human rights, then they're going to probably use that to the advantage. The ones who do see that, oh, okay, we can use that to our advantage, and it'll only help my own environment, my own self, and they stick themselves of the ego because they don't care about the rest of the masses, because they feel like they can never attain the truth, and if they did, they wouldn't use it responsibly, for example. So you have to have faith in yourself, and that's why I am here to help try to give you that enlightenment of information, but I'm not the source of that. Nature is. And nature is not necessarily human nature, but what he's saying here, reflections on human nature, what you believe is what you become, is what you create. Reflections on what people are generally believing, what people are generally doing, it's going to reflect into the government that is created. And so he's saying government is the greatest of all reflections of human nature, because everybody's putting their greatest reflections into this system because they believe so much in it, and they know change has to happen, but they don't think change can happen without a government. And that's the problem, is we have to open up the potential that, yeah, we can actually create change without government, folks. It's actually possible. And that's actually where you're going to create the most change, and that's actually where you're going to create the most desirable change in your own personal lives and elsewhere. So that's the point here, is where you feel like you have this obligation for change and you want change, but you're looking in a direction that, although is right and right, you can't just make a wrong into a right. That does not happen. A wrong is a wrong, a right is a right. Okay, that's why we are losing our rights. And to talk about this idea of big government, shall we not do anything to take control? Quote, "A government big enough to give you everything you want is strong enough to take everything you have." A quote by Thomas Jefferson. If you don't think medicine and health isn't a big part of this, which, I mean, for goodness sake, almost every commercial is about health, and that's almost one of the biggest things we spend money on other than war itself, you see this. Quote, "If people let the government decide what foods they eat and what medicines they take, their bodies will soon be in a state, as are the souls of those who live under tyranny." By Thomas Jefferson. If it doesn't say better than itself, I don't know what does, because I'm a health coach, I'm in the health field, but yet I'm promoting this idea of self-control from the government. Yeah, it's because that is actually going to be the number one healing thing for you, is realizing that self-power you have to take control of what you eat and what you do, both. Not one or the other, but both. So you reach a complete whole body mind approach to the control of the life that you want. so that way you may steer it in a direction that you want, and you get what you want of the life that you were given. This is just simply using your human consciousness power, as we've talked about. So say, when he's comparing this idea that this big pharma medical tyranny is happening, it's the same thing as a government tyranny working over us, because it's in control of the natural processes, in control of your body, in control of your mind, ultimately. So this is a sorry state, it says, as the soul is. You feel sorry, you don't know what to do, you feel dependent, you feel like you are powerless. And so if I'm trying to empower people, if I'm trying to help them become independent, I'm going to try to help them know what foods they can eat, and how encourage them to find out what foods they can eat and what medicines they could take throughout all the different options that exist, including the medicine that's been used for thousands of years, natural medicine, which is and should be the mainstream medicine, not the alternative medicine. It always has been the traditional, most used medicine, and it's what people even resort to in most sorry states if the government doesn't step in and say, oh, well, take this, or you must get vaccinated. Okay, so this is what we have here as the ultimatum, is do you choose the government or do you choose nature? This is your choice. Now you have the time to decide which one will you choose, because if you choose government, you know it's only going to get bigger, it's only going to get worse. But if you choose more toward nature, at least you can do is limit the government or lower its control over our lives. But if you want complete freedom and true prosperity, we move toward a state of nature itself, where there is no government, because natural law can manifest in its works, and we can live coexistent with one another with no belief of statism, the primary cause of all the harm in the world, the most dangerous superstition. Again, ingrained within our society for hundreds of thousands of years, and you see how schools have made this so powerfully manipulative. Quote, reading is to the mind what exercising is to the body. A quote by Richard Steele. So, you don't want to read all these quotes. Well, I'm sorry, but we learn a lot from this. We learn a lot from learning and reading about articles on the web, even about our health. You have this power called the internet, and using search engines. I mean, use it to your power that you can. But I feel like a lot of people are not, and they're just taking what is given to them and what shines out to them, what is trending, but they're not actively looking for it themselves, because there's a difference from just receiving it compared to actively looking out for it yourselves. So are you using the mind to actively look out, or are you just having the mind just sit back and do nothing? And instead of you reading, it's all just reading you, because it just knows what you're just going to fall to every time. They know what you're going to just watch because it's on the trending page. They know that if it's on the trending page, you'll watch it. So they understand people at a level to where they can understand human patterns, where they can control many masses of people, because they all react the same way, they all do the same things, they all go toward the same things. So what are you attracting? Are you attracting the same thing that everybody else is attracting, which is why there is no change? Are you attracting what the elites want you to attract? Then you have to question that, because that's how you're going to self-control your life. Remember, this is all about using our nature that we have here and taking action upon the knowledge that we know is innately true. So you have this quote, all tyranny needs to gain a foothold is for people of good conscience to remain silent, to not do anything, to just sit back and let it all happen, watch, let the media just feed it up to them, give them their daily fear, and they'll be on with their ways. This is not the system that works with nature. The system that works with nature is we educate ourselves. We choose what information we want. We have choices, by the way, and not just all the same media companies owned by all the same corporations and all the same people. Okay, we're in trouble when you look at all these aspects and you take it into the greater outlook of society. Okay, any one of these aspects you look at and you say, that's a problem, then we are actually in a much bigger problem, because it's been existent for all this time. Okay, and so if you look at statism, it's been existent for all this time, so long, in fact, that to actually gain a foothold of ourselves and to get rid of statism, it's going to take a transformative process. It's going to take steps to get there. So that's why we start by representing. We start by reasoning, by understanding, by simply getting our voices out there and encouraging voices to get out there. And before we educate and then get the information out there and our recommendations out there, and then we actually start doing stuff as it starts to naturally manifest because of our beliefs, because of what we stand for. So it's exactly that. And it's not silence when we are standing up, when we are speaking out, and not necessarily even doing any actions, because just simply by changing the mind, we're changing our actions, like I said. So by talking with one another, you're not silent. By being with one another, you're not silent. By expressing yourself through art and creativity, you're not silent. Okay, but you're silent if you aren't addressing the problems that are in the sight. The elephant in the room, which is clearly statism, which is rampant everywhere, the world's largest religion, many like to call it, because everybody believes blindly. They're not thinking critically. They're not questioning the status quo. So how could they be an innovator themselves? How could they find that driving passion themselves alone, regardless of anything else? Okay, so this is a transformative process not only for the world, but for yourself